Hey,
We're here.
welcome everybody.
It's the 7th annual
Putnam
AGE
County Spelling
monthly
Bee.
championship. We're having fun today. Kind of an interesting vibe. There's literally no one here yet, so probably a lot of traffic, or a lot of people are tired, or a lot of people woke up at 6 a.m. and got a flight here.
Whoa.
There's no in between.
Whoa. This is what it has all come down to for this incredible open series we have been privileged enough to be a part of. This is the final open tournament before the Players' Championship. You hear that?
7.
We had 7 of these issues.
7, right?
And now there are some players out there fighting for their lives.
Yes, and we'll see the standings. I think today we're going to focus on a lot of interesting things where it comes to the 11th through 16, because they're all the people that are within 5 points of this. And the 17th and 18th and 19th, they're around like 30 as well. So it's going to matter of when people get into top 16, top 12, that's where the points will happen. So maybe some matches today you won't see like 5-0s. Maybe we'll show you some 4-1s that it matters if they get points or not. Maybe that's a little interesting. Maybe these people that are never on stream because they're never 5-0 get a chance today.
So let's break down again what these players are fighting for and what this tournament series has been. The Arcane Games and Events Open Series, this tournament structure here in Southern California. Each month, players competing to earn AGE points to make their way to the $3,000 Players Championship that's happening next month. Right. That's an invite-only tournament. It's going to be the best of the best from the Southern California region and some of the surrounding areas who are going to be able to battle for that $3,000 prize pool. But honestly, more importantly, to claim the champion mantle of this tournament series. And that's all going to be decided today. There are players, like you said, between 16, 20, 25, 32 that they need to do well today. They need to place either in the top 16, the top 8, or win the whole damn thing to be able to punch their ticket to the Players Championship. And so we're gonna be watching those players like hawks.
I think what's interesting too is like, oh, you got all your points on this other meta. Good luck. Now here's a bunch of BS you got to be ready for.
Here's
Levia is going to flip this card over and just play 5 more Dread Screamers. Good luck.
Levia? You mean Levia?
Oh, my God. Leviathan? Yeah, right. Leviathan.
Now, so speaking of Levia, that almost sounds like there's some things that you want to talk about before the stream gets started. Like there's some stories we should be...
Oh.
Wow.
I guess we already did number 1.
Call that a segue.
Let's skip to 3. Levia, rise up. Levia, how much Levia have you played in your lifetime?
2 games.
Nice. I had the deck built forever ago. It never caught on. It was not fun because you just lose.
To yourself.
I think what's interesting now is, hey, here's a paywall card if you need a $100 card to play your hero now. I guess that's most heroes. But, like, legitimately, you should not be playing Levia unless you have the sideboard demi hero. That card is interesting because there's some counterplay of, like, I need to do some attack reactions to get my opponent from 16 to 12 so they can't redeem themselves or they can't consume themselves with Blasphemet. Or I'm going to get Dread Screamered until literally I am dead.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a kind of a pivot point within the game for both players because either the Levia player is going to be able to kind of get that pseudo chain-like effect and have an extra little bit of hand to work with and just kind of close the game out from there. But that also, like you said, kind of presents a decision point for the defending player or the player on the other side of the board to either be attempting to get them. You don't want to let them get to 14. As long as they're at 13 or lower, they don't get to let the blood debt trigger them to Blasphemet consumed. But then also, at that point in the game, once they have been consumed, they're losing cards from the top of their deck every single turn. They're getting banished face down.
That doesn't matter.
What
a drawback.
It's like there is a game plan that certain decks are going to be more equipped to handle. But like if you pivot to like, all right, I'm gonna fatigue you now. Like I'm gonna let you run out of cards.
You're gonna die because Levia's doing 18 a turn without trying.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I'm not saying it's easy.
What sucks is normally you're like, oh, they got the Dread Screamer early. Like at least I can block now. I'm at 40. Yeah. But then they play the Red Dreams. Red Dreams. Oh my God, Dread Screamer is the best attack in their deck. Then they're gonna play 3 before, and then after they consume, they're gonna play 3 more, and it's gonna be something where you're like, damn. How do I deal with 18? Slitherpedes are coming at you. Yep. 1 blue.
Endless Maw.
Oh, my God. For 9. That sucks. That messes up your math. What's interesting, too, is Levia has, like, an idea of, like, there's 4 or 5 different builds.
Yeah.
and we don't know which one is the best yet, but there's like all in on Blood Debt.
Mm-hmm.
I was recently playing one that seemed very control, and it was doing Grim Feast. I don't know if you've seen that card where
The new one?
you pay one, like they're rolling Scabskins every time. Every time they have an extra action point, they're just going to pitch one to play Grim Feast from their banish, gain 3 health. Just constantly. Now I'm healing, and I'm going to outvalue not only with my aggro, but anytime I have an extra pitch and an extra action point, just gain 3. And now that goes back to my graveyard. It can be one of my 3 that I banish. What's another thing that Levia does now? Like, just going all in on consume plan.
Absolutely, and you saw Michael Hamilton last week at the Battle Hard in Cincinnati. He was running his kind of like ghostly visit centered deck, which was a Scabskin, like you said, a Scabskin deck that was really trying to just play a card from hand, block a couple times, and then play the ghostly visit from banish zone, banish it to a Levia effect, and then move on from there, right? And then there's the kind of runaways, Ethan Van Sant, a little more recursion based packages that are really all in on the Plasma Fet consumed plan, but are also going to be able to run some of those recursive threats from the graveyard, from the banished zone. Like you said, there's multiple different flavors of the month, so to speak, for the Shadow Brute.
And I think one thing that sucks is, like, I know my game plan against this hero. If they roll a 5, I just lose. And then they're going to be rolling so many times. It's like, do you ever, okay, maybe I'll put in a Gambler's Glove into my 80 list just to be like, screw you, Levia, I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, the question is, how much will the opportunity cost of potentially rolling the one, you know?
Right.
'Cause it's really only the one that you have to worry about. The 2 still gets you an action point. It's just the one that's going to really brick the turn. And
but
how much
blocking a Slitherpede. Gambler's Glove now blocks 6? That'd be sick.
That'd be something. That'd be something.
Somebody that could run Gambler's Glove now, Rangers, because they don't have Bullseye bracers.
Talk to me about it. How you feeling?
It's not good enough.
You don't think it's good enough?
No,
I
we
totally
need
think
a ban. We need more shit ban.
No, I totally think it's good enough.
Like, come
Totally
on. Like, okay, like, instead of getting 36, you're getting 31 turn. And it is something where I was up by 20 on Alexi on Tuesday. I was super pumped about it. They still won. And it was just like, what happened? Like,
where's the difference between, like, is it the potential to refill the hand with the 3 of a kind that's the problem? Because, like, I feel like a deck like a Fi, a deck like a Katsu, they can absolutely Katsu right now 30 damage. I mean, Ancestry, Descendant Guff, like they just go nuts on certain turns.
But if you give Katsu a 6 damage on hit that could mess up his turn, Missouri or others, they'll have to block. Lexi blocks with 2 arrows, and then
the 3 of a kind.
You didn't disrupt me at all. I'm actually +1 card after playing 3 of a kind.
Yeah, for me, for my money, the ban is, it does, like you said, it kind of takes Lexi from the ability to do the most disgusting things possible to, what's going on?
Undo another button on those. I'm giving the.
Yeah. How's this? How's this for you? Come on, guys. It's like 80 degrees out there.
Yeah,
Welcome to Southern California. Relax, Taylor. The Bullseye bracers being not available to these heroes, it's gonna take the highest ceiling they can have and bring it down a little bit. And I think it just kind of puts them into, I mean, yes, 3 of a kind does some ridiculous things. It allows you to block and refill your hand, and that is kind of something that no other hero gets to do. That doesn't get to run Carrion Husk. But it just feels a little more like an aggro deck, like a really good aggro deck. And the potential to turn off, like no longer being able to just threaten 15 or more with an Endless Arrow. Or just, if you don't block this now, it's coming back to my hand, then it's coming at you again, and then I'm going to Bullseye Bracers it in.
Or 6 + 6.
Yeah, or like.
That's just 6 + 6.
Yeah, or a Bullseye Bracers, like we saw on the last AGE stream when Evan hit the Bullseye Bracers off or the Bolton shot off the Bullseye Bracers when we thought it was just going to be the Endless Arrow, but then it was Bolton shot into the Endless Arrow. Like, the ability to cheat on the reload, I think, does kind of take it from, like, stratospheric territory to, like, powerful aggro deck, but something that can be beaten.
And I think that's something where if you're talking about or game design for this company that we all play games for, like, okay, you're shedding a precedent of we're hitting ceiling and not consistency. So if we hit any consistency for some heroes later, it'll be like, why didn't we hit consistency for Lexi?
Interesting.
Which I'm like, looking at some other bands like Hypothermia going, like, that was kind of a consistency hit, I feel like, instead of a power turn hit. And I think Icelander's going to be fine, but there's like Icelander would be literally the #1 hero right now if she had some of her ban cards right now.
Yeah, well,
so it is wondering why that's not coming back in if she's like ever lower down in the meta. It's like she could have been the hero to beat.
Well, it's consistency, and it's, I think, Hypothermia really took that deck and gave it like 0 bad matchups, right? It was the ability to play. Yeah, I mean, I was playing that deck all the time. The ability to pivot into the Frost X's and the Ice Eternals and being able to play a longer game plan. But then for decks that really needed the action points and needed to go again, you can just like Hypothermia to turn off a turn's worth of dragons or dash boosts a card, and then you Hypothermia.
That was amazing
in the resolution step, and then their turn is over. It was pretty nuts, and I do think it was it was consistent, but it was just consistently able to beat almost everything. Whereas like Lexi still, theoretically struggles into Azuri's, struggled into Oldhim in the last format.
Right.
But we'll see what happens. Hey,
by struggled, I mean used every single card and still beat him anyway. It was like, Jesus.
But we're going to see. I mean, we'll say, hey, we got tournament today. Today. We've got the Battle Hard in Chicago happening as well. We've got a couple different opportunities to see how is Lexi going to react to these new bans. Is Dromai? I do think Dromai gets a little better. I think you needed every little point of value as Lexi into Dromai.
Thank God Dromai is better, I was hoping we could get some good control decks finally in Flesh and Blood. So, fingers crossed. Are they going to start playing Warmonger's Diplomacy, or is that a bad card for Dromai? That's our other weekend story is Warmonger's Diplomacy. How good is it? Is it a new staple like Command and Conquer, Enlightened Strike, Art of War? Is the next one Warmongers?
It's certainly very good, and what's interesting is that it's a symmetrical effect in that both players have to make a choice, and we're seeing it most effectively utilized in decks that are okay with doing that to themselves, like the Icelanders being able to be like, yeah, you got to pick, but I'm always choosing non-attack, and that doesn't affect my game plan at all. Or even we saw it used to pretty devastating effect into Lexi last weekend in Cincinnati, where the Warmongers being played, if the Lexi chooses War, they can't activate their Lexi ability, and so they can't flip over the card, and then all of a sudden their turn is relatively bricked, which is why, perhaps...
They can't turn over their hero ability?
Yeah, because if they choose War, they can only do weapon and attack actions. So they can't do a non-attack action.
Let's go!
Well, okay.
Oh,
but prepare yourself, because I'm going to give you a potential fix for that if you're the Lexi player. Trench of Sunken Treasure.
Nobody plays that.
Trench of Sunken Treasure.
No one plays that card at all.
Think about it. Because your card that's face down that you can't flip to Lexi, right? You just yeet. You just yeet out of there with the Trench, and then you're all good.
Well,
because Voltaire's an instant, so it doesn't care about Warmongers.
Okay.
So the only thing that Warmongers really stopped was...
3 of a kind. Premeditate's a pain in the ass. So
for sure, but in terms of like, because it was really bricking turns. You saw it really. Lexi's literally had to just like either like play a Winter's Bite, play an Arctic, and pass, or if you can't flip over that hero, that card, you're utilizing your snaps because you just have to throw it and use snaps, and then your arsenal's open. So the Trench being able to get that card out of there and allow you to Voltaire a couple things in and still shoot. I think it's gonna be more of a thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I kind of forget how the face up, face down actions work.
Yeah, you need
so
a face up.
You can't even put an arrow in.
Well, no, because
if you have a face down non-attack action.
You could play it if it's a non-attack action, but it will brick turns if you choose War and it's. Oh no, yeah, if you choose War, then you can't play it because it's a non-attack action. So yeah,
you can't even load an arrow.
Because you need a card, you need an arsenal zone. You have one face up, one face down, right?
Trench.
You trench the face down card
away. Is Trench available through War?
Yeah, because it's an instant. Oh, wow. And the other thing about Trench. We saw last weekend an AB0 Lexi just get absolutely rolled by Rhea on Icelander. Trench also gives you just a random AB. We might have to be listening. We might have to be listening to Evan just gloat for the rest of our lives.
Hopefully not, That's all the stories for the weekend. What else are you excited to do today? There's sandwiches in the back. You already went to Starbucks. What did you get from Starbucks?
What did I get from Starbucks? Well, they were out of the bacon and sausage wrap. So I got sausage, egg, and cheese. And they gave me an extra avocado spread.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I'll be working with that later. If you guys, hey, we're going to run a giveaway for my avocado spread. Go ahead and type avocado in the chat. And we can send it only, but European only. We can't send it anywhere in the Americas, customs. So only to EU.
It will be brown when it gets...
No. It's because it's barely avocado at this point, so.
Honestly, too, this could be the last tournament if there's a UPS strike that completely brings our economy down to its knees. So we're going to enjoy today.
Yeah, hey, I'm on strike.
Hell yeah, bro. I stand with WGA and AGE.
And and the SAG.
And SAG.
Screen Actors Guild, Writers Guild of America, and
all
AGE
the AGs
on
everywhere.
Imagine we just walk out, just like, you know what?
Yeah.
We're on strike.
Dude, it's so funny looking at tweets. I don't know if this is too niche for our audience, but like people like being like, look at all these scabs on TikTok that are like TikTok people, but like are the replacement people to go to like Barbie premiere and Oppenheimer premiere, and it's like people writing down their names so they never get opportunities ever again.
Well, they have said. I mean,
I was like,
they have. The unions have said if you do work now, if you break strike, they won't let you into the union later.
That's why this is not sanctioned by any guild at all, you know.
Except by the flesh and blood players of the world.
Of America's.
The union, because we are going to unionize as flesh and blood players. We were close to when Oldham was in the meta. Just unionizing for the against the oppression.
Right.
You know, workers' rights, players' rights.
We're done with Oldham's for at least a year. This is the time to play. If you don't like being Channel Lake Frigid, except Channel Lake Frigid Instant Speed when you're Bolton from Icelander is literally some of the least fun I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah.
Least fun you've ever had in your life?
You're like, okay, I'm going to banish from my soul. They're like, that costs one. You're like, oh, never mind. Or like, and whenever they play Channel Lake Frigid, a Frostbite comes too. So banishing from your soul costs 2 now. And you're like, okay, I have 1 yellow in hand. I'm going to banish. I'm going to play it to banish because it costs 2. Swing Lumina or Swing Raiden. And they'll go, that costs 1. You're like, can I go back? Please. I'm going to put this card in my arsenal, please.
We got a shout out in chat to you, Blake.
Nice.
Shout out to a fellow Texas boy.
I am from Texas.
Yeah, you got a little shout out. You gonna shout them back?
Thank you, Ariel. Let's go.
Let's go. So, all right, folks, we are gearing up for the finale of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series in terms of the open tournaments, because the true crown jewel of this whole experience is coming up in a month. But in terms of just like the tournaments that these players are able to just sign up, put down a deck list, slap down some cards, and get gaming, this is it. This is the only one. We got a lot of players that are going to be fighting for their Players' Championship lives out there. Any names that you think we should be watching?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's go for real. I think what's interesting is Bryce Platts is behind us. He was like, I don't really want to show up today, but I think I have to defend. Fuzzy, I don't think we've seen in a while. Maybe Fuzzy's here to do this. We see Dennis right now. Dennis, I think, is in the 17, 18, 19 range. Viscerai got a little bit of a push, so he's probably looking to do something good with that.
Sure.
What's cool to see, too, besides... well, let me see if there's anybody else. Zane, we saw Zane. Here's Zane's player profile, just to remind you what he looks like. He is literally at 16th place, so this question of who are you hoping bubbles out at 17th place today could possibly be him. He's not the bad guy.
In Zane?
No.
No, his player's profile last time was speaking of like an incredibly beautiful. He was like, when was the last time you were truly inspired?
Yeah.
He was like, when the rose petals were falling outside of my hotel in Osaka, and my lovely wife looked at me and said, "This is what life truly means." And I shed a tear. I was reading it. I was like, who is this guy?
Right.
So I think you're right. I don't think he could be the bad guy.
But he got 17th place at the Pro Tour. So to get 17th again at the Arcane Game and Events SoCal Invite would be devastating.
It would. But we wish him well. We want to see him succeed. We want to see all these players succeed. But unfortunately, there are only 16 slots in the Players' Championship. So
I'll be there.
I'll be there. Will we be playing?
We snuck it in the bag.
Will we be playing? No. We're going to be doing this, just like you all. Those are 3 Starstrucks. That's a cool card, man.
This, I feel like, is this ever going to be good?
It is good right now.
but only one Bravo in top 8 last week.
That's one more than we've seen
Yeah.
in a long time.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any Bravos in top 8 in a long time. And I do think Starstruck is a part of that.
I feel like this will maybe make a splash today because I would say Guardians are a SoCal thing that love it, and somebody's going to make top 8 with this card today. Good luck to them.
And somebody is going to win this today. The beautiful medal.
We will see you guys in 5 minutes, though.
Yep.
Because we're going to have a players meeting, and then we're going to get started. 29 people were ready to go earlier on Gym ID.
So we will see if we
maybe we'll get to 32.
An updated player count as soon as we can. But until then, don't go anywhere. Enjoy the great games to come, and we will see you shortly. Signing off for just a moment.
And Colin's here today.
Yay!
gosh.
We're back.
Colin Honigman from the Attack Action Podcast loaned out.
Dude, I'm here at the July AGE Open. I've been gone, man. I don't know what this game is, but it looks like fun. So
until we see two warriors. Sheesh, your favorite kind of heroes.
I guess this is what I get for not being here for 2 months, is I get to watch Dorinthia, Iron Song, and Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn. Luckily, they're being piloted by some lovely people, Zane Johnson and April Miller, so let's see if we have fun. I'm going to be open, you know? I'm going to be open, new. I'm fresh from vacation, new me. I've got that vacation energy. Like,
yes.
You know, I can't be angry at things right now. So it's just like, let's just see how cool Warrior is, man. Like, I feel like they got some fun cards in the new set. I'll be 100% honest, Blake. I don't know what any of them do. I don't know what they're called. I apologize. I missed the release of the set. So, like,
I got you, bro. I know all the Bolton stuff so far because I've been testing out Bolton for the past 2 weeks.
And I know half of Dorinthia's cards say like Supremacy or Iron Song in them, so it's like
just say one of those two words.
If
you should be
I can
good
say those
for the
in
next
any
hour.
order with some other adjective in between, and I'll probably be correct. So
that's probably a fun YouTube video for someone to make all the future Dorian
or like a steel blade, like steel blades in there. Something like inappropriate plus steel blade is like a card. Like, is glistening inappropriate? It can be.
Glistening.
Anyways, yeah. So I don't know. We don't have the rankings of these players, but I know Zane's Johnson.
16. He's right on the cuffs. I think that's why we're starting with him today.
Nice. So Zane is fighting for his life. April, I'm not sure about, but you know, if you do well at this tournament, you might secure a position in the top 16. Like, even if you're coming from way behind, like
30 points. Yeah.
Winning this is 30 points, and the top 16, I think Zane's sitting at like 32. So it's gonna be pretty good. I'm excited to see what everybody brings. Zane was even baffled at his own decision of bringing Bolton, but you know what he said?
Royal
I'm
Bolton,
and he's gonna be Royal Bolton. Let's go.
Whoa.
He's not Sir Bolton anymore. He's King Bolton. Let's go.
He's on his king era.
He's not a short king. He's not a short king either.
We're back, baby.
He's
Dude, I love it with the Raiden. I think Raiden's one of the most interesting weapons because it just doesn't feel like Raiden. We should just call it Lumina or something.
I feel like Sir Bolton would be an easy choice as a cast member for Love Island UK. He's got that vibe. He's cool. He's hot. I bet he's ripped under that armor.
This is a new Majestic in the Dusk Till Dawn set. It's called Spirit of War. This is one of the ones that requires a yellow to be put into Soul. Not banished. We'll banish it later. Whenever we do put a yellow in our Soul, Spirit of War now has a thing where if you hit with an attack action card this turn, you'll gain a Courage token. And Courage tokens, I feel like, are the best thing for Bolton in this set.
That one gives you +1, right?
+1 on your next attack. It breaks like a Quicken token, but it just bumps up.
That's pretty cool. I was excited when I saw the Courage token spoiled. I really enjoy. Is this a Soul Flare card? Is that what they're called?
No.
No, it's not.
Bannerets? Yeah.
Oh no, this one just is like has the text of
right.
charge with it. I gotcha.
The other thing too about Dorinthia, she's not going to have a lot of attacks to bump up the stuff of Zane today. The Bolton, whenever you block with an attack, it bumps up 1, and that's kind of what allows him to use his hero ability. So Zane's going to have a little bit of trouble trying to give his attacks go again because April's not going to be helping him out.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I mean, I have no idea what Bolton's like game plan is right now. I think with all the new cards, I was just gonna say I really enjoy the new cards they made for Bolton though that are very concerned with like the color of pitching. You know, the cards that if you use them to charge your soul, like do special things. I think all of that is like really an interesting space and makes like kind of what felt like more like a linear character a bit more like dynamic and like have some interesting choices, but I don't know.
I think you could kind of think of Bolton as a light ninja almost this time around of you're going to be going wide a lot and there's a few on hits but nothing like Mask of Momentum. But now with courage tokens, it is kind of like you can put as much pressure as a ninja on most turns.
All right, Blake, for me and any new players, what is this new arm piece that they're both rocking here?
Iron Song Versus is we're going to pay 1 and give your sword, the next time you hit with this sword, you make a courage token.
Okay.
And that's kind of going to be able to set up more power turns for both of these heroes in the future.
I told you the cards would have Iron Song in the name.
Yeah. Iron Song Versus. Iron Song Versus is really good because you can just, now your sword has an on hit no matter what.
Is it a 2-block temper guy?
It is a 2-block temper, so total throughout the game it can block 3, or you can just keep it around after you block for 2 for as long as possible. You just don't want to block against Uzuri because she can shred you and ruin your whole day.
Ooh, nice. Uzuri. Is Uzuri still good?
Uzuri's still great.
Nice. I got to get
She was
back
like
into
top
it.
3 meta last week at that bigger tournament.
Crazy. I'm going to have to play some games and figure out what I do in this game anymore.
These are kind of some low power turns to start off, but both of these warriors maybe didn't see the best cards in their first hand, so it was kind of a setup turn for everybody.
Yeah.
Take Flight is one of Bolton's best cards because it's charge positive, so we're going to be able to give Take Flight go again by charging, and then you don't have to get rid of a soul to give it go again.
Yeah, and it turns on Raiden. Bolton loves this card. It's a good card. I mean, it's just one of those like core light warrior cards that I don't know why you would ever build a deck without it.
I have 6 of them in mine. It's pretty good. I'm not doing blues.
You don't do blue? Well, I mean, yeah, you don't need blues.
You're not going to be pitching a lot with the new Bolton decks. So I know some people are in love with the idea of having Bolton go to the library, but you're not going to be really pitching twice. Bolton's power card that you always want to be on the lookout for is Lumina Ascension, and Zane has one of them in his hand currently.
Oh, dude.
But they are too busy worried about looking for dice or something. Or a pin.
They're taking damage. April takes 4.
Lumina is a perfect follow-up because now it's going to give our Raiden +1 for the rest of turn. It's also going to give the words, if this hits, we're going to look at the top card of our deck. If it's a light card, you can put it in your soul. We're explaining that to April right now. Some of these people haven't seen these cards for maybe a year or so.
Yeah, I was just talking to Zane. I was saying the advantage you get with Bolton is that they have to read every card and understand what it's doing, which puts them at a mental deficit because they have to process a lot more than they normally would because there's a lot of text on all of his cards.
I do think Bolton has the idea, too, of, like, if you are playing a deck with a lot of attack actions, you do, oh, crap, I forgot. I'm going to bump your stuff up. I'm going to give you an extra point of damage. Basically, all of your attacks against Bolton, if you charge, only block for 2. That's another way to think about it. And you just lose out on a lot of points of block that way.
Yeah. But fortunately for April, she probably doesn't run more than 3 attack actions.
Right. Command and Conquers and maybe a Nourishing Emptiness as well. We're going to swing the second time with 4 more. I think she'll probably let this one hit. We'll look at the top card. We know that there's going to be some whiffs in this deck because there's probably Command and Conquers and maybe some cash-ins. Those are the only ones you don't want to see here because getting Soul off of Lumina just makes everything better. Your whole deck is better when you are hitting those light cards.
Absolutely. Gaining a little bit of life there as well. And yeah, I mean, Bolton's cool, man. He's got a lightsaber. Like,
oh, dang.
That's pretty neat. Oh, we got a deck list coming in here hot off the press. I don't think there's going to be anything too surprising in here. 38 cards with Iron Song in the name. Yeah, so April coming in, it looks like we have a glistening steel blade. One of those cards that I take personal offense to.
This is really good too, though, because with the courage token, it bumps the Dawn Blade to 4.
Oof.
So it isn't like, well, I'll just block for 3, and this will be, or I'll just block for 6. The idea that you always want to do against Dorinthia is you overblock by 3, and it's so much harder to block for 7 than it is like 6. We got people telling us about audio stuff.
My microphone volume is low. Let me move this mic in closer and have a little
Blake is just loud. But
an intimate.
But we're playing Sink Below in Bolton. We're not going all aggro because we don't want to lose the Dory. So Zane has the answer, which is crazy that he has the Sink Below because when you are charging off the top of your deck sometimes with all those effects.
Yeah, that would suck.
It sucks to have Sink Below.
One of the most fun interactions I've had recently, as they take damage here, is, what is it? Infiltrate, and then you get somebody's Sink Below, and then you get to play their defense reaction back at them. That was fun.
We hit for 1, so there will be a counter made.
Yep.
But we're not going to be able to pitch again to swing a second time because that was our last pitch. I wonder if it was worth maybe trying to use our boots and our courage. No shot. But maybe that would be a way to get Zane on the back foot, but probably not worth all that. Bolt of Courage, this is a must block for all the people that are trying to beat Bolton at home.
Draw a card.
You draw a card if this hits.
Now look at him. He's got gold. He's got quickens.
The Bannerets gets charged, so that's the Quicken Banneret. That's the Banneret of Gallantry.
Nice.
That's definitely one you want to get out of a pack. So
Fun fact, a banneret is not determined by the size of the banner. It is the person holding the banner.
Really?
Yeah. I learned that. I know that much about this game.
I have not. Is that flavor text or is that traditional?
I had to look it up on the internet because I was like, what is a banneret? Because they went all in on, the Banneret series of cards.
It's like Coat of Arms. This is one of the brand new attack reactions. I love this one. This is, I think it's Resounding Courage. And this is going to bump by 3 and make a Courage token. So we're just making all kinds of tokens.
Wow.
And the buff is not only going to get over whatever block April thought she was going to maybe do as a reaction, but it's going to be able to, now you can attack react from your soul and give this go again.
This is why I like the Raiden version of Bolton, because it just seems like good value. You come in, you do some attacks with some good hit effects, and then you come in with your sword for, is it 4?
Sword for 3.
Sword for 3. But it's free. Sword for 3 for free. And that, it just feels good when they do that. Not when you're playing it, on the opposite side of it, but I like watching Zane do it right here, so I'll give him that much. Oh, we got a shunt. We hate that card, but it doesn't do damage since it's not a sword attack, so that's nice.
It will stop the draw, though.
That
so
card
that's
is
perfect for April right now.
Is it a 1 for 6? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Welcome to Warrior, baby.
This is why Dorinthia and I just don't get along, and we don't play in the same universe. But there you go, 1 for 6, easy block.
I think the thought process of what Zane was wondering about of like, why don't you just swing immediately? There is an idea of maybe I want to save my Quicken and Courage, just make my next turn better. But he does have a Take Flight in his hand that'll make it into his arsenal, so Quicken doesn't matter to save that for Take Flight, because you most likely always start with.
And that was coming in for 4, right?
Yes, because of the courage.
Okay, cool. See, we're out here learning. I'm out, anybody else. If you're new to the game, shout out to you. Welcome. If you're not.
If you're old to the game.
If you're old to the game. I mean, I'm old to the game, and I feel like I don't know what's going on. But that's what happens when a new set comes out, and then you don't pay attention to it. But here we go. Classic hit and run into a Dawnblade. I know all about this. They've been doing this for years, and I'm still mad about it.
This is 4 with go again. So if we hit, if you're super brand new, Dorinthia's hero power says, my once per turn sword can be twice per turn sword. Because of my hero power, I'm allowed to swing a second time if I hit you the first time. So there is an idea of block the first Dawnblade and there won't be a second one coming for you.
Yep. And then there's always the classic sidestep. She's got 2 floating, so Command and Conquer comes in after that when you block that one out.
Oops.
And you're like, oh, cool. That was good.
I'm loving it. Up.
It really is. You know, at least for me personally, Dory really does ruin everything. And it's mostly her fault. But here we go. Is that a scar for a scar?
Scar for a scar.
Nice, Zane.
Doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Oh, and then we have an Iron Song response.
Oof.
See, that's the thing. No matter what you do, she comes in and she punishes you for it. But not too bad. I mean, I think she does get to swing again, which is gonna hurt.
I think what's interesting is blocking with a banneret and a card that only has go again if you're behind. Kind of what maybe makes sense to block with when you're 9 health ahead. But now you're placed with crap. I need to block this out, or Dawnblade's going to have 2 counters. Not great.
Yep. But at least he knows there's no tricks coming off of that one. You just block it. You give up your turn. You still have a pretty good card in Arsenal pass, and hopefully she draws some.
I think what's interesting is Zane is like super. Why is like Zane's far? Okay, we got the door open. Let me not say this loud. Like Zane felt like he was super far ahead, and now he's behind because there's a Dawnblade with a counter and all kinds of BS coming, and it's literally one Steelblade Shunt is the difference here of prevents the draw of the card and a blowout turn for Zane, and now Zane tries to block a Dawnblade so it doesn't get bigger, and now he's going to be on Dawnblade blocking duty this whole time.
Yeah, which is like the part of the game that I get. This is where I just get frustrated because I feel like I lose all choice, and I only can probably. It's on you as the defender against Dory to not make the bad decision, and it all feels like bad decisions no matter what. Like right now, she's got an overpower in hand. Like even if he blocks this out, she's gonna stuff it in his face so hard and get go again. And probably what does overpower cost, 3 or 2?
Overpower costs 3.
Okay, so
probably not.
Can't swing again, but it is. It is pretty
taking
rough.
it.
Oh,
I think
beautiful.
what's interesting about this too is Zane maybe has the go wide turn in his hand, where if you can do a Tunic into via the Vanguard and attack 4 times, who cares if Dawnblade comes in for 12 and gets bigger? You can just swing back for 20.
But it's gonna be rough though.
This is not fun. Dawnblade for 5.
It's interesting that the Iron Song versus. Like, you get the courage token, you get go again, and then you're probably not going to do something else after that. It's kind of a weird interaction there, yeah.
But now we have 2 Dawnblade counters, but Zane said, I don't want to block anything, so I have something good in hand.
You know, when Zane does that, I'm like, yeah, he's probably made a cool decision here. When I do that, I think I've lost the game.
Take flight for 3. This will have go again and charge, just like we talked about earlier.
His Tunic is on 2 counters, though, so he's not going to do any extra funny business. But
did he miss a Tunic counter? Did he go first? Because I think his Tunic should be a 3, so maybe that comes back to bite somebody.
It was on 1 last turn, so I don't know if he missed it or not.
So I think this is
here we go. So 3. He's
Same
charged,
thing as earlier.
So it still he only has to charge once for these things to be turned on. So he'll draw a card on hit. What is this one called again?
Bolt of Courage.
Bolt of Courage. Bolton Courage.
I do think he missed his Tunic, Taylor. Not this turn, but maybe turn 2. Which kind of does set him back a turn because the cool things are happening with Tunic.
Are we only on turn 3 right now?
I believe so.
Wow. Sheesh.
Some warrior turns of thinking about blocking.
Yeah, I mean that. Ugh.
I think April doesn't want to block because she's got a full hand and 2 Dawnblade counters.
Yeah,
that you
she's
can
like,
blow out.
I could just win the game instead.
But the only way you get blown out by Bolton is Bolt of Courage's hitting and then going wide. And
her hand is stacked. She's got a what is it? A glint. She's got a Warrior's Valor. Okay, here we go. Zane, let's do it.
I mean, he used his Tunic once already, I believe. I don't know if we're on turn 5. I don't think we're on turn 5.
It doesn't matter. He
crazy.
has 2 counters. That's where we're at right now. So he's going to banish some cards for his, gather your friends around here reaction.
Ooh.
What's it called?
Beacon of Victory.
That's the one.
So we're going to go get Lumina pretty much every time with this. Lumina basically means now we have 2 more sword swing in. That's basically 8 damage instead of 3.
Nice.
So it's +5 on your turn. Also, it can heal you a couple times. So 8 instead of 3,
Here
and
we
then
go.
the ability to heal twice that's +7 if you're a point goblin at home.
He does only have 1 card in Soul, but he does have Snapdragon, so he can double up on his Raiden attack.
Here comes Raiden for 4. I think April's just going to go cool. I have a bigger sword than you do, so...
Yeah, like I was saying, she's got Glint, she's got Steelblade Supremacy, she's got a Route and a Warrior's Valor. Like,
It is race time for everybody involved.
yeah, I think it's just like, who's got the bigger warrior right now?
Because if April takes both of these, she'd be down to 13, and maybe there is a threatening... There's lethal after that could happen.
Oh yeah, but don't forget, Warrior just has stacked
Fridge
armor. They're just like, oh yeah, I can just block this. I can just block this out right now. Oh, we got a Ryan Nudra in the chat.
Nice.
What up, bud? Where are you?
So banishing a soul to swing again. 4 more. Does not close the chain, though. Would you illuminate here or hold it for a larger turn? I think you always need to go immediately. There's no point in saving Riddler Man whenever there's 2 Dawnblade counters across from you.
Yeah, I think if you save it...
Ooh, one of his whiffs off the top is cash in. That's got to feel bad if you're Zane, because you do want to use the gold token to have a power turn, and now it's gotten placed on the bottom of your deck.
He does have 3, so it's not the worst thing, but... That is pretty bad because he was going to draw that. But he would probably have to block with it anyways because this turn is going to be...
Gross, mama.
bananas. Wait, what, does she have 5 cards in her hand?
From the Crown of Providence gets you a 5th one.
Okay, yeah, her arsenal went. I thought she picked up her arsenal and just put it in her hand.
Steelblade Supremacy is one of the best cards. It's going to do +2, and if this sword hits, draw a card. Then our
Warrior's
go again
Valor.
comes from Warrior's Valor.
So
If this hits,
coming in for
do whatever I want.
8? No, 10? Oh my god.
Base 5, +2 for Supremacy, +3 from Valor.
Someone call the police. Because
They can't help you.
yeah, that's true. Don't call the police. Will make
They'll
the
show up 5
situation
hours
worse.
late.
If they show up at all, they'll make it worse.
Shout out, sorry to all the policemen in the chat,
Yeah,
but
well,
they're probably playing.
I don't.
Or
So
it's
coming in
anyway.
for just an easy 10 with go again. Draw a card on hit.
Draw a card on hit. This is a must block for Zane. It's going to require his whole hand, but does he want to do it?
She has a route in hand though. He's just
This
in
is
the
a
really
bad first round matchup.
yeah. This
You're
is
trying to
not what he
keep
wanted
points
to
going.
see. But knowing Zane, he can lose one here and then win out for the rest of the day. He's a talented pilot, and I wouldn't put it past him of making the top 8, even if this one goes south for him, which it feels like it might.
Bolton's one of the top 12 decks in the format, so he should be good.
Dude, I mean, that's all you need really is like if you're in with a chance. Like, I wish I was one of the top 12 decks in the format.
And, I think it is crazy how much that shunt did for April. Of like, that's
Yeah.
why you play that card in your deck.
Shunt is insane. 1 for 6.
Zane has 2 of them in his list, but we haven't seen him yet.
Unmovable is 3 for 6 sometimes. Like, how does that make any sense? Thematically, it makes sense.
I guess Warriors
In
are
my
the
heart, it does not make sense. Next AGE on the Vegas Orb, are we right? I believe you mean the Vegas Sphere over there at the Venetian.
no way.
Brought to you by I think Madison Square Garden people.
Dude, taking 10
Damn,
to the face.
Do it, Zane.
What
do
is
it.
April thinking is happening? She goes, oh, wait, I can
Honestly,
draw a card. Who cares?
Best thing he could have done there is probably take 10. which is wild. Because I think anything he did would have just punished him. So either she's got to put him in a really bad position, or he's gonna come back and hopefully clap back some damage. I think Bolton can do 17 damage in a turn,
But
can he do?
how much is Dory
30
doing right now?
damage.
This is 5 plus 2 because we still have our supremacy bonus.
Jeez.
Taking Zane down to 7. There's not a chance that she could double
April can
pump.
do 17 damage in a turn with just 2 sword swings.
That's literally, yeah.
That's
17.
crazy.
I think that's something about, if you're playing Bolton, you have to be trusting in your deck that you can race anybody in the format,
yeah.
but then you have to draw your cards in the right order.
Yeah.
And some other decks don't have to draw as well as you have to draw.
And he's running with like a not even a mini fridge. He's got like.
Yeah, not
It's
having
like
2 block on that crown.
He got caught off guard and only got like part of his armor on, and he's wearing like, you know, his.
On-blade counter to 3 is goodbye.
I mean, it's not goodbye, but it is like you either win this game
this turn or you're done.
Yeah, because she'll want to like just tank some damage.
But via the Vanguard is a hand. We have a tunic counter. Here's what you're paying to watch at home. If you had a Spirit of Irina up, you could probably do around 25 damage with these cards.
Dang.
We're going to Bravado first. No, this is Light the Way. Light the Way charging a Banneret of Gallantry, so there will be a Quicken token.
There we go, Zane. Look at that.
This is 3. This is not enough.
Yeah, he's just getting started, though. He's got a Quicken. He's got his soul charged up. He's turned on his sword. He's turned on his other soul cards. He can get go again twice. He's got Snapdragons. Maybe there's a cash in there. Come on, let's just. Oh, and then he gets stuffed by a Fate for seeing.
Yeah. This is going to require a Snapdragon break to keep going because there's not a bump. So there we go. We see that. That's your get out of jail free card used on this turn. Makes me kind of wonder what else is in your hand where you just take 17 to the face if you didn't have a better card to start our turn. What is going on? Because now if you have... No, okay, we're doing this one. Snatch.
Nice. Classic.
We're going to try to draw again. I haven't put Snatch in my my deck yet for Olda, or what's his name? Bolton. But taking it, drawing a card off the top.
Yeah, this was great.
good.
I mean, I bet he was stoked when he saw that Fate for scene because that would have been much better right now. April still has two block on her chest piece, so you know she's probably not sweating. But oh, there's that Spirit of Irina now.
Showed up late.
We're gonna do the
this
Iron
chain.
Song Versus, which is like that's a weird name for a card. Iron Song Versus. It sounds like an incomplete sentence.
Versus who?
Versus who? Versus you. Will be playing as Ken because he's on.
You see Barbie yet?
No.
Oh my gosh. Solid movie. Go see Barbie. This is a 3 damage sword that does have an on hit of make my next attack bigger. We know that he can use his soul to give this go again one last time and play one of the 2 cards in his hand. But where that goes from there, I don't know for Zane, because there won't be a go again unless he plays like Take Flight, but then there won't be anything behind it. So nothing in these 2 cards can do 10 damage is where we're going with this thought process.
But can he get any cards out of her hand? He does have 2 cards. So
that's what I thought was Via the Vanguard. So he didn't have Via the Vanguard, so this makes a lot more sense. A 1 for 4 turns into a 1 for 5.
Pretty good. She has a pummel in her hand.
Really?
Yeah, dog. Fuck yeah, April. Sorry. Excuse me. I mean...
Dude, I like that deck box color, too.
Yeah. April's bringing the vibes with the deck box, the extended art, Iron Song something, Iron Song Pride.
Yep.
And a pummel. What is that even for? Is it just for Command and Conquer?
She actually has a special pummel that you can hit Blade.
Yeah, you pummel the sword into the face.
Ooh. What you thought about this? Down to 2.
Wow. Okay.
Almost
Zane.
got there.
Okay, Zane. Let's go.
Steel Blade Shunt twice for game. You won't draw it right now, Zane. He has 2 shunts. Does he draw them here?
Dude, he hasn't seen one yet, man.
2 shunts.
That's why they call him Zane Two Shunts, baby. Because he's got 2 shunts.
The first card here,
Just
you always block
some value
your
signaling
entire hand. You just
with
put your whole hand out here. You have no chance of winning if you don't put your entire hand.
April playing 5D chess, pitching the 1 pummel, being like, you know it's in here now. How crazy do you think I am?
Yeah. Who are you? I am.
So just coming in for an easy 9. Just the easy 9.
Block your whole hand, Zane.
God, this,
Block your whole hand, brother.
He's got his arms, so he's got 2 there. That's nice. Did you see what's in April? Oh, he does the whole hand.
Go.
Wow.
Are there any Iron Song Courage or? Ooh, what are we doing? We got a red thing over there.
What does the Iron Song Pride do?
Iron Song Pride says +1 at instant speed.
Okay.
So she can go to at least 10.
But he's blocking.
He's blocking 14 or possibly 13.
I think 13, because the defense reaction is a 2, right? Or the attack reaction is a 2.
Yeah.
Woo!
So that worked.
Wow.
We're resetting the board state.
He's just filtering his hand to draw his 2 shunts to win the game.
And this is where you say, rate in for 0 and hope they block.
Yeah. Let's go. Raiden for 0. Mind games. No. Zane's a true gentleman. He's like, I'm not even going to joke around with you.
Drew a gold cash in.
He drew a cash in.
I'm wondering if you put in the shunt. I feel like who else are you playing shunt for if you're not doing it for Dory?
You'd have to do it against Dory. What would be the point not to? She swings the sword all the time.
Maybe it's Bravo that you were. Oh,
it's just face. Spoils of War coming in.
Power cards are coming.
Don't worry, she's gonna get the copper.
Meeps does not steal copper.
Meeps doesn't steal copper.
Does not steal copper.
Why not?
Because copper doesn't have a cost.
So
So if you're in your local things and you're playing Warrior out of nowhere,
you try to meep
Meeps will draw a card, not take one of your copper tokens.
Meep is what we say.
But
I think Zane's gonna
Kyloria does take copper.
Yeah, Kyloria can go to hell. It's a good dragon.
I think Zane probably blocks for 9 here and then uses one of his 0 attacks for 3 just to try to get 1 card out of April's hand. That's kind of what he's maybe playing towards. Because you don't really want to play against a 5-card Dory when you have 7 health.
Excuse me, everyone.
We're loving the shirt earlier. We got some shirt. Is there some lore of this striped shirt for Zane? Is this a lucky shirt?
I would say it just looks good on him. You know, I miss Zane's long hair. He used to have gloriously long hair.
Really?
I think he donated it, though. It just shows that he's even more of a stand-up guy.
Yeah, when's the last time April donated her hair?
What a fucking hero. I mean, I'm not as close with April.
Here's the block 9.
There you go. You called it. He blocks 9. Is she going to Iron Song response? What's in Arsenal? I don't remember.
April's just chewing gum, saying, ugh, please just die.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a crazy looking poster behind her.
Why won't you die? That's a classic Beholder from the Forgotten Realms, Dungeons and Dragons. I believe there's a Dennis the Tall scooting in the frame there. April thinking here. So what's she at? Is she only attacking for 5? Oh no, because Zane stuffed the last one, right? So all the Dawn counters.
Dawn blades fell off.
Ooh, that was lucky, or just a good move.
I think the other thing too is when you're playing defense reactions against another warrior. Oh,
Okay, so we're getting +1.
Doing 1 damage and get a counter, which is pretty nice. Because one of those is the attack reaction. So he was coming in for 8. April responds with 9. And the counter sticks around because Pride keeps it on there as long as you hit once.
Dang. It's a good card, man. It's a good card.
Zane Johnson, what do you have in your hand? We're looking for a 0 for 3, or hopefully it's a 0 for 4. Snatch for 4 would be the best card. So if you're a Zane fan, just hope it's that.
Oh, let's go. Now the mind games are starting. Let's jump into Zane's brain right there. Alan in the back scooping the deets. No, he's gone now.
It's like, how well do you know Bolton cards? Because everyone else, if you're playing at home, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You do not block. There's nothing.
What is that card there that wins you the game magically? It'd be so funny if there was a card that charges at instant speed.
Yeah, the only thing that you could lose to on a naked Raiden is if they have a soul of like 6 or 9 cards, and then they just go Raiden for 0, and then Beacon for 0, and dump all 9 of the soul on you.
Yeah.
That is a possible thing, but when you see the no soul, Zane is ginger right now. There is no soul whatsoever.
All right, glistening. There it is. All the ones you hate to see. Dawnblade coming in for an indeterminate amount of disgusting damage, and it's just 6. It's just 6, man.
Resounding Courage off Tunic is a real thing. That's true.
What is Resounding?
Sorry about that, Yuki.
Courage do?
That is one of the new ones.
Oh.
That is in his deck list too.
Oh,
we saw it earlier. April gets bonus points for calling a bluff. Good for her.
All right.
I know about that card too.
You know about it?
I just forgot that Tunic existed right there.
Why didn't you tell me about that card?
What's really important right now is the Dawnblade for 6 that Zane's looking at. You don't want to take any damage here.
Especially not 6 damage.
Because it's going to make a Dawnblade counter and draw a card. So I think this is another 9 block.
Oh, but he's got a snatch in hand. That blocks for 2. He's got 1 up on his verses.
Resounding Courage is good too because you pay 1 to do +3, but it's only light warrior attacks. So that's why it works off Raiden. It doesn't work on like sabers or something else like that. So that's a Raiden card for everybody. We're blocking 6. Is it enough?
Oh, is it?
Wow.
It's good. It's good,
Wow.
Zane. Goated.
Guessed right twice in a row. Guessing
with
right
the
is
6
important.
Block. Wow.
April just drew into a lot of defensive cards over the last 2 turns, or this.
Does he still have a cash-in?
Cash-in's there.
Yes, he does have a cash-in. Let's go, Zane! This is going to be it. I think this is going to be a crazy turn where he does reasonable amounts of damage, of chip damage to win the game. April does look like she's got a defense reaction, so that will help. But Zane coming in with a full grip definitely has taken charge in this late game.
Here's a bravado.
Like how I use that word charge.
Oh
and then he
no,
charged.
it's not a yellow. So this is gonna stop his turn before it even starts, unless he has a buff in the back. So you have to assume that there will be a buff. So either Resounding Courage is coming, or what's the other one called? I literally can look at this in front of me. Courageous Steel Hand would be a easy way to win here. So you kind of need to respect with a 6 block here because you're under health. Still haven't used the chess piece for April though.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what she was thinking too. So I can block
But
3.
I think you just throw an attack reaction, and then I'm assuming April has the defense reaction.
Yeah,
it just ends his turn, ladies and gentlemen. That is awful. Yikes.
Yeah, not what you want to see off the cash-in turn there. I was hoping
That was garbage.
for a little bit of more, cash in.
Yeah, there was way more in than cash on that.
So here we go. Just a naked Dawn Blade. We've got a glint, a defense reaction, and something else. So might just be a bit of a bluffing turn. Oh, Iron Song response. Okay. So
Block 6, Zane.
yeah, this could be a block 6, but then the glint does come in and do some head games, and could top deck something pretty tasty. But I feel like Zane might feel like he got lucky last time with a perfect block 6.
Right. You can't perfect block 3 times in a row, man. But if you come at the king, you best not miss.
That's true. King Sir Bolton. That's Dr. King Sir Bolton.
Dr. King.
Damn.
Rest in peace, man.
Rip. Fuck.
Colin's getting his land legs back.
Yeah, over there in Europe, they're just a bit, more
Laissez.
laissez-faire, as they say. They've got that je ne sais quoi. Oh, so we coming in with a snatch block. That's unfortunate because that's a fun
That
card.
only
to
blocks
play.
5.
It only blocks 5. So we
Shunt's in
definitely,
Arsenal, according to all the people at home.
dude, they got them eagle eyes at home,
Yeah.
bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm just out here trying to make up things to talk about, so I miss, I miss what goes in the Arsenal sometimes.
Nice. What are we doing? We're gonna bump?
Oh, here
no,
we go.
we're gonna
We're
give it
glint.
go again.
Well, yeah, you give it go and you draw the card, because then you get more information, right?
Hoping to draw a buff.
Ooh, is it
That's sick.
Pretty good for April.
That is one of the best cards to draw.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Zane.
But Zane's not at 3 health. He's at 6, so he
True.
can maybe take a hit here and not lose the game. Oh, we're bumping to do 1 damage probably, just like we thought. It has go again, so we can use our hero power, not the 20 blade in hand. But we're shunting,
we got
just
that
like we
shunt.
said.
Shunt.
April's down to 1. We're just looking for the other shunt. Because April's deck is weapon focused.
Zane's just so
It's-
casual. Look how calm he
It's
is.
kind of figured out for Zane here if he can just block 12 until he finds the shunt. Now that we know he's playing both.
Oh, and the twinning blade comes out.
20 blade's great here. What are we doing? We're going to just go ahead and put all these cards in the bin.
Just trash these things. And then we're going to just try again. She's still got 2 cards. They could be anything.
Also, if this one hits, we can break our shoes, and then the hero power works on this swing, and we can swing a second time.
Oh.
A third time even, if you're paying attention. Zane was like, oh crap, I thought I had 3 block over here in my equipment suite. I only have 2.
He's going to take the 1. He's taking 1 damage, losing his tunic and his verses.
And right now, if there's a pump at all in hand, I know it's not in hand. It could be an arsenal. Does she use her shoes? Am I right on this, or is this not how the hero power works? Yep.
Yeah, she could,
Breaking
yeah.
shoes.
'Cause-
Hero power works on the first time it hits.
Yeah, and it didn't hit last time, so
3 more.
that's why Twinning Blade is boosted.
Now, Zane, what are you going to do? You need a card and a charge card. So just take this 3 and hope there's not a bump. Or you block 6 because you know that you could just shunt. Why would you not just wait for the shunt? It's got to be coming up soon. What sucks is you have... Okay, he is waiting for the shunt.
That's probably the smart move. He wins the game automatically on her turn, so...
Right.
That's all. He just needs to draw the 1 card. That's all he needs.
I think April probably knows that and is like, well, let me just go as quickly as possible. April also immediately looking for one of her 3 Iron Song Determinations just to close this out. She hasn't played a single one of them.
Yeah, I wonder what's in Arsenal, because it's been stuck there for a bit, and she still has that defense reaction in hand, which is it's pretty good for Zane right now that's stuck there. looking through there, seeing what kind of Iron Song, Steel Blade, BS Dorinthia's going to bust out when he tries to block this one, but there's just so many. There's so many these days. How can we even keep track? She's even got Pursuit of Knowledge in here. April.
Oh my goodness.
We love April.
That's how you can get around a shunt for game.
She's got the spice. That's the other pummel hit. You do that turn 0.
Oh, wow.
Pummel. Thanks for playing.
Your opponent has 3 cards and you have 5. Yikes. Zane Johnson. I'm going to go ahead and block this many. 9. I like the dice for the block. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. Well, you know, Bolton famously runs 2 blocks. Whereas I think Dorinthia usually doesn't, except for this Pursuit of Knowledge and pummel that we've already talked about here.
If you're learning Bolton soon, there are certain matchups where you need to just not play Courageous Steel Hand to take the 2 blocks out. Which does kind of make your turns a little worse sometimes. But if it's important to hit these 3 breakpoints of 3, 6, 9, you're going to want to take it out.
I feel like she's got to get this defense reaction out of hand. There we go. Is she going to sink? I don't know. She's got an Iron Song Determination. Is that what that one's called?
She does have it. Okay.
Hate that card.
So here's a Dominate. We need the Shunt in hand this turn, or maybe this is it for Zane.
I can't see. He moves his cards too fast. This guy play Yu-Gi-Oh or what?
This is 4. There's no on hit or go again. We're blocking with our best attack, V for the Vanguard.
Yeah, take one. Does she have it? What is in this arsenal? Somebody in chat, tell me what's in this arsenal. It's either very good or very bad. There we go. It's an overpower. Oh,
that is
God.
All she wrote. 7 minus. Is that really? Where's the shunt at?
Where's the shunt? Where's the
it wasn't next turn.
Where's the
wasn't
shunt?
The turn. There it is.
Oh my God.
3 turns away. Because it's a Dawnblade for 4 plus
6 on the overpower.
Is that a red one? I get.
Maybe it's a blue.
It's 4, so it's 8 minus 3 is exactly 5 for lethal. Goodbye.
GG, as they say.
Dang.
That
Bolton loses his first game on stream in AG history. Well, he did something a long time ago. But.
Pretty exciting game, to be honest.
April's just chewing bubblegum and putting her deck away like she didn't just sneak out of here with a 1-point victory.
Yeah, a little bit of luck on that side. I think both sides. I mean, some really great blocks from Zane. I think April stood in there. I think it seems like the times when they kind of tanked the damage and went for it were pretty good moments, even though I think Zane really got hamstringed by his lackluster cash in.
So bad. I get a refund on that one, yeah. Let's do...
No, it doesn't work. So,
oh,
you don't get to look at our faces.
Yeah, currently our show us on the camera button's not working, so we're just going to look
at...
at...
us being cute in the studio. Too bad.
Nope.
Oh, there we are, and everybody is lounging around.
Oh my gosh, you can see Tyler Horse pulling jersey behind us.
Dude, Tyler, are you sure that's him?
This guy, let me do this. This guy is playing Icelander. He's really good.
We should have, speaking of what people are playing, we should have a metagame breakdown at some point.
Maybe in a round or something.
Not right now, but I'm saying it will come eventually. Maybe between rounds, I'll go count people's decks.
There's some people I've never seen here today.
We got a good crowd. What are we at today? About 40 people?
I think it's 65 or something.
42. So you were very
48 to 42. There's a lot of people that came carpool that weren't supposed to be here.
Yeah, no, we got some out-of-towners, Arizona crew. 44, excuse me. Wow, people are just showing up as we speak.
Yeah. As long as we're wrong the first time. That's
taking that round 1 loss so that they can try to get here. Unfortunately, Zane did lose that one. I think, like I said before, he's someone who can come back and win out for the rest of the day. So maybe he just
gonna have to.
We'll see what he has to go up against. And but yeah, Warriors can't
new meta, baby.
Can't live with him.
Warriors
can't kill him.
Come out to play. We carpooled today.
We did carpool today.
Did you see my driveway?
I did. I saw Blake's driveway. Did I pull into the driveway, or was that the other driveway?
No, that was the right one.
Nice. We're friends in real life and on stream. Shout out to AGE Open and as well as Collector Legion for hosting AGE. It's been a pleasure to be here ever since we did our move from the old Pasadena down here to whatever city we're in that's next to Redondo Beach. But yeah, just a lovely, lovely store. If you ever get a chance, you're out here for an event, Collector Legion, just stellar. We love it. I guess let's go through some other stuff. We've got if you're not familiar with what we're doing here, this is an AGE Open. We've been doing it for now 7 months straight.
Jeez.
Leading up all the
like
way
6.
to August. For me, it was. Actually, it was 5. Man, I missed 2 in a row. That was rough. But next month, we will have our Players Championship.
16 people, man.
16 people, $3,000 prize pool. That's crazy. These guys are going to get some gains.
Wait, have we told you guys? That's not really
That's the wrong one.
Oh,
God, I haven't.
Oh, God.
I haven't. This is the one standings. This is what we want to talk about. These are the guys. These are the people who are the best of the best of the AGE series. Of course, Craig Pollock at number 1.
True.
The man can't be stopped, even when you take away his favorite hero. He's just like, I've got another favorite hero that's also very good and consistent and can just win everything. But down here, if you look on the right side of the screen, this is where it gets real interesting. I think most of these people are here. Did Travis show up?
I think Travis is here.
I didn't see him earlier, but basically everybody there on that right side is vying to keep their position because everyone below 16 is like pretty close. And if they do get into the top 8, they will be pushing some folks down who don't. So this will get shaken up. I think we can say the top 8 we have here are probably going to be locked in.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, it's some really good players out there. We got good players out here, man. And that's why it's hard sometimes to play because they're just so much better than me.
I think one thing that we should do that I just thought of.
What's that?
If you got 7 points in the standings, you showed up to 7 AGEs and you got your participate. Anybody that got more than 7 or less than 7, who cares? But if you got exactly 7 points,
yeah,
I'll give you a pack of Dusk Till Dawn.
Dude, you heard it here first. We'll go.
That's
buy
the least we could do.
We'll go buy a box right now, and you get one and I get one.
Okay.
You know, for everybody who is a participation champion. We love you. Thank you for the support. Shout out to our producer Justin and our stream. What's Christine's? She's our other producer, executive producer.
They want us to wrap it up. Get Sam on here. Yeah.
Well, you know, they're just a dynamic duo. They put on a great show. And
they should get married.
They should get married. I'd support that. Anyways, I think we got a couple-minute break coming up, and then we'll be back with round 2. I don't know who will be sitting here, but they'll be great.
Boop, boop, boop.
Be right back. hate to cut away from Randy there because he's always vibing, but we are back. I'm with Sam now.
Hey.
What up, dude?
What's up, man?
Dude, I don't know. I guess we're going to watch some cool games right now.
Absolutely. We got round 2 for you here at this final July AGE Open with 2 heroes that have been on top of the metagame for months. This is Tale as Old as Time. We are sick of these heroes so much. The Levia, I think it is. Levia Mir. It's like, ugh.
Levia and Levia.
Yeah, how many times have we seen this, huh?
They're coming at each other. It should be kind of cool. I guess they got some heat going on. It seems like LSS was like, what if Levia was good?
And we're going to find out the answer to that question. We got Connor Davenport versus Angel Benitez, both on Levia, the Shadowborn Abomination. Let's get ready to get into this game.
I'm ready. I'm just excited to see what of these cool new cards that they're doing. I feel like from what I've gathered, the what are they called? Demi hero? Is that the Demi hero is like an auto include.
Oh yeah,
like
100%.
You just do that, and I'm glad to see that they're both bringing out the claws here. I think that's correct. I don't know about the Medax situation, but I guess that's also fine choice. It looks like they're coming at each other with a very similar build right now. We've got the old what is the head? Is that a
Scowling flesh
bag?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty vivid.
Absolutely. I mean, the intimidation on the opponent's turn, a defensive intimidate, such a cool mechanic, something that I'm really excited to see how it comes into play in this game. Yeah. The other thing I want to point attention to, with both players having the gambler's gloves here, is there ever going to be a world in which you see a 6 and think to yourself, if you're staring down a 6, like, I'm going to pop these gloves and try to turn that 6 into anything freaking else?
Yeah. I mean, it probably sucks to do that for their turn, but it might have to happen at some point. I'm curious to know if I was going to say, are they going to be rolling scabs a lot? And yes.
Oh, and we are just beginning. So here's the thing. So Connor on his turn, he had the turn 1 there on the play, and he just went ahead and arsenal. He didn't want to. So a lot of those cards have an additional cost of banishing cards from your graveyard. Until the graveyard's filled up, you can't do that. So he just went ahead and arsenaled. So Angel, even though he was able to have the tempo with the 1 being rolled up, the scab skins, it's kind of like both players had to turn 0 here. Nobody got to get any extra value. Nobody got to set up the graveyard. We're starting from scratch.
Arsenal up and like let's just go. Let's. What if we just start with 5 cards instead? And here we go. Pulping coming off, draw a card, discard. This is going to be a lot of dice rolling, randomness abound. We've got...
that's a Mark of the Beast.
That's a Mark of the Beast.
So that is going to go ahead and get banished instead of going to the graveyard. So we're going to start the blood debt counter for Connor here. This means, though, we are going to have dominate on this pulping, and if it's defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards, we're having go again. And we're continuing our turn. So a block with the red Dread Screamer, one of the most important cards in this Levia deck, is going to go ahead and be shipped to the graveyard. 3 damage coming across, 37 to Connor's 40. Let's see how the turn continues.
You hate to see Mark of the Beast this early in the game.
Just head to the graveyard.
It's a liability. Anytime you see it in an opening hand, you're just like, no. My timeline just really changed. But it is cool with the whole Demi hero thing. Like I like that you turn the cards face down. That does seem like a very interesting mechanic to allow for Levia to have like a bit more of a chance. But here we go again. They both drawing up these Mark of the Beast turn 1.
Yeah, that Mark of the Beast blocking the Mandible Claw there, and then a Graveling Growl going to finish the chain for Connor. Go ahead and not be blocked, so 7 damage connecting right into Angel's face. We are moving into his turn now, 30 to 40. Both players at 1 blood debt thanks to the Mark of the Beast.
Yeah, pretty rough start for Angel there. Getting the 1 and then just taking 10 to the face, even though he blocked with 2 cards. I'm not sure where Levia is at with, 2-card hands. Like what it feels like she's always a bit card hungry. You do tend to need a few more cards to be able to fuel those multi-attack turns, and of course you need that scab skins rolls. But coming in with the really soft command and conquer right here, no arsenal to threaten, so it's pretty pretty mid.
Yeah, this is just 6 damage, but it is going to go ahead and ship a second 6 attack to the graveyard, which is going to fuel a lot of these later turns for Angel. You need to be able to be banishing 6s to turn off the blood debt until you're ready to become Levia consumed. This is going to be respected with a block of another Graveling Growl headed to the graveyard for Connor. Only 3 damage coming across, so Connor's, this is now his second real turn here. 37 to Angel's 29. Starting off with a swing big. This is, like you talk about good 2-card hands for brutes.
Yeah, that's
this is
the one.
2-card hand for 8 points of damage. We're going to keep an arsenal for later in the game. This is 8 damage that's going to need to be respected unless Angel wants to head on down to 21.
But does he want the Quicken token is the real question.
Yeah, you block that out for 8. You can go ahead and grab the Quicken.
He does got that big old chess piece.
Yeah, it's
what's it called?
Carrying us. It's gonna seeing the way that these heroes or these players want to utilize their equipment block. I think is just going to be a huge point of skill expression within this game and just a personalization to how they want to navigate the matchup. Where do you find the window to utilize the intimidation effect off the Scowling Flesh Bag? You know you need to block with the Carrion Husk before you go to 13. You want to make sure you start your turn at least 14 to be able to transform into the Demi Hero, but this is only going to be a block with a yellow Dread Screamer, so that's an attack that doesn't have the 6 power for your Levia triggers, but is a way to get the all critical go again. So we're going to go ahead and take 5 here, going to 24. Let's see how Angel wants to begin his next turn.
Yeah, it seems like you would really want to use the Flesh Bag, which is a weird sentence to say, when they're trying to go for like a big pop-off turn. You know, if you can get that card out of hand, that really is going to make a difference. Like, it could really just stuff a turn that would otherwise be pretty powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. So this Dread Screamer now is going to be 6 with Go again, banishing all 3 of the cards from Angel's graveyard. So Blood Debt going up to 3. However, it is turned off because of the 2 6s that were banished as well. This is going to be 6 with Go again. We got 2 more cards and 1 floating. If that's like a Slithering Shadow Pete or a Graveling Growl, one of these cards that are just so overrate for their cost to only cost 1.
Yeah.
This would be a pretty dang big swing back after a swing big of Connor's own.
Yeah, it does put Angel in a weird place, though. Like, his graveyard is empty now. Like, you really need to manage that resource. Like, is he going to be able to get 3 more cards in there before his next turn? Like, doesn't seem likely. So, you know, he is, more than likely going to take blood debt damage, which when he's already sitting at 24, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, and critically, only being able to follow this Dread Screamer up with the Mandible Claw, you're getting to put the Dread Screamer into your graveyard, which begins to fill it up, but you'd like to think that another attack action would have been preferable here to get 2 cards into the graveyard for your later turn. Now, this is only going to set himself up for that 1 card, that all these cards that require 3 cards to be banished, he's not going to be able to get those effects until he gets more cards in the graveyard. So we'll probably see some blocking here from Angel if he wants to try to make that happen. As Connor went ahead and blocked with 3 cards, blocking pretty much all of that damage, we're going to go for a Scabskin roll for Connor here. It is only a 2, so this will be a Boneyard Marauder coming in now for 6.
6, yeah. And just banishes 3, right? Doesn't do anything else.
Yeah.
Classic brute card.
So you see here, the Scabskin roll really was only representing like the 3 damage off the Mandible Claw if he was able to hit, so you always would prefer to get a 4, 5, or a 6, but of the turns to miss, this is not a terrible one for Connor here. As this is going to be blocked by 3 damage coming across, 21 now to Connor's 36.
I do think the one that Angel rolled earlier on was pretty bad, but I do rate that he just didn't crack his gambler's gloves immediately. I think that's something that can happen because you just get flustered, but you really do want to save that for when it's most meaningful.
And here we go. Talk about big turns. Angel going to go ahead and start this one off with the Blood Rush Bellow. We're discarding a swing big. We're drawing 2 more cards. All of our attacks, brute attacks, get +2 for the rest of the turn. So let's see how much damage this Blood Rush Bellow is going to be able to connect with.
Yeah, definitely the card he wants to see when his graveyard is a little thin. So
yeah, let's go ahead and get another card in there, and let's begin to close this life gap a little bit. And both players here, something we didn't mention right off the rip, both these players are sitting right outside that critical 16-player window for the Players' Championship. So every one of these wins is very important here as the players look to punch their ticket to that $3,000 exclusive exclusive event coming up next month. We're going to start the turn off here for Angel with a Mandible Claw. Here we go, talking about when we're using the Scowling Flesh Bag on a Blood Rush Bella's turn. Let's get an Intimidation out of the way right away before any other cards have been used.
That's exactly when you want to be doing it. That's so cool. I really like this card. I love that they did that. I feel like you can't add it to too many cards because it is pretty disruptive. But,
wow. I mean, look at this now. Look at what that Scowling Flesh Bag did. So that blocked for 2, making 3 damage come across on the last turn. But now we just have to pitch our final 2 cards to come in with the Mandible Claw here. That means your Blood Rush Bella's turn is 10 damage.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's not what you want to see. 3 cards for 10 damage. 4 if you count the Blood Rush Bellow. Like,
yeah, definitely rough. I feel like you do have to value that you got the Flesh Bag out of their equipment, because that's just going to happen at some point. But yeah, not great. He's especially bad because he didn't get to play a card that banished anything. So you just took some blood damage there as well.
10-point life difference separating
blood
debt damage. We're going to go ahead and start off the turn for Connor here with an Art of War. Banishing most likely a 6-power attack, so turning off the Blood Debt for the turn. Drawing 2 cards, don't have to worry about that effect from now on. And a lot of these Levia decks, rather, we're very used to seeing Art of Wars be the +1 and go, +1 and draw. A lot of these Levia decks choose to go again because all they need are 2 big attacks. They're not necessarily going as wide, so you get much more value. So see this Slithering Shadowpede. This is just going to be a 1 for 7 with go again. This is going to buy the Husk now. If Angel is able to stay at 14 or higher, he's going to be able to transform into the Demi-Hero at the onset of his end phase next turn. So Connor here going to be wanting to push at least 5 damage to get to the 13 life threshold that is so critical to turn off that ability.
The Art of War Slithering play seems pretty good.
Yeah, the 7 with go again without the problem of the Scab Skins variants. Not bad. But now, what can you do here to continue to push through damage, or is Angel just going to be able to take... He's only at... If his dice is representing correctly, he's at 3 blood debts. So this would only take him down to 15. So this is part of the fun new little sub-game you get to play with Levia. You want to take enough damage so your blood debt can bring you down to 13 without... taking too much damage so that you are starting at 13. The Carrion Husk is going to bump up that blood debt now to 4, so you need to just take 1 more damage here, and then we're in range. Then we'll be taking 4 from at least 17, and we'll be able to transform into the Demi-Hero. So Connor, he's playing with these exact same cards. He has all those same figures in his head, but with only the go again being spent off the Shadowpede, it's going to take either a Scabskins roll to continue this turn much wider, or just 1 more big attack. He's going to go ahead and think here, and this is going to just be a Diabolic Offering. Now, because he has banished a card with 6 or more power, instead of being a star and a star in his attack and his defense value, these are 2 6s. So technically this card blocks for 6 this turn, but instead he's just cashing it in for the 6 power attacking.
I've just been looking up how Levia Redeemed works because I missed all of that. So the thing is, when blood debt reduces you, so your blood debt has to reduce you to 13 exactly.
But each blood debt, it's 1 at a time. So as long as you,
okay,
so you go take one, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay, I was like, that's
no, that'd be crazy. If you just had to find the exact
wild out here.
Yeah.
They're gonna do this. So based on what you've seen, is consume the move, or is redeem or is it just kind of depends on what your situation?
There are definitely use cases for redeem, just getting the lack of blood debt only going to 8. I know, talking to Ethan Van Sant, he's definitely told me that there are times you want to hit the redeemed. Most decks, and probably most times today, we're going to see Levia get consumed by Plasma Fet, just because the card advantage engine, by being able to play a single card from your banished zone every single turn, that's incredibly powerful. The thing is, for Angel here, you are staring down a pretty significant life deficit. So Connor, even though the ability of playing a card at your banished zone is incredibly powerful, it's not as powerful if you've already hit 0 and lost the game.
Yeah.
So we're...
That's true. I do know that about that.
Yeah, so this is for 6. Angel can comfortably here take 3 and go to 15, and then the blood debt is going to trigger at the end of his turn. But the thing is, if he does that, he can't turn off blood debt for the turn, right? So you have to make sure that if that's the play if you want to be becoming Plasma Fed on this turn, you need to take enough damage that the blood debt's going to trigger, but you need to make sure you don't turn off the blood debt so that the blood debt gets you down to 13. But the question is, does he want to do it at this point? But look, yeah, he's going to go ahead and take the 4, go down to 14. One Blood Debt is going to turn him into Levia Consumed, and that he's hopefully going to. He's, I'm sure, hoping to ride that card advantage engine to success for the end of the game.
Yeah, he does have a pummel in his hand, so this could be a turn where he does present some difficult choices and disruption to Connor over there. But with the Art of War thrown in there as well, he's kind of throwing it up to a little bit of fate here, hoping to draw something good.
Yeah, and we're not turning...
And another Art of War.
And we're not becoming Blasmafet this turn, because
Yeah.
we've now turned off Blood Debt because that pulping was banished. So there is no Blood Debt going to be taken down at the end of this turn. So it's going to be challenging for Angel on subsequent turns because he is already at 14 to keep himself at this life threshold and not leak a single point of damage. That's going to be the only way he becomes Blasmafet from this point forward. But we do have a Go Again on the Mark of the Beast off of the Art of War, so here's 6 more. Again, this would be turning off Go Again anyway on this, or Blood Debt anyway on this turn, because this heads to the Banish Zone right away. So here's 6 with Go Again. Connor at a pretty comfortable 28 here. Got to be thinking about how he wants to close the game out on his next couple turns.
Yeah, it's interesting how that kind of all works against itself. That seems pretty on par for how Levia is been designed. It's a hero that's at odds with itself most of the time. So it's cool that like you have to balance like, well, to do what I normally do, I usually have to try to turn off Blood Debt. But then if I don't turn it off, I can now do this other cool thing. But I feel like doing it at 14 is like not where you, it's like you want to like hit 13, you know, it's like you want your Blood Debt after all it's said and done to like take you there, but not too much further, because it's not a comfortable position to be in.
Yeah, well, the turn you become Blasmafet, you are going to be comfortably able to sit at the 13. I like what you just said about a hero at odds with itself. I think that's incredibly flavorful for Levia. It's a hero at odds with this, it's a woman at odds with the demon, ripping her soul apart from the inside, and we see that literally being kind of actuated in this new demi hero and at the Blood Debt mechanic. And I like that.
Yeah,
that's
cool.
cool.
Why we say just say no to demons.
Connor looking like he's going to say no blocks, but that is going to buy the pummel. Connor with a little laugh there, perhaps not expecting to see such a powerful attack reaction in this flavor of the deck. So that's going to turn it to 10. So talk about that comfortable life deficit. We've now seen that closed by a full 10, and Connor's going to have to discard a card here. So perhaps Angel has found a way to get back into this game in the sense of finding the finding the life deficit reduction.
Yeah, this is tough too, because he was holding on to his Blood Rush hand, and that pummel is really going to make some tough choices for him depending on what's in his hand and what color those cards are, which you can't really tell. But still not, I feel like he's still not feeling too bad. He's got his Husk, so he's got that slight advantage on Angel right now, but we are teetering on that edge of chaos of what's Levia gonna do, and what's gonna happen with these cards we're about to play here.
Go Again not becoming relevant on the turn because we took the pummel line if we're Angel here. So now shipping back to Connor, he's at 18 to Angel's 14. That 28 been cut dang near by 10, and by near I mean exactly by 10.
Some would say
even by 10. So this is most likely going to be that Blood Rush Bellows turn. Angel at 14, you have to imagine it's going to be challenging, if not impossible, for him to get the Blasmafet off, though he does still have access to his Scowling Flesh Bag. And if we see, this might be this exact same play. Blood Rush Bellows into the Scowling Flesh Bag, except that's not what we're going to see. This is just going to be an endless moss. So we're banishing 3 cards, we're turning off Blood Debt, and we're just straight up coming in for 9.
Yeah, I think he got put in a really bad spot with the pummel discard. He needed that extra card for the resources, just so he wasn't just totally dependent on drawing 2 random cards and having no resources floating. It's not the best position to be in, but he will hit here. His graveyard seems to be pretty healthy with the 6 powers, so...
Now, this is an attack for 9. If we're Angel here, if we have the block in our hand and we wish to do so, we're probably going to be able to stay at 14 right now. And then that means if we don't turn the Blood Debt off, we successfully navigated a tricky situation and put ourselves in the position to become Blasmafet consumed, staying at 14, because that Blood Rush Bellow is not able to get any use this turn because of that pummel. So this might be a really impressive way to see Angel navigate back through this. He has a Blood Rush Bellow of his own in his hand that we can see. It looks like there's a Swing Big in there, maybe an Endless Maw of his own, yeah. So maybe he's deciding, I just want to throw my Blood Rush Bellows as you know, instead of trying to go for the Blasmafet line here. So he's got a number of options open to him. That's the thing about these new Levia decks is people say they are quite skill expressive and really somewhat challenging to pilot. Because it looks like, here's a line we weren't even talking about. This is going to be an Art of War in response to the Endless Maw.
A defensive Art of War. We hate to see it.
Yeah, so this is going to go ahead and draw 2 more cards. You have to imagine he's upping the block value. Perhaps trying to give himself the best likelihood of blocking the 9 so he doesn't have to take any damage and can become Blasmafet at the end of his next turn. So let's see, did he draw? Now, that's the thing. A lot of Levia cards don't block.
Yeah.
So did he draw enough?
Yeah, even more cards don't block now, which is wild. He does got a pulping. I think he might have to block with his Blood Rush Bellow too, man.
Ooh, if that's a Diabolic Offering in his hand, because he's banished a 6 or more power card, it blocks for 7 right now. Because its defense becomes 6 and then would be for 7. Ooh. So if that is a Diabolic Offering in his hand, which I think it is, that blocks for 7. He has 1 block on his Scabskin Leathers. That would be 8. The question is, does he want to instead put the Scowling Fleshbag in? It does look like he is going to go ahead and do so. So yes, there it is, the play. That is a Diabolic Offering block for 7. 2 more block off the Scowling Fleshbag for 9. So we now get to see if Angel doesn't turn off Blood Debt here, he is able to become Blasmafet, Levia consumed from a position that we were saying looked pretty challenging to navigate. So we're going to start off with the Scabskin Leathers here. This has become rather interesting. And we hit the 6!
Ooh, does Connor crack it? No, he's going to let it ride. Because honestly, they never use all 3.
Well, here now, but because if you're Angel, we want to make sure we're not turning off Blood Debt. So this is probably just going to be a couple claws, maybe set up an arsenal, and then we're going to watch the Blood Debt tick down and become Blasmafet consumed here. So, I mean, this has been a really interesting and honestly quite cool showing from Angel here, navigating a life deficit and a kind of interesting little sub game with the Blood Debt and the management, and he's done a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a Levia stan for a long time. He's tried to make it work in all sorts of metas, so I'm happy he's here now. He's got some new tools and toys to play with, and I don't know. We'll see. I have yet to see someone transform, so I'm excited to see this Blasmafet consummate, and we'll see.
I don't know if any consummation is happening.
We'll do that,
but
consommé is, I think it's like a soup.
Oh, consomme. I see. Like instead of consumed. I like what you're saying. All right, so yes, we're using the action points here because we can't get any go again from the Mandible Claw, so these are just 2 attacks for 3. But Angel, he's going to set himself up with a 5-card hand. Looks like he's got like 6 cards in the Blood Debt zone, so he's at the end of this turn going to go to 13 and have 6 extra cards to work with for the rest of the game. This could be interesting.
So with the consumed, you just play Blood Debt cards from your banish.
You get 1 a turn. And then at the end of the turn, the cards that you have in Blood Debt, that you have left in Blood Debt, just get banished from the top of your deck. But anything you banish for the rest of the game gets banished face down. So you're not able to utilize, you're not able to play it, even though it has Blood Debt. So you don't have to, and you don't take Blood Debt, you just lose cards. So you're on a clock in terms of your deck is running out of cards, but we are able to block with cards. And again, kind of like Chain, have an extra bit of cards in the banish zone that we can work with at any time. So we're going to go ahead and go to 13 here from the Blood Debt, which means we're going to be triggering Blasmafet, Levia consumed, and it's the Marvel? My man said, hold my beer, bro.
Of course it is. This guy doesn't play around.
My goodness.
This is his hero. He didn't just come to this last week. And this is really cool. I'm excited to see this play out. I like how they've dealt with this because it seemed like the way they designed Levia, just like it was like she could do some really cool stuff and then she would just die.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, that sucks. It sucks even when you're watching someone do it because sometimes you're just like, oh wow, that was really cool, and then you're just like, oh, I won. Sorry, like I didn't even know I was about to win the game. So now we're doing our random banishes. Connor can't be stopped. His Blood Debt is always turned off. He's just got that healthy graveyard. It's interesting that Angel's navigated all this with like a pretty slim graveyard the whole time, which I think is just shows that, like how he knows to play the hero. I think a lot of the timing of when you play certain attacks and how you build that graveyard is all whoa.
Hold on. Did we just see an endless Moth or 9 just get eaten to the dome? We did, and the reason is Angel's sitting on a nice, juicy Blood Rush Bellows.
Oh god! And
my goodness,
we don't have the flesh bag to stop us now. He does have his husk, so
that's 6 life that we're going to see here. But again, these cards from the Banished Zone, they are brute attacks, so they are going to get the benefit from this Blood Rush Bellows as well.
yeah.
Blood Rush Bellow is only the one. He's not bellowing twice. But can we find the go again? Can we go wide enough here to make that 9 damage worth it?
I told you it just for now. It's for 2.
What?
The bellows continue. He said you liked part 1.
Oh! Yo!
Second verse, same as the first.
Oh my god, we're drawing. We have a 4-card hand. All of our attacks get +4 for the rest of the turn. You can see Connor's got his head in his hand. He's like, I haven't seen this since Nam.
He's like, why didn't I do that?
Oh my goodness. So let's see Angel here. He took 9 damage to the face, but he got 2 blood rushes out of it. So how much damage can he push here? Is it going to come down to Scabskins? This is going to be a Mandible Claw for 7? Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he
7
just
off
does
the
14
claws.
off his claws, and then he can play something from Banish. And
We
then
got 2 floating, and most likely he's got a Dread Screamer in there, right? At least the one in his Banish Zone.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's going to also have go again. How much pitch does he have? How much damage does he throw? I'm losing my mind.
Well, how many 6 powers does he have in his graveyard right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, because he's got the couple blood rushes. So that is true. That is a way that this could perhaps become a little more interesting. But we've got 2 floating. We don't need to pitch, Angel. What are we doing? We got 7 more.
14 off your weapons is, it's pretty good, as they say in this game. There's a value to paying 4 to do 14 damage.
Yeah, there is a value, I've heard. So this is going to buy the husk. 1 damage coming through, 16. Is Connor going to be able to stay at high enough of a life total to become Plasma Fed himself? It's hard to imagine, but it's going to depend on how wide can Angel go on this double Blood Rush Bellow turn. As Levia consumed the power of the demons, suffusing him entirely. He cannot be stopped.
He has been suffused.
I
can't tell how much blood debt Connor's rocking right now. It's either like a 4 or a 6, but I can't really. Maybe it is a 6. So that's got to be a little bit concerning. I do think this husk is like putting a lot of work in right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really just took a destroy you turn down to like a pretty good turn, which Husk is good at doing.
You see Angel checking that Banish Zone. There's that graveyard there. There are those 2 Blood Rush Bellows. There are the 2 Art of Wars. We can see a lot of cards that are not going to have the 6 power necessary to turn on something like a Dread Screamer. So you have to imagine he's thinking about those Scabskins just as an insurance package. But that 2 1s here like really just takes all the steam out of this choo-choo train of doom.
Yeah, I mean, you are right. He does have the Dread Screamer in there, so it's got to be what he's looking for. But if he rolls Scabskins, they both still have Gambler's Gloves. They can both pop it.
That's
So
true.
There is a world where he has to roll a good roll 3 times in a row.
That's tough. That's tough to put your game on.
I mean, they knew what they were doing when they suited up as brutes today.
Connor Davenport was, I think, a 2nd place finish on Rhinar at one of our AGE Opens as well. So he's shown a navigation of the Brute class himself. As you said, Angel been rocking with Levia for quite some time. But, you have to imagine, because both these players are lovers of the Brutes, they're used to rolling some dice, and they've gotten some blessings from the dice gods themselves.
Yeah, but they also know that those dice gods are fickle.
Fickle. Fickle is all hell, brother.
And so they know the fear, but do they succumb to the fear? Are they consumed by that fear, or do they just go for the glory of it all? Angel's gonna think about it for a second. He's got time. This hasn't been a slow game in the slightest. So because he's got what's he got? He's got Graveling Growl. Is there a Pulp?
Graveling Growl,
Does he
yeah.
have a Screamer in hand too?
That would change things. How much pitch does he have? He's flicking those cards because he doesn't like us and doesn't want us to be able to tell. It's okay, Angel.
Look at my hands.
It's okay. Let's see. He's going to go ahead and keep thinking this turn through. This is a big one. He took 9, went to 4 to this. That's 2 reckless swings away from doom.
Yep.
So.
Oh, God. What if Connor has 2 reckless swings in his hand? No, that doesn't work. He needs more cards.
No.
For that. What a way to lose. It's always...
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Here
We're
we
rolling
go.
the scab skins.
We got
We're
the
doing it,
scabbings.
folks.
He's like, clear the way.
Let's clear this combat chain. We got to see. He's putting his faith into the laws of chance, and we hit a 2. Does he want to pop the gambler's gloves here? Let's see. We're just going to go ahead and resolve the effect. So, at least now, if we're Angel here, we know a little more about what our turn looks like.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think that is the move. This is the turn to do it. You're not going to have a lot more opportunities to roll scab skins right now. So you go for it now. I think when you roll a 2, you got to be like, well, I think I got lucky. And I'm not going to break my gambler's gloves, because then once you do roll good, Connor's going to come back and make you do it again. So you don't want to push your luck more than you have to.
The question is here, what attack does he want to follow this up with? If it is a Graveling Growl in his hand, that would just be for, like, what, 11? So even if Connor has 2, 3 blocks and the...
But he can only play
Absence.
that if he's banished something, right?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. So I think at this point, and since... Wait, does he banish all things face down now?
From the top of the
From
deck.
the top of the deck
I
he does, but
think.
if he did it from another way, it would be face up.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
We'll look at that. Maybe the chat knows. Taylor says to pop the gloves, coward.
No, it says, yeah, whenever a card is put into your banish zone, turn it face down. But it still hits the graveyard as a 6 with Blood Debt, and then turns face down. So your cards still get to see them.
Gotcha, okay.
For, like,
okay.
Levi's
So
effect for cards like this, yeah.
It still could happen.
Yeah, you still get to see it.
That's, yeah, that's tough. I mean, I feel like you got to just go for the ability to play cards from your banish zone. Like, you probably want to save that Dread Screamer, because that's, he's most likely not going to be able to follow it up with anything. So, but yeah, his graveyard is not the best, which I think, Connor's done a pretty good job at keeping that graveyard nice and healthy and full of 6s. I think once you have that critical mass of non-attacks and instants in there, like, you're like, he's rolling dice, he's banishing random cards, he's just gambling out here right now. But I think he's just gonna play a card.
Is that what you think he's going to do?
I mean,
Just play a card?
I would just play a card from my banish, because I feel like you have that card advantage. But I guess maybe he doesn't need it.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think at this point, if you're Angel, he's hoping to push as much damage as possible. He's going for the biggest ceiling here. So.
Oh, okay, I see what he did. So he's hoping to get this Graveling Growl off, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So
So there's a lot of misses in this graveyard right now.
Yeah.
There are a lot of misses. He's just playing for the most damage he can possibly have. He's trying to kind of end the game here, put himself in such a driver's seat. We're going to say he just had the top 3. That's an Art of War and the Slithering Shadowpeach. So we did hit. This is going to have Go Again, which means this is coming in for 9 with Go Again. He does have the 1 left to come in for an enormous amount of damage afterwards.
Is it 11 on the Graveling Growl?
It's or for the Graveling Growl, yeah, that's going to be for 11 here.
Oh, yeah, this is great. I'm going to play Levia now.
Yeah, look at this. So here's 9 with Go Again. Now, we were putting you put yourself in a position. If you did miss here, Connor might have been able to become Blasmafet consumed himself. But no, we're just going to take 7, going down to 9. And then here comes the biggin.
Yeah.
We can play it from Banish Zone. Yeah, we can look at our Banish Zone here. We still have the access to play something. Do we have a 1 for 7 in the Banished Zone that we can go ahead and throw out? We have an endless maw because we have enough to pitch for it. So, how about...
Is that 13?
Well, so we still have to banish the 3, right?
We have to banish 3 to get the +3.
So we're going to see. It's at least 6. Getting bumped... It's at least 10.
It's at least minimum 10.
What? Getting word from our producer, and it is confusing me. Gotcha. Wow. Well, I mean, I think if we take a look at this hand here, this was an attack for 13 because we did hit again. There was a no block in Connor Davenport's hand. So we talk about going for the highest ceiling turn possible. The highest ceiling here turned out to be victory. Angel Benitez on the heels of a double Blood Rush Bellow turn, going ahead and closing the game out. 2 critical hits off the graveyard into the banish zone here. Just put himself in the driver's seat, and truly, because of the no block in Connor's hand, took this thing to victory.
Brute Tings, man. Brute Tings. That was, how much did that Dread Screamer come in for?
Dread Screamer was for 9.
So he had 14 off his claws, 13 off the maw.
20, so we're at 27 already.
Oh, my God.
Plus 9 is 36.
Wow. OTK Levia. Let's go. That was... Dude, that was tight. I'm glad we brought that on there. Yeah, you did mention that they were both those players outside our top 16, fighting for their life to make it into the Players' Championship. Angel one step closer to making that, realizing that dream. I'll say it's a dream, even though I won't speak for him that way. But, it's going to be fun.
He's never wanted anything more, he told me.
Anything more in his life. Not even that Powerball for $1 billion last week. He was like, nah, AGE championship.
Yeah, I'll take that. I want that medal.
Let's take it home. So,
I want that medal.
Speaking of medal, we have, again, of course, our winner today playing for the AG. Get that, cold foil shine on there. AGE Open Championship. They used to wear these to play, but they stopped wearing them when they all started losing when they were wearing them. So there's no more of that flex. But, really, really interesting game. Really cool to see Angel kind of navigate that tricky end game, figuring out, he was just patient.
Yeah.
He knew he had 2 blood rushes left, and the fact that he could, do both of them and just go for that, there's always that luck of Brute. You can't get around it, and I think that's why I like it, and you can't really be mad about it because it can so easily go the other way. You can draw a bunch of stuff. You can have a no block in hand and just die because that's the end of the game. But really cool to see the Demi Hero come out, and I don't know. I might have to break my Levia deck back out.
I mean, it looks pretty fun. There's a Levia with a deck that doesn't have any true on-hits in the card pool itself. There's not a lot of disruption or a lot of interactivity beyond just powerful overrate attacks, but some of the fun from what I'm seeing is navigating the blood debt, making sure you can hit that 13, not taking quite enough damage to go below 13, making sure you utilize all these things, and then setting yourself up for that powerful endgame from the bandage zone, or that powerful endgame if you just happen to natty hit the 2 Blood Rush Bell. That also works.
I mean,
that also works.
That is just dodge on gem and then hit both your blood rushes in a turn.
Come on.
If you can do that, you can win most games, my friend. That was a lot of fun. I'm excited to see what Levia does in this current new meta that we're in.
Absolutely. I think we're going to hit a quick 2-minute break here as we're going to go ahead and grab Angel Benitez for a quick winner's interview, get his insights into why he brought the deck, and talk about that crazy Blood Rush turn. And then we will be moving on to round 3 here at the AGE Open, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. welcome back, everybody, here to California. I have got the winner of round 2, the Blood Rush bro himself, Angel Benitez. Congratulations on the win, my friend.
Thank you, thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about the deck. Talk to me about why you brought it. Talk to me about that crazy friggin' turn.
Well, I brought Levia because I used to play it a lot before Dustledong. I would say I played it for like a solid couple months, and then I would get destroyed every now and then, especially at the armories, especially by Justin sometimes with Dromai still. But I wanted to just see what I could do, I guess, especially with like the new cards. But it's been so long since I switched to Briar, and then I'm taking what I learned from Briar kind of and just putting it into Levia. I guess just trying to figure out more so like the good pivot turns. I guess that's what I've learned by playing Briar, just like looking for those turns and the execution when to do it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, talking about a pivot turn there, we were talking about how you did a really good job of navigating. You were down like 18 to 28, and I knew in the back of your mind, or we were guessing, that you were really thinking about can I get out of this and still be able to take the blood debt. You were at 14 and still banished I Mark of the Beast or the Art of War. So you were not able to become Plasma Fed on that one turn. I was like, all right, he's gotta find a way to stay at 14 and still find that blood debt trigger, but you did so and then rode that to victory. Talk about the double blood rush turn, going for the scab skins. It's like a perfect example to all you viewers at home about going for the win versus necessarily going for the not lose. And it seemed like by going for the Dread Screamer and trying to hit the 6, trying to find the go again, you were really just trying to close the game out kind of at that point rather than take the more conservative play and just set yourself up for later. Oh, what if I don't hit the 6? Talk about your reasoning going into that turn.
For that turn, there was 13 cards in graveyards. 5 of them were hits, so there's only 5 chances I would hit a 6 out of those 3 cards, I guess. And there was 2 options. One would be just the Dread Screamer into the Endless to close out the game for sure, or it was just play the Endless, and if it hits or not, I just knock them low enough so they don't flip, and they just take the blood debt damage.
Precisely, yeah. And then they're taking the blood debt. But why did you go for the Dread Screamer?
I'm a gambling man most of the time, so I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna roll for it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. I mean, that's the thing. Some people, they rage against that. They fight against the constraints of the randomness of Brute, but it sounds like you're somebody that kind of enjoys, the will I, won't I, the potential of those dice rolls. That's part of the fun for the class for you, or does that feel like something you have to try to work against to find your wins?
Most of the time I'll just embrace it. I guess start the game, I just roll the dice and I immediately hit the 1.
Yep, 100%. And he's got to find the way from there, but you did so, taking the win here. So talk to me about your tournament run now through all of these AGE Opens. Where were you at the start of the day? How many do you have a sense of how many games you need to win, what your placing needs to be to punch your ticket to the top 16?
I think Justin was telling me I'd have to be somewhere in the top 8.
Okay.
Something like that. I haven't gone to all the events. Yeah. I come to a couple whenever I can.
Yeah.
I mean, coming here today, though, is my first time coming to the store.
Oh, yeah. Really nice. Collective Legion. Shout out to the TO. Well, we're the TO, but shout out to Adam, the manager of Collective Legion, for letting us be here, the owner. Really nice store. Everybody should come on through next year because this is the last one. Yeah. Can't come this year. We're almost out of here. We got people like Angel taking W's left and right. Anything else you want to say about the hero, about Dust Till Dawn? Any people you want to shout out before you get off the mic?
Not really anything in particular.
Yeah. All right. Well, Angel, congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. You're 2-0. You need just a couple more wins, 3 or 4 more wins to punch your ticket in top 8. And then we got eyes set firmly on the Players' Championship in a month. So we will be back in just about looks like there's about 8 minutes left on the round timer. So we're going to take a quick break, let the players finish up the round, let the casters take a moment to get a little water, and then we'll be back for round 3 here of the July AGE Open. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Later.
has left us. The powerhouse duo of Michael Feng and Pablo Pintor combined their powers to send the Grandfather of Eternity into living legend status, a monumental happening in flesh and blood that was celebrated by players all around the world. The hero was criticised for its above-rate blocking ability and tendency to push games to fatigue, leading to uninteractive gameplay and a general sense of horrible, broken malaise. However, due to the timing of the banned and restricted announcement, Oldhim remains legal in Classic Constructed, meaning we all at home have to watch this bullshit until July.
In other news from the Road to National season, everyone's favorite elemental Runeblade has survived living legend against all odds. Briar, Warden of Thorns, has ended the RTN season with 998 living legend points, leaving her, and critically, her weapon, just shy of the living legend status that so many covet for her. When asked for comment on the matter, Brian Gottlieb is reported to have said, Mauve, Shrill, Rosetta for 1, 2, and 2. Also, go yourself.
Spoiler season for the next Flesh and Blood set dusk till dawn, just around the corner, of course, with some members of the community being given special early spoilers due to their affiliation with certain heroes. Heroes like Oldhim, Briar, and even Shiana are receiving new specializations this new set, and the Aracne community has to be excited to receive one for the Contracted Killer. In exciting news, we here at AGE have been granted the permission to share that highly anticipated new card. Without further ado, the Arachne specialization from dusk till dawn, Suicide. Reports say that somehow this will see more play than Regicide.
Shocking. In financial news, after watching a YouTube video, I, Sam O'Byrne, have come to the conclusion that Flesh and Blood is a loot box game first and a TCG second. And you know what? I'm going to go onto Twitter to share my findings. Hold on. I'm getting word from our producers that my car has been keyed, my house burned down, my cat has run away, and somebody drowned my goldfish. And yes, I am hearing that Jeff Hoogland has blocked me on Twitter. I am glad to see that all parties have let cooler heads prevail.
Boy Wonder, Kid Power, 90-day XP King Brody Spurlock has made the journey to Los Angeles to compete in yet another battle-hardened, fresh off a journey to Singapore for the Calling, Pittsburgh for the Realm Games Roll, Antwerp for the Calling, Baltimore for the Pro Tour, Auckland for the Calling, back to Baltimore for the battle-hardened, and more events in more places than I can name. He'll come to your wedding. He'll come to your bar mitzvah. He'll volunteer for jury duty, as long as there's a 3 times XP multiplier. He has told the news desk that he has finally completed his 4 years of training necessary to prepare for the Calling Venus. Unfortunately, only one other competitor has signed up for the exclusive and absurdly out-of-the-way tournament, Pro Tour champion Michael Feng.
As Road to National season comes to a close, many players have been discussing if past national champions should receive automatic invitation to the next year's championships, as certain players are upset with having to defeat these world-class opponents just to make top 4 and receive their invite. Now, as the discussions continue, I have received the tournament notes of my 6-year-old cousin Johnny, who went to his very first RTN just this season. He's actually given me permission to share these with you now. Oh God. Oh God. The sky has turned crimson and the air itself burns. My lungs grow heavy with the weight of what is descending upon us all. For what is divinity but this terrible ending that approaches from on high? He has come. He has come, the angel of death, and I welcome this blessed end. In unrelated news, congratulations to Michael Hamilton for winning an RTN in Indianapolis.
The hunt is on. Dusk Till Dawn is confirmed to have a serialized artist-proof cards within their booster packs. This has led to enormous anticipation amongst the Flesh and Blood community as thousands seek to obtain this special artifact from their packs. It is thought that these cards will command an exceptionally high price, though there is sure to be some discrepancy between the Chain and Prism artist proofs. It is estimating pulling a Prism Proof would hold value equivalent to a jet ski or a small private plane, while pulling a chain could net the holder an entire Bolton Breaker of Dawn deck in Classic constructed, as long as you proxy the Courage of Bladehold.
I don't have one of those.
Yes, well, I do.
The Arcane Games and Events series here is in full swing, with another entry in their tournament series happening here in this venue tomorrow, as well as an exciting $3,000 Players' Championship approaching this August. Not to be outdone, the Dromai Players community held their very first annual Only Dromai tournament just this last weekend, with 100 Dromai players registering for the invitational tournament from all around the world. Now, in an odd turn of events, however, even though Dromai was the only hero represented on day 1, only 3 managed to make day 2, and only 1 into the top 8. The event itself was won by Oldhim.
And finally, we here at AGE are proud to welcome Taylor Morrow of the Attack Action podcast into the casting booth for this battle-hardened weekend. We send our love to our missing brother-in-arms, Colin Honingman, one of Taylor's co-hosts on the Attack Action podcast. We here at AGE didn't realise that Colin had been replaced by Taylor until well into the second round, given their multitude of similarities, including their powerful moustaches, nearly identical glasses, and inability to win an armory since 2021. My name is Mitch Leslie, and I'm glad they've never gotten another spoiler. No, I'm not. Why'd you put this in? I didn't write this part.
Uber.
Shh.
Uber. This has been This Month in Flesh and Blood. Until the next time, good draws and good night. Never speak to me like that again. You understand? You understand what we're doing here? Never.
Welcome back, everybody, to Battle Hard Los Angeles. I'm going to waste no time. It is time for your favourite segment here. It's time for Barraging Blake. Take it away, buddy.
Dude, I had to fix my hair on that. That looks so bad when we have these new headphones. But I'm sure there's more interesting, annoying stuff that they could figure out right now. Keyforge and more? That's... Oh, no, I shouldn't be looking at chat.
We're supposed to talk about the topics on the screen.
Oh, okay, it'll be over here and not over there? Okay, great.
Keyforge's a good game. Don't worry about
great.
it. All right, here we go. First topic.
Oh my god. RIP Brute Blue 6 attack action. I'm assuming this is like me trying to talk to people. I mean, we said it on the way to tacos earlier. It's like, oh, Brute can't have blue 6s because it just wouldn't be fair. It would be not fun. It would be unfun to lose against them. And I just want to say, like, it's not fun to lose to Lexi. It's not fun to lose to illusionist stuff that's going to happen of like, oh, they got rid of your 6, or they put the 6 under the bottom, or they got rid of, or they made your 6 to 5, or they made your 6 go into your banish zone, or whatever they're going to be doing to me. Like, it's not fun to lose to a lot of stuff. So it is frustrating to me as the Brood player. Welcome back to the August Battle Harden here in July AGE Open in Redondo Beach / Lawndale, California. We're going to do something interesting this time around instead of what you've seen already. We're going to have a Dromai on stream, but it's a new Dromai you haven't seen on stream before because he's 2-0 on his birthday.
And we love him, and he's one of the sweetest men probably on the planet.
Right. Every Tuesday, he's a good guy in the community. He teaches.
He is. Yeah, he's a teacher.
Special ed, I think.
Special ed teacher. He brought us Fudge one armory.
He gives so much back to the community. It's time to put him on his birthday against Matthew Vore. I thought it was Tyler Horsfeld.
No.
Like, holy crap.
To be fair, against a very good player in Matthew Vore, this is going to be a hearty challenge for our friend Chris. Matt Vore, Pro Tour competitor, battle-hardened top 8, but 3 weeks ago here in Los Angeles. Just an absolute killer on Briar into the Dromai matchup. This is going to be tough for Chris to navigate, but I did see him win his round 1 against a Briar.
So he's got practice.
He does have some practice. Chris been playing for quite a while. Been pretty much on Dromai since he came to that first armory 6 or 7 months ago.
I've never seen him on another hero.
Yeah, so he does have a lot of practice in the deck, and we just love the guy. He's just so nice, and we're happy to see him doing well at this beginning part of the AGE Open. And he's been at so many of these that, a top 8, a top finish here, that could just
bump him,
catapult him right into this Players' Championship.
And Matthew Vore needs more points too. If we're going to do some pop culture for you, this Barbie has dragons, and this Barbie has rune chants.
I like that. That's some good pop culture. That's a
You
good.
see the Barbie movie
I
yet?
haven't.
Bruh.
Have you seen it?
Barbie minus, but it's pretty good.
Okay, Barbie minus. Also
Take that,
incredibly
Greta. I said it.
That's so funny.
No, it was a good movie. They just needed to write an ending, and then it would be a great. If you're not what is it called, movie guy, you are realizing that Matthew Vore is playing a new hero because he cannot play his old, what he played for every other AG, old him.
Mm-hmm. And instead of old him, he's on the Warden.
Ooh,
Come on.
I like that.
So interesting, instead of pivoting to like Azuri or Bravo, that we've seen a lot of these Oldhim players kind of move towards, Matt Vore showing that he is comfortable on many different heroes and playing a aggressive little Runeblade. Chris going to go ahead and start. He's on the play here, pitching a blue, interestingly enough. So we're not going to be making any Ash off of the Command and Conquer. So those two cards in his hand either weren't reds or he wants to keep them for his next turn. Do you see at least an Asvali in there?
Yeah.
But without any Ash, he's not going to be able to play that Asvali.
Maybe he's got another plan. I don't know.
Yeah, so this is coming in 4-6 here. Matt Vore doesn't want to just take the 6, even though it's turn 0 and he gets to draw up. So let's see. He does have a Runic Reclamation, which probably is in there just to be a popper, unless we're truly worried about burning them all.
Burn them all, baby. That's sick. That's gonna catch Chris on guard. Or no, it's gonna be locked. I think one thing that's cool about this is this used to be a very bad matchup for our friend Dromai, and Chris was saying, you know what? I really like the idea of Lost in Thought. It's really good.
Yeah.
I like Lost in Thought,
I think it
and
is
that
good.
kind of makes the Briar matchup a little easier. Asvali goes into the arsenal for
Yeah,
later.
so Chris there, it did look like he went ahead and grabbed the Flamescale Furnace to activate it, but because he had pitched the blue, he had one floating, so he wasn't able to pitch a red into the Flamescale because he would have just had to use that one floating first. So Chris there, unfortunately not able to generate any Ash, so he's going to have to find a way to navigate that throughout the game. But Arcane damage coming in from this Bramble Spark, that's a nice way to do so. If you pitch to Arcane Barrier, he did bring the Null Rune Gloves, that is going to be a way to go ahead and give him some Ash as well. If that was fused, I didn't catch if he did manage to fuse this one, so this might just be.
I think the dice would be 8 if you fuse.
Yeah. So we are going to pitch the Arcane Barrier. We're going to make our very first Ash.
Ooh.
And 5 damage is going to be covered up almost entirely by this Fate Foreseen, so only 1 damage coming
Ooh.
through to the Dromai player here.
Now you can use your Furnace because you played a red card.
Oh, that's true. We'll see if he wants to do so at the end of Matt's turn. Instead, this is just going to be pitching the final card in our hand, which is the Force of Nature here. So this is going to be 1, 2, and 2. We're blocking 2 of the Arcane damage, the Rune Chant, and 1 of the Rosetta Thorn by pitching a blue here.
If Briar wins today, it rotates, right? AGE gets 2 legend points.
7,000 points, actually.
God, get this Rosetta Thorn out of here. It's so hard to make this interesting when it's just the best weapon in the game. 2/2/2/2 forever and ever.
So we've AB'd the 1 off of the Rosetta Thorn, so we just have 2 more floating, or 2 more damage coming in off of the Rosetta, which is going to go ahead and be blocked by this Invoke Yenderai. So Chris moving into his turn with, I think, just that card in the arsenal, which is the Asvali.
Which is a big pain, at least, of now I can do 3 damage to your turn unless you're going to start blocking. I would love for you to start blocking because I think Chris wants to probably keep his life total as high as possible, just waiting for those Channel Mount Heroic turns to survive through that. I think if you can pair your Lost in Thoughts for your opponent's second turn through their Channel Mount Heroic, that's probably the best high roll, quote unquote, you could do as Dromai right now in this matchup.
So Chris now critically out of Ash. He's going to have to navigate that because of that first turn being unable to make any Ash. We did find 2 attack actions and a non-attack off of our Sonata for Matt Vore here. He's at 36 to Chris's 38. So 1 Arcane damage is going to be coming in, and we're going to see which attack does he want to grab between the blue Autumn's Touch or the Command and Conquer. We're just going to grab the blue here. It's an Earth card. It pitches, and 1 Arcane damage coming across to Chris. It looks like he's going to take that, going to 37.
Chris said, tell someone who cares about Arcane, not me. Chris wearing the collection Battle Hardened shirt.
One of the incredibly fashionable offerings from the
Yeah.
Arcane Games and Events.
What kind of green would you call that?
What kind of green would I call that?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's a good question. I'd call that like a... If it was blue, it would be periwinkle. So if it's green, it's forest, Perry green.
Not mint.
No, not mint at all.
Trench green?
It's definitely not mint. Mint is like vibrant and like I don't know.
Dang.
It's like it's like gray green. It's a really nice green.
Those t-shirt designers found dead in the ditch. It's not it. We've got the Ravenous Rabble. We flipped another Ravenous Rabble, so more. What are those things on the Ravenous Rabble? Have we figured out? They're not meeps. Are they mutated meeps?
I don't know. They're little like.
they're rabbles.
Yep. They're out here straight rabbling. This is coming in for 4. Chris has an Asvali that Matt Vore has yet to respect, but it does have 3 health, so we're going to have to throw 3 damage into it at some point if we want to clear it.
You can't really rabble at an Asvali because if you hit a blue, you don't kill it because he's got 3 health. I think what's cool about Chris's deck is he printed off these, what are they called, proxies?
Mm-hmm.
The proxies he printed off, I don't know if it's against the law, but they're really cool because they look like marvels, but
Yeah,
they
exactly.
have bigger health.
And they're way cheaper than a Marvel.
Yeah.
And they do very they look very pretty as well. The nice full art. This is going to be
you can play this deck without $6,000.
Yeah.
You just need a printer.
So it looks like we went ahead and blocked just 2 there with the Flame Scale Furnace. So we kept 2 little bits of life point total if we're Chris here. As we're going to ship the turn back to Matt. He's at 30. This is going to be coming in 4-3. This is a sweeping blow, so we're going to make 2 ash, put a Kyloria on the bottom of the deck. 2 ash, 3 damage coming in. It looks like he does have a Command and Conquer that he might be following this up with if he wishes to make another ash.
As you can flame scale. There it goes. Ooh, I
but
care more about the dragon. And now we're going to Uvia.
Yeah, so we're going to use one of the ash on the Uvia, and we're going to see if he wishes to also create a Aether Ashwing as well as the Enter the Arena effect. Looks like we're going to pass on that, so this is just a big old chunky 6 health dragon that Matt's going to have to try to find a way to navigate through if he doesn't want Ashwings to eventually be able to kind of swarm the board. Though with the kind of lack of ash that Chris is working with, it might be hard for him to do so in the foreseeable future.
Swarm the board. Swarm the board. There's the Ravenous into a blue. Just take it, Chris.
Yeah, he said
damage with Go again. If it doesn't have meeps on it, I don't care.
I'm so excited to see how that card enters into this metagame. Meeps are cool.
It's because you play against so many Dash players all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you love me.
Yeah, dude, for real. This is going to be a Lightning Surge now from Arsenal coming in for 4 with the Go again because it came from the Arsenal. Chris here's got 4 cards to work with, 1 ash and an Uvia. We're just going to block 3 with a Dust Up, taking 1, going to 27.
Dust Up is like either the worst card ever or like so good.
What do you mean? How could it be the worst card?
It's just like, oh, 0 for 4, who cares? But when you have Ash and like, it's like a combo finisher after your opponent's like, I'll take 12. There's no way you have 16.
Yeah.
And then you Dust Up afterward. They're just like, oh my god.
It also, with the action points from Dromai, can have Go again
Right.
if you are able to bank up action points from that dragon. However, this is going to be a commotion hit, so we got it.
After Nimbleism, 7 damage.
True,
Coax.
absolutely. So this is even more. We're going to make a Quicken token. Doesn't look like we're drawing any cards or gaining any life. We're just setting ourselves up with Go again for later.
Dang. 27 to 20, because we got the double sigil. Tricked ya. Double sigil into Dromai.
So
Gain 6, do 3. Is that enough? Enough to stick around?
So we're going to go ahead and play the first sigil from our hand. We're going to go ahead and play out a Dromai, which is going to be able to attack without fear of the turn just ending because of the action point generation. The question is, does Chris want to kind of create another ash? He should be at 0 here. So the question is, does he want to create another ash by pitching the Flame Scale Furnace, or does he want to gain 3 life? So we're not going to pop anything yet. We're just going to block with their Autumn's Touch. So we're going to next go ahead and swing in with the Uvia. If he has a popper, does he want to commit it? And the answer is no. We're taking 1 more damage, going to 32.
I think you put this in an arsenal for a bluff, and then it turns on all your dragons next turn too.
Mm-hmm.
Quicken token doesn't work on allies?
Weapon or attack action, I think.
Whoa.
Yeah, you're right. That's cool. So he's able to just hang out with that Quicken token.
That's gross.
That's pretty cool. Hey, there you go. There's your Dust Up.
There's your Dust Up!
If he runs the Enlightened Strike.
Dude.
CNC with Go again seems pretty good.
There's your Dust Up. Snatch with Go again seems pretty great.
Also really good. So
Hit a
let's
dragon,
see.
draw a card, start your turn.
Getting rid of the Dromai there. We already have, so it's basically just kill Dromai for free. And we've played our attack action if we need to worry about Rosetta Thorn later.
How you feeling about this yellow hat?
How am I feeling about it?
Yeah.
It's pretty in line with how I've seen Matt Vore kind of present himself at all of these tournaments so far.
Okay.
That's how I'm feeling, yeah.
It's kind
How
of
are
an
you feeling?
interesting color for stream. I've never seen a yellow. Because it looks, whenever he puts his head forward, it's a different color.
Oh,
and
on
it's
the
side
actual,
by side.
I do
it's
see what
so
you're talking about
cool.
there. I do see what you're talking about there. This Sonata is going to go ahead and hit, by the way, is Sonata for X equals 0, hitting a red lightning surge going to hand. So the 1 arcane damage now coming across to Chris. I think I like the yellow better on the player cam versus the yellow that comes into the game board cam.
Interesting.
You know?
It's like a Schrodinger shade of yellow.
I see.
I actually like this yellow in the
In the game board better.
yeah, interesting. That's why people are different.
Agree to disagree.
No, it's fine.
No. I'm upset. I'm
We're gonna
very
take
upset.
the arcane because we don't want to pitch. We need our cards to do something to Briar.
Ooh, that's
Is
an
this
Anthem of
the new
Spring.
one?
Yeah, it is.
What does it do? What does it do?
We're giving our next attack +1 with go again, and then maybe it has other text, but I know that if you do the Unity, you get an embodiment.
Of Earth.
Yeah, so this is just going to give this Autumn Touch go again here. We're going to block 6 on it,
There goes our good dragons.
and here comes 2 and 2 from the Rosetta Thorn.
Just take it because you have a sigil to block most of it. And now here comes a 7 damage Enlightened Strike. Or maybe he wants probably want an Arsenal card if you want an Arsenal card because you have a Quicken token, probably.
So we're going to start off. Let's just get
Sage.
3 life out of the way here, going back up to 21.
I think sigils on Dromai is just so good because most decks don't have 60 damage that they're doing.
Mm.
If you're preoccupied with dragons and their sigils, then you're like, oh crap, I ran out of damage and I'm on my blues now.
So we did go ahead and draw the card. It does have go again, which is quite nice. However, that on this turn is most likely just going to turn into an attack with the Uvia here because we drew a Fate Foreseen, which is exactly the kind of card Chris wants to plop into his arsenal.
Yeah. I love that for him.
So we're not able to establish any other threats or do any more damage after this, but this is going to follow up with the Uvia. Is there a popper that wants to be committed? The answer is negatory. We're taking 1 more damage and plopping that Fate Foreseen to the arsenal. Matt Vore on 26, going into his next turn to Chris Stidger's 21. He's starting the turn off with a Toma Harvest, pitching out Warmonger's Diplomacy, so we're going to go ahead and draw 3 cards, and we have half of our Embodiment of Lightning right on the way.
Gentleman Heroic followed up right away. Currently, there's not an Earth card in pitch, so we've got to have another one if we want to use it. Don't think there's another Earth. I like the idea of Uvia from Chris because the 1 damage pressure, it's kind of not worth popping.
Especially without all the ash that can threaten the Ashwings.
Right, so it's kind of like having a big Ashwing there, just chilling of, normally you would have killed this 1 damage one by now, but you can't just throw it, you can't throw like a Rosetta in me because there's no point.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to do damage to Uvia, so we are wasting a lot of stuff for Matt right now. But because it's a Coax, we get to replace it with another card. Now we have a Quicken.
And we've committed our Snapdragon Scalers. So we do have to, that's gone for the turn, though we now have a lot of cards that we've already seen, played, and are working with. 5 cards left in the hand after playing 2 and pitching another.
That second card could be an Earth card.
Yeah.
If we do want to turn on this Channel Mount Heroic.
Looks like we're going to start off with a Scar first card. This isn't going to have go again, though, because we're at 26 to Chris Stidger's 21, but it is going to have go again to the Quicken token, of course. So that's going to just be blocked out by this Fate Foreseen, 4 covering up 4. And we found the pitch. We found the blue Autumn's Touch, so this is going to be a Channel Mount Heroic, creating that Embodiment of Lightning. Here's our next and
7.
third and final Coaxa Commotion with go again for 7, coming at Chris here.
And then the next card is probably a Rosetta Thorn to kill Uvia, which is such a good, like, I wasted part of your turn by doing this, of just you have to go after Uvia.
Yeah, but now 2 defense reactions here for Chris. The second sink below going to go ahead and...
Doesn't kill Uvia. Uvia heals.
Wow, Uvia going back to 6 because that defense reaction not going to allow Matt to draw any more cards to maybe values having that card in his arsenal rather than killing Uvia here. So Matt did a whole lot, and at the end of the day, pretty much just was able to establish the Channel Mat Heroic, which, hey, you know, that's a pretty good card.
Oh my gosh, these Quicken tokens making my Enlightened Strike the best card in my deck. Did not expect that if you're Chris. 5 draw again. 5 go again draw.
Pretty good. 2 Quicken tokens.
Pretty good,
Yeah,
baby.
he's utilizing those Quicken tokens very nicely off the Coke's Commotions. We've seen all 3 now out of Matt Vore. So 21 to 21 here after the 5. We're going to go ahead and attack with Uvia. Let's see. Did he draw a popper? And he wants to commit.
Pretty much everything's a popper now because of Channel Mat Heroic.
Oh, so he's always drawn the popper. So we are going to go ahead and pop, which means let's see if Chris wants to pitch to Flame Scale before the turn ends. Looks like he's thinking about, does he want to do so? He is going to go ahead and end the turn by pitching away a Ravenous Rabble. So start our next turn with an Ash. So now if you're Matt here, you've only had to commit 1 card to block. You killed the Uvia finally. You got 4 other cards to work with, and we're starting our turn off with just a Lightning Surge for 7 from the arsenal, and we see now why he didn't want to pitch to his Rosetta Thorn.
And that's kind of like, okay, why do you attack there with Uvia if you're Chris? Uvia attacking basically blocks 7. So, great. Like, if I'm Chris, I'm like, okay, I'll take that.
Yep. So we're blocking for 6 here for Chris. Just going to mitigate life on this Channel Mat Heroic turn. We took 1, going down to 20. This is going to be an Enlightened Strike.
10.
Most likely for just a big number. Let's see if they represent it for us. Is he grabbing dice?
Too many dice.
Is he grabbing them? It looks like he is. Yeah, this is just straight 10. We're keeping an arsenal. So here was 17 off of 3 cards, and we're keeping an arsenal for later. Those numbers check out.
Just take 10, Chris. Put some dragons out.
Yeah, just take it.
I mean, he's only got 1 Ash, so that is kind of the determining factor. If he had done his, we got a Seeker's shoes coming around, Seeker leggings every once in a while. We're blocking 5. That's a halfway there type of thing. Not going to sink anything.
Blocking 5, taking 5, so clearly wants to keep whatever that last card is for something on this turn. We'll see what it is momentarily. Matt's drawn up his 21 to Chris's 15. 37 minutes left in the round, so this will not be
Rake.
Going to time. This is going to be a Rake the Embers, so we're going to make 3 and go out of Ash now.
Dude,
so
yeah, the Ashwing's hiding behind Dromai.
Or
he's not making all 3.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to make 2 of those Ashwings here to keep himself with Ash for later in the game. So we took 5 to establish these 2 Ashwings and leave ourselves with an Ash. If we're the Dromai player here, it probably isn't the greatest of feelings, but now that Channel Mat Heroic is off, Briars can brick.
Briars can brick.
We're on a Tunic turn here.
That's probably why Matthew kept the Nimblism in Arsenal, so he didn't brick. And he has the ability to Tome of Harvest, potentially.
Absolutely, because here is a Bramble Spark. We're going to fuse with Tome of Harvest, and then now after we fused, we're pitching our final cards with our Tunic to
that
drop
was a
3
break.
more.
He had 5 non-attack actions in a row.
Wow, absolutely.
Jeez Louise.
Just having the Tome there to filter through that non-attack heavy hand is just incredible, because now we have an Embodiment of Lightning. We're giving our next attack go again. We have maybe another Channel Mat Heroic in hand and a Swarming Gloomveil here. So we are pitching to create a rune chant. We're pitching the Anthem of Spring.
If you're the Vore brothers' mom at home, you're like, thank God he saved that card in Arsenal to do Tome of Harvest.
Yeah, because now look at this. This is going to go ahead and come in for a good chunk. This is going to be an additional 3 on top from the Bramble Spark, 2 Arcane, 1 from the Bramble Spark, 1 from the Rune Chant.
Jeez Louise.
So we're pitching 2 to AB, both of the Arcane damage. We've got 1 floating. This is now going to be coming in for 7 because we've made 2. We've made 2 auras, haven't we, Blake? 2.
Oh, yeah. And if it hits, that makes the 3rd aura. That's not how that works, don't worry. So far, no Lost in Thoughts for Chris, though.
Not that we've seen be able to be played.
So are they coming to really mess with Matt at the end here? If he blocks a lot and Matt does not shuffle his deck, Matt's going to have a 0 in game. Like, Matt, based on how many non-attack actions he just drew into, is about to draw 5 attacks in a row.
So we're going to take 3 more going to 12, and then here's the Rosetta Thorn taking out 1 of the Ashwings, and then 2 more Arcane damage. Going to take Chris down to 11 because he has the 1 floating available to put to his Arcane Barrier. Keeping 2 cards here, so Matt Vore, I think he has a Channel Mat Heroic in his arsenal. He's at 19 life. I believe he does. To Chris's 11. We're starting off with the Ravenous Rabble. Let's reveal off the top to see. a Sigil of
Ooh.
Solace, which is now going to be something Matt's going to have to think about on his next turn.
Warmongers. I don't want to play that card anymore.
So, yeah, we're blocking 3, taking 1, taking an additional 1 from the Aether Ashwing, and then an arsenal for Chris here. So we've only got 1 Ashwing, we've got 1 Ash. Matt's working off of 5 cards, and one of them, or 4 cards, and I think one of them is a channel.
Which is another non-attack in a row. Look how many non-attacks.
Oh my
What are
god.
we doing?
So we're playing out the Channel Mat Heroic.
Shuffle your deck.
We're playing a Channel Mat Heroic. We're making an embodiment of lightning, but we had all non-attacks, so we're passing from there.
Jeez Louise, Matt. That's crazy. I'm so sorry.
So from here now, looking at Chris, he's bought himself a turn off of the bricks. He's got a sand cover in his arsenal. We start the turn off here with a Burn the Maul, going to represent unpreventable arcane damage. No arcane barrier represented by the Briar opponent. So because we have go again now, here's the thing. This is just looking for a popper.
Tumultai in your hand without a blue to pay for it sucks.
Yeah, so we went ahead and
Dust up.
looking here, this is going to be a Dust over 4. I don't think those are Snapdragon Scalers. They look like they're Seeker's leggings.
Those are Seeker legs.
Yeah, so this is just going to be a quick 4 block from Matt. We're putting the other Channel Mat Heroic from our arsenal to the bottom of the deck and drawing a card.
It's like, please give me an attack. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, so unfortunately, even though Chris was able to find a little bit of a window, we are
Sigil.
only able to present a total of 6 damage, gain 3 life, which is important.
Right.
But looking at Matt's hand, he's got Embodiment of Lightning, he's got a Channel Mat Heroic, and it looks like he is primed to take over this game.
Both players kind of bricked at the same time, so they both kind of were like, let's set up. Briar's setup is a little better than Dromai's setup on a brick turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, not looking easy for... Oh, and we see a Force of Nature fuse, so our next attack is getting +4 here, and it looks like we did find an attack, and it's an Enlightened Strike that's going to have go again off the back of this.
11?
Embodiment of Lightning. So go again, maybe draw a card, maybe more damage, and then if it hits, we're drawing even more.
Embodiment Lightning's from before because Embodiments of Lightning do not break it into turn.
Seems good.
Whenever that was first explained to me in 2004, I was like, oh my god, that's busted.
Looked up from your Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Yeah. I think it's interesting as we get further into card design for this game of like homages to other games. Like there's at least 4 cards in Dusk Till Dawn that were Yu-Gi-Oh cards before. There's some other like clear Magic cards that are like we're also gonna like do a brainstorm of our own. Well, how do you feel about that? The homage.
I kind of like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel like because the LSS, they're all normal people who are just card game fans.
Right.
Seeing them put things that they love from their childhood or other games like into the game that they make themselves, I kind of like that.
I'm just looking for like a Professor Oak or a Charizard. That's what I want in the next set.
So it looks like we did choose the draw here. This is coming in for a total
Ooh.
of 9. 8 of it is going to be blocked by both a sand cover and an Oasis Respite. So we're going ahead and
Healing.
gaining 1 and then taking 1 from the damage here. But because a point of damage comes across, we are drawing off of the effect of the Force of Nature. So if we can keep going, this looks like it might be a pretty crazy turn because now we've got a Swarming Gloomveil. This is coming in for 6. We have made an Embodiment of Earth, so this is going to have go again. If it hits, we're drawing another card. Chris only has 2.
Dude, I forget about the card draw off of
Yeah, so we have to block the 6 here for Chris because we can't let any more cards get drawn.
No!
But we have a Scar for a Scar. This one right now not going to have any go again. So it's just going to take Chris down 7 more points of life. And we just have to Arsenal here for Matt because we did not find a way to get go again. The Channel Mat Heroic is going away. But Chris, he's going to be able to attack for 1 and 1 Arcane. But that's all on this turn given that we have no cards left in our hand.
1 and 1 Arcane though.
Gonna
That's
take,
an 8-turn clock, Matt.
that's going to take that's going to take 8 down. Matt, he's looking at it. Does he want to do anything after this Arcane damage?
We just got handed the deck list 30
Just in
minutes
time.
into. Yeah.
Just in time.
Thanks, guys. Dude. Both of these players are part of the I am going to print my list out instead of handwrite it. I always find that interesting of who does that. So I think it says a lot. That means they're more calculated. They plan ahead.
So it does look like a Command and Conquer there, committed to the Ashwing, popping that dragon. So
Great.
this is just a... So, hey, what did we talk about at the beginning of the game, huh?
I want to get rid of your burn 'em all. I'm
And what-
tired of this 8-turn clock.
And what is this Runic Reclamation threatening?
the pop of Burn 'em All.
And we are going to go ahead and block 7 with the Vincerikai and the sand
Dude.
cover, covering that all up. So like we've said, we've seen a lot of non-attacks in a row. We've seen a lot of attacks in a row here for Matt. Is Chris going to be able to establish much of any pressure? Here is a Ravenous Rabble. It is for 4. Matt's working off 5 cards on his next turn. Looks like he's going to go ahead and take 4, going down to 12.
Command and Conquer's in hand, which kind of sucks because we're not going to make an Ash. We're not going to do anything with it.
So it looks like we are losing the cards from our graveyard for Burn Them All here. We've established a Command and Conquer in our arsenal, so let's start off for Matt's turn here. It's not a mechanics for 0. 2 attacks. 3 attacks in a row. That is going to be a whiff off the Sonata Arcanix. No arcane damage. Nothing established here or developed.
But you shuffle your deck.
You
needed to do that. Needed to do that.
Necessary.
This is probably the worst shuffled Briar deck I've ever seen. Because legitimately, I think at one point he drew 7 non-attack actions in a row, and I think he was, with those 3 attacks, I think he's 8 of 9 attacks with the last cards.
How do you think Matt feels going from like the just powerhouse of consistency that is old him, and like you really don't ever have to worry about drawing anything because all your cards do everything and just block so effectively, to being at the whim and will and whimsy of fate?
I feel like he consistently hates when it breaks.
For sure. Look at that yellow hat.
Totally fine.
This is going to be an Earth Lore Surge, which is going to make this Scar first car have go again off the back from Embodiment of Lightning. Is coming in for 9 with the go again. We have the 1 floating for the Rosetta Thorn. We have a card in our arsenal. I mean, even though we bricked off that Sonata, we are still setting ourselves up here for a powerful turn.
Block 6, take 3, down to 4. As long as you don't have 2 lightning presses, I'm good. I don't think there's any lightning presses, are there?
Ooh, but look at this now. A Swarming Gloomveil for an additional 4 before the Rosetta Thorn comes across. So this is, again, Matt, he didn't even really need that Sonata. It was mostly just to turn on
There's that one.
Yeah, so
Didn't
this
need that. Gain a health.
Oasis Respite, covering up all 4 of the Swarming Gloomveil damage and taking Chris from 4 to 5. But here's a Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. That's probably going to take Chris down from 5 to 1.
No! Chris, it's your birthday. You gotta pull this out of nowhere.
Chris here, unfortunately, no dragons represented for that Burn Them All. He just has to banish and pass. Matt Vore working off of 4 cards. Can he find the 1 damage? He's shuffled the deck. We see a Nimblism. We see a Nimblism. We see a Command and Conquer. Can he find the 1 damage
don't
here?
go together. Tome doesn't go together. That looks like a bad hand. You gotta get through this, Chris. What sucks about this is as long as he can turn on Rosetta, the game is over.
Unless we
So there's a non-attack action. I think we'll see an attack.
Yeah.
But it's just Command and Conquer for 11.
Which, you know, I've heard of worse things to stare
And
down.
I think that's game because you can see the Fate Foreseen.
Yeah,
for everything.
He can't play
Wow.
the scene, so that's only going to block 9. 2 damage coming across Matt Vore on Briar, taking down the birthday boy, establishing himself
Happy birthday.
Matt Vore, official villain of July AGE Open,
Jeez.
crushing dreams of birthday boys left and right. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're here to play for all the marbles. We're here to play for the win.
Right.
We're here to get into this Players' Championship. So even though Chris is one of the nicest guys in the world, we need to destroy him with impunity.
Right.
If we're Matt here.
And if Chris wants to go on a heel turn, he could just put his sunglasses on from his shirt and just be really moody the whole rest of the day for his birthday. That's something out of my playbook or whatever.
Is that what you do?
I don't know. I haven't worn
I
sunglasses.
don't think I've ever
but
seen you wear the sunglasses.
That'd be cool. That's like a World Series of Poker thing from 2004. I don't know if you were watching those when you would come home from school.
Poker?
Yeah, poker
Very-
on ESPN.
very
ESPN
rarely.
2.
Very rarely was I watching the poker.
Well, if you look behind us, there's another yellow.
There is another
Yellow's
yellow.
so weird on stream.
But if you can take a look, it's pretty cool to see all the players still very much in the throes of their rounds. 22 minutes left on the clock here.
Wow.
So what do you think? You think Briar's looking good? I know no living legend points from this turn here, but doing well. 3-0 going into the next round.
Was there meeps in that list for Matt? No.
No meeps.
No meeps.
3
No
unmovable,
yellows.
though. 3 unmovable. That's interesting.
I guess-
3 runic reclamation as well. You got to imagine that's for the poppers. Just the 1 so tomorrow.
I think what's interesting is we talked about Rudin is bringing Prism today.
Yes.
And I don't know if I think you were on stream for round 2. I was over there looking, and he was at one point down 32-6 against Reinar. So it is kind of rough to bring that against your bad Poppers matchup, probably. What other new heroes? We got Vincent is maybe...
John Zapata was on Vincent. He
Right.
was 1 or 2-0 heading into this round, so would love to see some Vincent. Was talking to him. He's got some cool tech.
Right.
We are going to go ahead and take a very short break here. We're going to get Matt Vore in, a Pro Tour
really?
competitor. He's going to take some of his time from his heel turn to talk about Briar and the tournament. So we will see you shortly. Don't you go anywhere. Let's talk to Matt.
with Matt Vore, who wanted to have Chris Sucks as his tagline, but then we realized he just played a Chris. So Chris Ayali Sucks as your tagline.
Stop cheating on Talishar.
Shots at him. Congrats on 3-0 so far through 3 rounds. That's perfect.
You know,
does it feel perfect?
The deck's running really well. That last game, I think there was a couple stumbles with drawing multiple non-attacks, and then I ended up having a misplay. I thought it was correct to sink the blue, and then not realizing that I still had Swarming in my hand. So the plan was, like, if he full blocked, and then I would have had no go again unless the Swarming hit after. So I should have sunk one of the Scar for Scars and then made a Rune Chant into Swarming instead, which would have had guaranteed go again. Although it worked out that time, but in the future, you know, just got to play better.
Well, the good thing is neither me or Sam saw that. So you looked perfect. There was like 8 non-attack actions in 9 cards. There was 7 attacks in 8 cards. How do you get through that as a Briar player?
In the Dromai matchup, it's a little weird. Sometimes you end up just swinging a Coax at a Dragon to clear, and then I think I did it once in the game where you end up making a Quicken, and I had to break my snaps just to have a real turn. But you can have off turns as Briar. You just need, like, my deck had a lot of poppers as well, so left in the deck. So taking an off turn to just attack for 4 and then get some cards and then potentially pop the next turn and just basically redraw. I think a common misconception with Briar is that she doesn't want to block at all, and especially with the most important, honestly, cards in Briar, I think, are the non-attack actions that block for 3. So there's 3 in my deck specifically, which is Channel Mount Heroic, which most of the time you don't want to be blocking with. However, you can if, Snatch for 4, block for 4 just makes sense, and especially if you can't play it. The new card, Warmonger's Diplomacy, and then Force of Nature. So a lot of the time the Briar plan is like swing 1 attack if you don't have a big turn, like just for 4. So they have to have a break point in the aggro mirror, or you get an embodiment, and all of a sudden, now my deck blocks like I have a sink below in every
That's
every
crazy.
hand. So.
Yeah, you can get your value that way. The thing that we saw in your deck list that we were like, what is this for? 3 Runic Reclamation. What's going on with that?
So the way I got my deck mainly was from Chris. So there was like a main board of all the Briar, like basically what we've had since Worlds, since we were playing. And mainly he was arguing for running the Runic Reclamation because 1, it's very good against Viscerai. It's a popper. It came up in the game against Dromai where he had Burn Them All out, so he was forced to block 7 unless I gained a damage and blew up his Burn Them All. And it's also very good in the aggro or the Briar Mirror because you can potentially blow up Channel Mount Heroic.
Oh yeah.
So it's mainly just a sideboard card, but the matchups you wanted, it's very impactful.
Okay. Unmovable. Don't worry about it, or you're going to be playing a Ranger one day, probably.
I don't think Unmovable is mainly for Bravo, I think, and it actually turned out siding 3 of them in today was definitely the right call with how many Bravos there were. Don't know the exact breakdown, but I've seen at least 5, I believe. So a lot of the time, one of the common Bravo playlines is if you have Channel Mount Heroic out or you do a smaller turn, they take a bunch of damage even though it's only for 4, just so they can dominate back or pummel you.
Right.
And one of the ways that Briar falls behind is Bravo chaining multiple of these big disruption effects in a row, and then you get locked out of the game effectively. And Unmovable fills a slot where if Bravo wants to take a bunch of my damage to swing back a dominated attack, hopefully I am able to punish one of the movable, stop the crush effect, and then also have a follow-up turn. So he has to either take damage again to try and attack me or block, and then I can set up bigger turns to attack his hand and such.
Oh yeah. So we're looking at the standings. 15th place. Is there any pressure today?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure. A lot of our teammates are up there on the list as well, so I was kind of hoping.
Who are you going to pass today? Let's look at this.
Tyler, I need to pass Tyler. That's just on principle. We're both playing Briar.
Goodness.
He's, claimed that he's the better Briar player, which he probably is. He's been playing Briar a long time. However, I'm trying to get back into playing other decks since Oldham's been removed from the meta in the game for now.
But if you do get in the top 16, you got to come to California again. Is it stressful to come to California once a month, or is it still fun?
Most of the time it's fun because we drive over from Arizona, for those who don't know, and it's a long car ride, but 4 guys in the car, we either listen to a podcast, jam out to music,
God,
and
I would kill myself.
talk about just the game in general. We love playing Fab, and traveling 6 hours isn't really a downside for us. It's over the weekend, we don't lose anything, so makes sense.
Who'd you trick to drive?
Jake Torres drove us,
yeah.
but we rotate, so not everyone drives their car, and the
if
whole
it was
time.
my turn, I'd be like, oh, my stomach.
Guys, I'm sick, and then
Dude, I had somebody brought me today, and I got a different car ride on the way home. I'm killing it today on car rides. Anything else? Like Diadec Carapace, is that like what a card? Are you like, man, this is boring, but it makes my deck better against everything?
So Tyler had some different thoughts. If he gets on stream, so he can talk about it, or in the booth.
We're not putting Tyler on this at all today. Look.
So my deck has the interesting choice of having 3 different chess pieces between Tunic, Carapace, and the Aether Ironweave. Me and Chris were talking because Tyler was like kind of busy this weekend. I think he wrote an article about Prism and such, so I wasn't able to get his opinion much. But me and Chris weren't really able to figure out when, like, between the 3 chess pieces, that's like kind of like the biggest disruption or like choice between my deck right now, I think. Because normally you want to run Aether Ironweave and like anything that you're racing because you can get 2 extra pitch and like command and conquer and swing the game. But at the same time, the Carapace blocking multiple times in a game, turning off multiple on hits might be worth the slot or worth sliding in, for example, against like Lexi, so you can stop a break point and another break point. So I'm still not sure. It's definitely a good card because there's also wizard players, and this kind of just makes you. It kind of needed
impervious to wizards, right?
It kind of Rimblade as a whole needed it as I think AB too, because 1, their deck's not very good at pitching, so they want anything more than 3 AB is useless. And AB2, I feel like, is kind of like the sweet spot where they're able to pitch if they want to against Wizards. And before they had no option to sideboard anything for Wizard, basically. They either had a Shock Charmers, or if you're a Runeblade only, like not Briar, you had to run the Chrono Dichotomy and then Vexing Cool Hands. So it kind of shores up some slots.
Hell yeah. Well, we're looking forward to you top 8ing again. It would be how many tournaments here in a row? At least 3 in a row.
3 in a row.
Dude, what was that Sunday when you left and you were like 2 top 8s? Like Evan beat you was so annoying. Like we have this moment on stream. Like on that Sunday when you were all said and done, I feel like you were one of the top performers that weekend. Was that something where you're like, man, I feel good, or did you want to win?
I mean, obviously I wanted to win, but, I was happy with my performance. And, the last time playing Oldham, it's nice to, go out with a bang almost. And I beat a lot of talented players. Unfortunately, Brody was able to get the best of me twice because, Kid Wonders, apparently he's got 15 PTIs.
Oh,
and,
my God.
But, it was
He's
great
coming
playing.
for commentator jobs now.
It was a great great time playing against him as well as everyone else that I played over the weekend. So, and, hopefully I'll be back in August.
You will. Well, congrats and good luck for the rest of the day. And we'll say go Briar to get her LL.
Go Briar.
Let's do it. All right, short break. See you later, guys. to know that you'll never get another blue 6 because it would make your deck consistent when there's
you
so
have one,
many
right?
other.
You have a blue
Yeah.
6.
What's it called?
I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly. Because I'll never use it to attack you. It's literally only to get discarded. Like, why can't I have another discard? Or a legendary, like you can only have one, make it go from 3 to 4. Let me get some percentage points here, but that would be plus on Brute, which I don't think is a thing that happens.
What happens if Brute is strong, Blake? What happens if Brute is actually strong?
People would have fun. People would grow the game. People would buy more dice. People would tell their parents. Their parents would come watch them roll dice. The Vegas scene would catch on. We would probably have Flesh and Blood at casinos. Yeah. Like, everyone would just be more enjoyable of the game or whatever.
Have you lost to Rhino?
I've never lost. It sucks because sometimes I've lost the mirror match. I haven't lost, like, to a traditional Rhino. Like, back in the day, it was barraging, swing a club for like 15. And that's a way to lose. None of those have blue 6s in them, but I can't do that anymore because everything else is so fast. And if you don't want to block, there's no point. So it is kind of like to get the cheetah stuff going, to get the, I'm going to one-turn berserk you with a meat axe stuff, we need more 6s. And our red slots are full of attacks. Our yellow slots are full of utility. We need 6s in the blue. Oh, Blake, it's not fun to lose against. I'm ready for other people to have no fun losing to something else, like Reinar.
How do you feel Hayden Dale felt getting wallached by our very own Zachary Wallach here at Worlds against Reinar?
And I hope he... what deck was he playing? Yeah, he deserved it, exactly. Like, oh, you felt bad playing Blitz. I get it. Stuff that... I'm trying to get into some design where maybe you don't play this in Blitz and it's just a CC-only card. Maybe we can start making those. I think it is interesting that we're always like, oh, the new players wouldn't understand. And it's like every new player that ever shows up has a tunic and a Crown of Providence within the first 3 weeks. I'm like, everyone is on a level when they show up to this.
Stavo was great for new players, right?
Dude, the thought process where it's like, it's not fun to lose to Reinar with this stuff. It's like we went through 5.5 months of Starvo stuff, and like who was saying, oh, I'm the best player in the room, I'm playing Starvo, and I hope they have an awful time losing to Barraging stuff later. Like, I don't know. Okay, what's next?
Bring it up.
Okay. Okay, we're going at Brian gotta leave now. I say this is Jeff Hoogland.
Back into
Okay. I was like, we're on Hoogland's side? Okay, so we haven't had one of these since Jeffrey Hoogland came at us. I say this is someone who has always made time for nuanced discussion and fair criticism. We're going to say the F word. Criticism of the game that myself and so many others pour our heart and souls into. Go freak yourself, Jeff.
He was ready with the beep anyway. I love that.
Brian is him. I thought this was an amazing tweet. I loved it. I went and said, I am so inspired by this. I think there's some kowtowing stuff where you're like, oh, we need the common denominator to love us. I went and watched that dude's stream, unfortunately, for like 10 minutes to do my own due diligence research.
Any highlights?
And he was just complaining about like, why would I play a card game when you can buy a board game and have more fun? And I was like, how are you like somebody where we care about your opinion? Or
isn't he a Marvel Snap streamer?
Exactly, but he's like, it's so quick and so fun and it's all contained. Because somebody was like, oh, what should I do for my commander deck for, I don't know if you know, Magic, Commander, whatever. And it was like, why would I do that when I could buy a board game and my wife enjoys it with me? And it was just like, bro, what? I think the thought process was, why would I buy 2 Command & Conquers when I can buy a shelf of board games? Was the logic. And it's like, because you want to come to Battle Hardened LA and get 105th place and buy a hoodie afterwards. Like, you can't do that if you're playing Monopoly Deal or whatever, or Go Fish. I don't like Jeff Hoogland. It was fun that he was blocking everyone. That was a fun week.
You use it in the past tense. It's very interesting.
Because it was like, we all came together. Like, there was no brutes or illusionists or warriors. We were all Twitter haters at Hoogland. So it was a cool week.
Good on you, Brian.
Okay, this is BS. I hate this stuff. Okay, so I think one thing that
in the set.
No, okay, so okay. Here's where we get canceled real quick. There was the thought process of, hi, I'm James White. Welcome to Baltimore. I'm ready to tell you what's going on this time. Worlds is in But don't worry, Nationals, we're going to do something that none of you guys have ever done. I have been playing this long, and like it's something I have been playing this long. I did do draft. Draft is fun until you solve it, and that's why we have 6 heroes and outsiders, and everyone's like, outsiders is such a good draft because we're really like, oh man, like there's so many avenues we can go, and that's just not true with Monarch because 2 of those heroes are kind of bad, and then it's, do you have Prism? Do you have stuff that blocks Prism? And what's really happening, if we're getting to economics, I took economics in high school, senior year. Econ, no, I don't think they called it econ. They just need to sell more Monarch boxes because they need legendaries to be available to new players. So Footsteps are at $230, so we can lower our prices. Or if you've been hoarding the $300 cold foil Footsteps, that bottom falls out of there, which is kind of frustrating. Maybe if you were a collector, I'm not. I don't care. I get everybody these cards, but it is frustrating that because it's Monarch version 2 or Monarch in a third. It is like we just need more cards for Dusk Till Dawn to come out of here. How can we do this? Let's have Nationals happen. So now here's what I'm actually complaining about. I was excited. I was like, I could XP grind. I have that available to me because I live in Los Angeles and we can go to Flesh and Blood 6 days a week if we want to do it. Some of these people do that.
Yeah, we don't lose to Brody Spurlock 6 days a week.
Yeah. I would never lose to Brody Spurlock, bro. Bring it. Just kidding. I would immediately lose. But unless he was playing Oldham and I was playing Reinhardt, but I feel like I could do that. One thought process is you can grind. I qualified for Nationals the first year I was playing. I was super excited, and then it was Briar meta. And I was like, bring in Reinhardt to Briar meta. I'm going to get rolled. It doesn't make sense to go to Orlando. Last year, what was the thing that kept me from going to Nationals last year? Well, it was probably bad, but like this year I could have done this. Like I was within, like, let me go to more, because it was in Vegas. It's like, okay, I'll probably go to Vegas. I want to play in Nationals. As soon as it got explained that it was Monarch C, because that's what I qualified on, I only go to CC events. Where's my CC tournament? And it's going to be calling probably. So I'll just go to the calling in Vegas and get 85th place or 185th place there.
And get a hoodie.
And get a hoodie if they have them. Thank you, SGC or whatever they're called.
3 letters couldn't get it right.
Yeah. But Monarch Draft, I don't think, like, everyone that's being like, oh, I'm so excited for Nationals, let me practice this with you. You guys are going to hate yourself in 3 weeks.
So you say they should run Outsiders Draft again?
Why not? And it was like, oh, it's a stale thing. It's like, I promise you, you are going to like Outsiders Draft more than this. That's a Blake promise. Is there more? Oh, no. That is kind of what I would look like if I showed up to a podcast. I think what's interesting, do you have a Flesh and Blood podcast?
Fuck no.
So, I feel like from just your initial reaction, we don't need the sentence and a half of why you wouldn't. But okay, so Flesh and Blood podcast, I think there was a question on Would You Rather that got left on the cutting floor. It was like, would you rather be on a podcast or would you rather start your own? And it is something where you're like, I need people to be more engaged in their podcast. To have a podcast, you need to have a viewpoint, you need to be entertaining, and you need to have something that nobody else has, which is kind of a viewpoint just in a different way. But it is kind of like, why are people listening to your stuff?
Right.
And if you aren't, if you're like, check out this 30-second clip, and I'm bored 8 seconds into it, y'all need a better editor. You maybe don't focus on the camera and focus on the audio equipment if the stuff you're putting out there is pointless. And if you're like, let me show you the matchup right now of Lexi versus Oldham, it's like, okay, it is viewpoint, entertaining, or like, did you win something big? I could understand like,
so credibility, right?
Yeah, there we go. Because it's like, if you're a world champion, people are going to be like, I do care. Like, do you go to the bathroom before the round or after? Like, you could say the most boring stuff, and somebody's going to go, that's what I'm doing wrong, is I keep going to the bathroom after, and I'm not able to focus on my tunic counter, which gets me the IP2, because I IP as well, and you're just like, I need to go to the bathroom earlier, and I could get there. There's so much stuff that you're blaming, and like, I think that's so interesting, and there's people behind me that was like, did you listen to that podcast? And it's like, no. I don't listen to any podcasts. I don't think that's why I'm sitting in this chair instead of there.
Not even Taylor's podcast?
I don't listen to Taylor's podcast. I want you to be clear with him. I could never listen to podcasts on purpose. It's not. I like video stuff. So maybe there's some video.
Visual
YouTube.
learner. Yeah.
Yeah, like if somebody were like, here's two people and doing this of like, but I don't know. It'd be like, what would be the most interesting they could do?
So what would you do? Would you start one or be on one? You wouldn't. Where do you fall in this sort of hierarchy of requirements?
I think what's interesting of what I'm saying is I work in entertainment, you work in entertainment, and it is something where you don't work in entertainment if you live in Michigan. I don't know if I'm calling somebody out, but like Michigan people are interesting in their own way, but can they edit a podcast and speak from their heart that's interesting? I'm not saying I'm more interested in them, but I'm saying I don't think I have the viewpoint, whatever, and credibility where everyone would listen to my opinion over everyone else's. I like sticking in my lane where I'm like, I could nail this. And it's not like stick in your lane, but it is kind of like,
I mean,
like be interesting at least.
Big shout out to the Motor City podcast.
Yeah.
I'm sure we got some of you guys tuned on in here for that.
There's one more.
One more. Oh god, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, no.
Okay, so what's on? Okay, we got to go quick on this one. So this is Lost in Thought. This is the brand new Illusionist action card, and it's like this isn't fun. This is not fun. This is a Dromai card. Dromai is going to pitch a red, make an ash, get rid of the popper you have in your hand. As a Dorinthia player, you're like, don't worry, I drew a 6 this turn. You're not going to have 2 6s because you're trying to. I need to make sure the ash wings don't overpower me and all this other stuff on top. I'm going to save a 6. I have a 6. Don't worry, I can stop this. They're going to go pitch 1, Lost in Thought, put that 6 on the bottom of your deck. You'll never see this again. Don't worry, you'll get a card in 2 turns that you can use. And then the Dragon Pressure is just going to immediately fall down on top of you. And it's like, well, that's what I've been playing for the whole day. Like I don't know how some of the heroes I play can beat Dromai anymore, because what I was trying to do was my Lost in Thought. Also, as a Brute player, what we're talking about, I hate being intimidated.
Right.
I banish a card from your hand, and you get it back at the end of the turn. Lost in Thought, Codex, Pulse Wave Harpoon, Codex the other one, Codex the third one. These are all cards that are better intimidates than my intimidate triggers. Because you get your card at the end, we're discarding those. We're discarding those from Codex. This puts it at the bottom of your deck. Don't worry, it'll be replaced in 2 turns. If this was a Brute card, everyone would be like, this is so unfun to lose against. But because it's an Illusionist, everybody's like, I have so many good cards, I don't know if it's going to make the cut. And it's just like, oh, Prism hates red cards. And it's like, you pitch a blue, you play Lost in Thought, you get rid of their popper. Now you're coming in with Erudition because there's no poppers anymore. You know you're good to go. You're drawing 2 cards.
You pump it by 4.
Yeah, like, come on. Like, what are you talking about? Between Angelic Wrath, Flicker Trick, and Lost in Thought, boom, 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 boom. It's like, these are all 3 Illusionist cards that are like, hell yeah, look at this. I can play this hero again. Brute, like, whoever is doing the release schedule is up right now. Because it's like, give us 1 Brute card where I can go to sleep right now. Like, literally when my head hits the pillow, I don't know how I'm going to beat Dromai with some of my favorite classes that were favored into her sometimes. I don't know how I'm going to beat Prism right now. Like, am I going to switch to Dory and Chorus is the card that does that?
I mean, we put cards back in our opponent's hand. We can do that.
What is the Courage token? Show us the Courage token, please. And now this is where we show our Rhinar spoiler, the Rhinar specialization. And that card's going to be like pitch 4 for 9, and it's going to only work if you have a Tunic up, and it's going to be like,
if Mercury's in retrograde,
draw 3 cards next turn because you got an extra 4 damage or whatever.
Great time to be a Brute player. You heard it here first.
Herald of Erudition is not that great without Luminaris. Well, Pat, you play way better decks than I do, okay? It's going to be perfect against me, bud.
Yeah, obviously Fabtcg, story Guardian player, by the way. Oh, goodness.
Well, other than that, I'm very excited about where Flesh and Blood is going because I know there's going to be a way for Reinhardt to stick in the meta.
I'm done. Are we doing games after this, or are we done? I'm wheezing.
No, they finished the whole tournament.
Okay, done. Get me get me out of here.
All right, this will be a long break. That's the schedule. I clicked the wrong button.
Alrighty.
Sweet.
Well, I appreciate you just spiking me on camera. That's totally fine. Do I get any points for knowing? Do I know any point for knowing Terra Thunder was that All-Ins thing?
No,
Half
that was
point.
not the question.
Half a point. All right. Well, we're gonna take a moment here and head over to one of our favorite segments here, which I know how to get to. I don't know how to. I don't even need to get to it because we're going to jump into an incredible segment sponsored by our friends over at Fabtcg. Let's go ahead and jump into that now. We're going to be looking and playing a quick game of Would You Rather, sponsored by Fabtcg. So here's the thing, Fabtcg, it's about making tough choices. It's about looking at all the data, figuring out what do I want to go into my deck based on all of the different incredible decks that have already been made out there. There are tough choices out there in the world of Flesh and Blood, and we're going to make some more right now.
Let's do this.
And guess what?
What?
We're doing a giveaway at the end, too. I'm being told all of these things in my ear.
Battle.
Subbox of Dusk Till Dawn.
Wow. I thought he said mask, and I was like, there's a mask in Dusk Till Dawn.
There's no mask. It's a box.
Okay, sweet. Excellent. Those two words are very similar. All right.
All right.
Hit me with it. I'm ready.
I'm ready, supercomputer. Would you rather be only able to play Runeblades forever or be only able to play as illusionists forever?
Ugh.
Fascinating.
This is
Is it easy for you?
Windmill Slam Runeblades.
Windmill Slam Runeblades?
Yeah, totally.
Dude, I think I'm Windmill Slam. Not Windmill Slam, but I think I'm illusionists.
Ew. Are you just saying that for parody
No,
on the
absolutely
podcast?
not. No, absolutely not.
On the stream?
Here's my thought. I like to present problems, and I like to say, here is a thing, you have to deal with it.
They're called rune chants.
But see, that's just damage. Be it a non-hit effect, be it like a dragon is a problem, you got to deal with my problem. An aura, here's a problem. If I'm not interacting with my opponent, if I'm not saying you have to respect what I'm doing, I feel like I'm just giving them agency, and if their game plan just works, then I just lose. And that, not to say that I don't love playing my Runeblades, but I do feel like that's
If
why
anybody watches 3 Floating, you just played a Runeblade.
Yeah, that was fun. I had a great time. But I also felt like I had to kind of high roll off my sonatas. but that's my thought process. And that's what that's just what I like about Flesh and Blood. I like saying, hey, you got to deal with my problem right now, or the game is.
Sounds like you need therapy, actually.
Both of my parents are clinical psychologists. I've had enough.
Yeah, no, it's too easy for me.
Runeblade
Illusionist is not fun to play. No offense. I know Miss Mara is in the chat, so no offense to the Illusionist players, but I mean, Runeblades are cooler.
Runeblades are cool. They're very cool. I do got to say, I got my boy Sam Dando in the chat saying Illusionist, and he's maybe the coolest human being that plays Flesh and Blood. So I feel like
Did you
already.
you see this wall right here of
Mara
Runeblades?
Ferris,
I know.
Illusionist. Nick Murphy, Illusionist is the correct answer. I wouldn't want to play Illusionist, but I get Sam here. The Plague Hive, I love your videos. I was watching them the other day. All right, I think, have we reached a non-consensus? Yeah.
I mean, I don't need to convince
That's what I'm saying.
you.
We can reach a non-consensus. Let's hit our next.
My Runeblade will just beat your Illusionist, and it'll be fine.
That probably would happen, yeah. Let's say, would you rather only eat cold food for the rest of your life or only take cold showers, baths for the rest of your life? Wow. Not that one.
This is not Flesh and Blood related.
Yeah, it's super not Flesh and Blood related. But I think, you know what the people out there want to know? If we care more about food or cleanliness.
What? You can still get clean if your shower is cold.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, okay. So not good at math, not good at science. Sam, what are you good
My
at?
answer is I would take the cold showers and baths because I do.
Yeah,
I know.
me too.
Yeah, I can't eat cold food for the rest of my life.
No.
Talk about.
I mean, a sandwich can be cold.
Absolutely.
You know, what do we mean by cold? Do we just mean not hot?
No, we mean cold. I think.
We mean cold, like
mean
from the fridge.
From the fridge, freezer, fridge, cold. Soba noodles, not ramen.
Blake, is that a hot sandwich or a cold sandwich you're eating?
That's a taco.
Oh, it's a hot taco.
That is a taco.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm also going with bath.
People are saying cold food, and to them I say Godspeed.
I guess you can cereal. You know, cereal is a great
Yeah,
cold
for
food.
80 years. Next question.
Fortified cereal. No, I'm doing Bass.
Here, you hit
Would you rather be able to perfectly memorize your own pitch stack, already can, or be able to perfectly memorize your opponent's pitch stack,
That's interesting.
already can?
Both?
Yeah, well, I'm not as good at my opponent because I'm looking at my cards.
Okay, so maybe that one then.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, cool.
Fill that hole in my
In your
in
gameplay?
my gameplay.
Now, here's the thing.
Also, this is Fab related, so
This
good
is
job.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I think I'd rather be able to memorize my opponents. If I could just wave a wand and do it, I want to do that because I think I will be able to memorize my own eventually, and I'm pretty close. I can memorize chunks. I don't have the
Yeah.
whole thing, but I
Yeah.
get the chunks.
Yeah,
But being able to just like wave a wand, I know my opponent's pitch stack.
yeah.
That'd be pretty sick. And then I could get the others. I could get there for me, but it's harder for my opponent.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Like I've been able to be like, oh, okay, I see that sequence coming, but I have to just kind of feel it out. Like I think that should be coming soon. Like I'm not able to just be like, oh, that's coming in the next hand.
Yeah, totally.
It's more. It's a feel thing.
I just don't play a ton of aggro decks, so if I knew my opponent's pitch stack better, that would help me out. So
Yep.
easy.
Easy. We've seen a lot of opponents. We're seeing some people are hungry, and we see Savage Land Nude, one of our incredible sponsors, saying to just end the game before they can get to it. Spoken like a true brute player. Let's just end this stuff.
Yeah, totally.
All right, next question, please, supercomputer. Would you rather never be able to double sleeve your deck, or you must always triple sleeve your deck?
That's pretty funny.
That sounds awful. Shuffling like
Yeah, have you ever felt a triple sleeve card?
never.
Okay, well, you should hang out with Andrew Rudin. I think he triple sleeves all of his cards.
Does he triple sleeve them? I've hung out with him quite a bit.
I don't know. They just seem like they have a lot of weight
Is he
to
around
them.
here?
Yeah, Andrew.
Aiden, see if you can get Andrew. We want a triple sleeved card. We want a triple sleeved
Yeah,
card.
ask him if he
from Andrew
triple
Rudin.
sleeves his cards.
My cousin is on it.
Nice.
YouTube.com/sleevefloating.
What does people say? Triple sleeve.
Easy, right? Oh,
Or-
you must. Are they saying that they want to triple sleeve your card? Always triple sleeve.
Also, good look.
If you draft, you have to triple sleeve.
No problem.
No problem.
No problem.
A Chaos Goblin triple sleeve.
What's a Chaos Goblin?
You just people play it like pack battles. You just open a pack and you play with the cards. Pink and white
okay.
does it. I think I'm saying I would not double sleeve my deck. I just would play less Flesh and Blood because I'd look at my cards, I'd look at my sleeves, I'd look at the door, and I'd walk out of the door. And I would not want to spend 30 minutes doing that.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't really. I do double sleeve now, but I have historically been a single sleever.
Yep.
So, can I just say I don't care?
And Taylor is abstaining. So I think we got one more.
I think just for the fun, I would just always triple sleeve my deck and just be that guy.
you have the power to.
You know, and
can.
just my deck looks like this big or
If it
whatever,
really-
and
if
I
it's
need
that
a
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's round 4?
4.
Round 4. We're doing
2:15
it.
p.m. local time.
4 of 6, 2:15 p.m. local time. That local time is the Pacific coast of the United States of America. How much longer will it be united? Stay tuned and find out.
Let's go.
We've had a pretty exciting day. What was last round was Briar
Dromai.
That's pretty good. We had a Levia mirror before that, which was awesome. And then when some warriors did some stuff that
Right.
don't need to remember.
So we haven't seen a ninja and we haven't seen an assassin. Is there a way we could do both of those at the same time?
I think with like a magic kind of thing,
Don't do it.
we could do it. We did it.
Oh my god, he has electric eyes?
Still nowhere Injector is coming in. He
Arizona versus local. Where does Bill Dower live? He lives on this side of town. Versus the beach.
did the big BD versus the Trim JT.
Right.
Look, coming in at 2-1, both players. So they're fighting for their lives, depending on when that first loss happened.
Bill's gonna start at 1 health, so any dagger will kill him.
Pretty neat.
Yeah.
Pretty neat way. These new decks, they're pretty wild out there. Jake Torres on that Uzuri. Uzuri is a hero from Outsiders.
Like Azuri is a Uzuri is a hero from Uzuri is a hero from Outsiders, and she's starting with 12 health, so that's probably a Surging Strike and a Whelming Gust Wave away from death.
They just get. We'll reset this health counter. Let's see. I'm checking out the standings here.
Yeah, we know Jake Torres is 13. That's why you're seeing him on stream.
Jake Torres.
He's got to kind of hold serve here, or he could get passed by somebody behind him.
Yeah, is Bill on our list? Bill is down. He's got 16 points.
Here's a refresher, by the way.
Wins out today, he will do very well. But, oh, yeah, check out this metagame breakdown.
Dude, I didn't realize there was only one Bolton, one Vincent, one Viserai, one Prism, one Kano, one. I know all those people.
We have an Arachne out there, too?
Yeah, I know. It's Garrett. Garrett's been
nice,
killing it with he was 0-1-1.
Yeah, we saw Zane on Bolton earlier today. His day did not get any better, unfortunately. But, you know, he tried something out. It didn't work. It's one of those decks where if you don't pull the cards you need, you
in the right order?
Yeah. You know, one of those decks. You know, it's not one of these decks where you just play any card that comes to your hand and you do pretty well. I wish I played some of those decks.
It is interesting. Maybe they're going to figure out the health thing. Maybe at home you should call Collector Legion Collect and tell them, hey, can you guys fix the stream health?
I think.
Okay.
We're in right now.
Look how fast Jake can type to 40. That's crazy.
He's got.
Bill, how fast can you type to 40?
Magic fingers. Look at that. Coming in 40-40 standard health. We don't have our deck list just yet, but I'm sure we'll grab some in a minute. I don't know. I guess, you know, Bill's deck is probably more known. Oh, Zephyr
he
Needle.
said,
okay.
yeah, right, bro. I got a Zephyr Needle.
Dude, let's go, Bill.
Jake was, I don't even remember this. What does this do? Jake's like, oh, yeah, every single card in my deck breaks that.
Yeah.
Good luck, Bill.
Pretty neat. He will try to break it. Curious what Jake's list looks like. If it's the red line deck, if it's a defensive deck.
Well,
I'm not sure where Azuri has landed lately.
Here comes the deck list.
There's a lot of reds. 41 reds, 20 blues. You got a good amount of blues. Yeah. Okay.
What in the world? So
we got Raging Onslaught in here.
Bill has 4 daggers.
3 brandish.
So maybe he's gonna break a dagger and get one later. Back in his hand.
The one that does that?
Zephyr Needle and Harmonize. I think he's got Hurl.
Oh yeah, Hurl.
But we're looking for Concealed Blade. That's the one that puts it back. So he's got.
It's nice.
We're looking at Dagger Katsu for Bill.
Dagger Katsu comes out with just a cheeky snatch to start turn 0.
That was a block.
Oh, that was a
Jake
block?
went first.
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense.
Dagger Arsenal,
daggers,
kind of.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Both players remember Tunic. That's so important.
It is important.
That ruined.
Miss Triggers and James Blake. Not James Blake.
Miss Triggers and James Blake.
James Blake gets mad at you. It's fine. I called James Blake Jimmy Blanco the other day just because I thought it was also funny. But I know it was a reference to our near and dear Jimmy Blanco, creator of Flesh and Blood. But the person I was talking to doesn't know who that is. So
Nice.
It was a mashup between worlds. All right, sorry, that was just stupid.
This is not a great starter. This is the second one, and you didn't play the first one. But it's 3 go again.
This is the Descendant Gust Wave. Is that what we got?
Very true. It's kind of a wispy one instead of a full tornado. I think this is an interesting matchup because, yes, Uzuri kind of plays more defensively, but if you don't draw your very powerful defensive cards whenever Katsu's ripping and roaring through you, then it is kind of like, oh, crap, here we go. I have a sigil when they're about to do 20 damage to me. Hold the line.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Reinforce the line, my bad. Hold the line's a different card.
Hold line's a different card. We're in some weird turn era territory as Bill pitches a non-zero cost card, right?
What is going on with Chris Ioli in the background? Did he 0-3 drop or something? He should be busy playing a game.
Oh, yeah.
Did Chris Ioli just have the worst tournament of all time?
He actually may have dropped, yeah. I think he was at the lower tables. I'm not sure. Unconfirmed, but he is hanging out, so we know that much.
Watching baseball on his phone, or is he watching a battle?
We don't know what he's doing.
He's watching the stream. Probably he's going to hear us.
don't think so. But if he's watching the other stream, I'm gonna be mad.
Yeah, well,
Bro, you're here.
you're here.
All right, so Bill's going in. He's going for his dishonor.
Nice.
Because, you know, you want to get that in your graveyard so you can do fun stuff later. I believe is the move, as they say.
Could be the move.
Um,
Is this Bond? Oh,
there we
Bonds of
go.
Ancestry.
Bonds.
We're going to do this all over again, except there's not a card with compo in our graveyard, so nothing happens.
Nice. So at least we don't have to wait around for this thing to keep going.
I think we should call this deck Shuffle Katsu. 'Cause that's basically what happens over and over again.
Basically a Pokemon deck.
Yeah. I'm glad you know what that's like, too.
I've never played it. I've just heard people say that, so I'm
Just
glad.
watch your opponent shuffle over and over again. We're checking, does this work if there's not the Surging Strike? Of course not. That would be too good.
You need all three. Or you need the Descendant. Is it Descendant where you can name the card if it hits?
No, that's Be Like Water.
Oh, that's Be Like Water.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But it still will be 4 because there is a Bonds of Ancestry before.
Yep.
B4, 4.
But even better, he gets it in his graveyard for future Bonds of Ancestry.
Got some water to get refreshed. 3, 4, 4. That's pretty good.
It's not bad. It's not like, you know, Angel Benitez doing 36 damage with Levia, but, you know, it's only turn 2 or whatever.
Right.
And that was deep into the game. But that was exciting. I might play Levia.
Really? You're going to do it?
Why not?
Did you draw the $600 Marvel Levia card yet?
No,
Or-
I will.
Okay.
The same pack as my cold foil hand-drawn prism and chain.
Really? How many of those have been found? Are we at 4 total,
There's a
or is it
couple, yeah.
6?
There's not as many as you would have thought,
No.
which means it could be there.
It's in the box that's in your under your Christmas
Yeah,
tree
well,
right
if you
now.
got
Go
a
open it.
box, go open it. All right, Enlightened Strike, just a easy 5 go again, and then just a little backstabby, just for one. No worries here.
Worst thing this could be would be a surgical. Is there a surgical in his list? Oh, we're playing surgicals.
He's got surgicals.
Bill's like, please don't be surgical.
He's also got Raging Onslaughts.
That's a crazy card.
Looking for scrap. That's interesting. Brandish, another interesting one.
Down and dirty.
One down and dirty. That must be a Dromai kind of thing. Command and Conquer.
Humble's not good for
Amnesia.
Katsu. Amnesia's even worse, though.
That's pretty good.
That's the Katsu killer card.
Yeah, that's like, hey, you know how you care about the name of cards? Forget it.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Get it? Amnesia, forget about it.
Yeah.
Dude, this is why we bring Colin back from Europe,
Yeah,
baby.
dude, we imported me back from Europe. I
So,
thought we lost me in transit, but I made it.
it's international fromage that you're bringing.
Dude.
What's interesting is if you look at Katsu's little breathing graphic over here, he has leaves in his, and so does Bolton. There's so much like leaves and flower petals in this art. Pretty crazy.
It's just that, you know, like that heroic, majestic, you know, masculine energy.
True. 3 damage from this one. This is another Descendant Gust Wave.
These just keep coming in the wrong order, I
They're
think.
supposed to be for 5, but 3 is not enough. 'Cause
Yeah.
You can block for 3.
This is not the way he wants to see his little descending gust waves coming out. He does have 6 of them, so that is the nice thing about Katsu's deck. There are so many of the same cards that you kind of like, well, eventually it'll line up.
Yeah. There's no way my hand could break 5 times in a row. The one card I'm looking at, I'm like, what is this for? Burdens of the Past. I'm assuming you're playing that maybe for the Azuri matchup. Of if you want to play with all these defense reactions, go for it. I'll ruin your life at the end of the game.
What is the Burdens of the Past do? Is that the one where, like, with the number of something in the graveyard?
If they have 10 defense reactions in graveyard, you draw a card, and then you can't play a defense reaction that's in the graveyard. So it's like maybe you use it before there's 10. You just use it to make sure all your stuff hits, because if they have a handful of defense reactions,
Who's
it's
running
pointless.
10 defense reactions?
Kind of just Uzuri these days.
Does she run 10? Not in this deck, baby.
Dagger
2
for 1.
Scene. 3 Sink Below.
We're always going to Spider Bite because Bill's the whole deck is attack actions. And it's just making his 2 blocks go to 1 block. So it's like, Bill, you're never going to block ever. Isolate Blue. We don't care about the damage on that one. We just care about the Uzuri switch.
And it's got Dominate.
He's like, oh, hopefully it's not Amnesia.
Thank you, Jake, for playing correctly. Passing
Ooh,
priority.
Flag. Okay. That's not the worst one we could see. That's a Death Touch.
Coming in for 6. It looks like it's going to hit. Bill holding on to another Dishonor and a Snatch. So
How about we turn your daggers off for a bit?
Well, that sucks. Bill says out loud, I'm sure. I like my daggers.
He pointed at the Zephyr Needle of like, wow, you can really break that this time.
You just break it by looking at it, I think.
Bill's like, please stop ruining my turn.
Yeah. First, my deck.
Oh my god, he's going for it. That means he's got the hurl in hand, I bet. Or the concealed blade. Or how does this stuff work? Who knows?
Oh yeah, he might have a hurl. Is that a hurl? I can't see that card. That'd be pretty fun. Because the hurl, you can throw the card on the chain, right?
I think so.
And then you just do a damage.
Right. Because it breaks at the end of the chain. So instead of getting nothing out of it. Oh, he said, I'll take it. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. I scratched my beard and it got way too close to the microphone.
Oh.
Whoa, I'm going to go even bigger than that one. Sorry, bud.
Bigger than that.
The dagger comes in for 1, which is an interesting thing off the frailty of I don't want to block a 1 damage attack.
Wow, 2 Ancestrals.
Even if it kills your weapon for the whole game.
On the top with an Enlightened Strike. I would assume the Enlightened Strike's good and put on the top.
You're going to draw a card and make a Quicken token? That card is pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Oh, great. Let me just show you.
And
He has to show, then you make the Quicken. We're all doing it the right way. These guys both have glasses, so they know how the token works without looking at it.
They can read it from the other side
Yeah.
of the table, upside down and backwards. All right, so now Bill's got some more choices.
Snatch with Go Again? I'm
Snatch with Go
correct.
is pretty good.
Bill is basically playing a deck where you have 2 trains approaching at the same time on different tracks, and you're trying to move one cargo from one train to the other, like in Mission Impossible Fallout or Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Dude, no spoilers.
You haven't seen it yet?
One train left from Phoenix at 9 a.m. and the other train
Jake Torres.
left from San Diego at a slower speed at 10 a.m. So when do we transfer that cargo? Okay, and then he's just like, and now I have an Enlightened Strike for 7. Or is he going to draw a card?
I think you draw. Okay. I was going to say 7.
I think Katsu just wants cards.
Oh, Arsenal's always important.
Yeah. And it's a pretty good turn. Pretty good turn for old Billy Boy over there.
Hell yeah, Billy Boy. Billy, my name is Katsu Boy. My middle name is Katsu. I think another thing that I've kind of been doing recently is I've been playing more aggro decks. And I feel like if you've always played one type of deck in Flesh and Blood, go ahead and learn a different one. And it teaches you so much about the game because there's an idea when you're like playing aggro. At a certain point, you don't care about what Uzuri's doing because you're like, I can do more than 6, and hopefully you're not disrupting me too bad because I can just do 13 every turn. And eventually, you'll start taking damage, and it'll be gross, and we won't have to worry about this. What is this one? Leave no witness. Okay, cool. You did 4 to me, not 6. So I'm only 2 damage below you. Maybe this is a red card. And then randomly, if you're on Sigil Katsu, you just play it instead. And you're like, oh, let's go.
Does he got Sigil?
No, that'd be crazy.
And then banish that Arsenal.
Or if that was like reinforce the line in there. Oh, that's one of his main game plan cards, maybe. But it's not a red.
It's not a red, but he did get 1 red off the top. Was it a flick flag?
Even bigger than that? That's a hard hit for Bill. I feel like you're even bigger that turns are your best turns.
No, that's his discard. He just played that.
Oh, crap.
He banished one before that.
I fell into the biggest hole.
I think it was a red flick flag, which is also not great to lose.
Tunic, though, now we're going to Surging Strike.
Yeah, he's got the Surging Strike. He's got a Whelming Gust Wave. This should look pretty decent for Bill here. Curious. I don't know if the other one was a red as well. He had 2 Whelming Gust Waves in hand.
I do like that we're moving our head over like that'll mess the angle.
Sometimes it does help, I swear. If I lean this way.
Ooh. I feel like Jake's like, ugh. All right. This is your first turn with Surging Strike. Surging Strike is always presenting something of like, you don't really want to block this out because then you're more susceptible to stuff later down the line. But if you do block this out, then Katsu can't use his hero ability to go make sure he has the right card.
That's the question Katsu asks you every time he plays an attack action is, do I have the card or do I need to fetch it? And I feel like they always just have the card.
There are some times where I do like maybe blocking out yellow surging because it's a little easier with maybe some of your fridge that you'll run in certain heroes.
Yeah.
And blocking out yellows seems fun because they can't use the chest or what is it, arm piece on a surging because it doesn't have combo on it.
Mm-hmm.
So you know that combo or surging will never get +1 unless it's ancestral. And ancestral on surging is actually not the best play. Like it is kind of like, okay, cool, overextend and hope for the best. What is Chris so intently watching when there's so much content around him? And by content, I mean games. I don't say content.
Like
literally, there's like world championship level players in front of him, and he's on his phone looking at hopefully Coco Melon or something. Just needs his brain stimulated at all times. That's the world championship difference, baby.
Yeah, he's watching 4 games at the same time. We can't even comprehend how he thinks about it. So
like,
yeah,
Zephyr Needle Katsu, that's not a real deck. I gotta watch a real deck online.
All right, so did he just discard that even bigger than that?
I think so,
off his Katsu?
Yeah. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see video one day. Don't worry. Got a slight problem. Somebody, I think maybe Chris is blocking it with his phone or something.
He's in the signal path. So it looks like he's grabbing a Bonds of Ancestry.
Classic card.
It's the card they run a lot of, and they play it a lot.
Bonds of Ancestry is the one that's going to go grab something you can grab from your discard pile. That's the way to get Dishonored.
You banish something from discard, and then you can grab that card from your deck. Is that correct?
Correct, Amundo.
For me and the new players out there, I just like to be explicit in how some of these cards work, because I know.
Here's the Gustwave.
We got Whelming Gust Wave. We'll get +1 go again and draw a card on hit, thanks to Surging Strike there.
This is a must block, so you don't get another card.
Yeah, this is why you don't block Surging.
Right.
Because if you do and they do this anyways, without having to go grab it from their deck, you're just like, dang.
No fun.
There goes my turn.
We got a Raging Onslaught and a Command and Conquer being thought about block. That'll block 6. That's fine. We're going to Bonds of Ancestry. Everyone knows what I'm going to do. I'm going to go grab Dishonor as quickly as possible.
He's going to get Dishonor.
So you got a 4 damage attack and a 4 damage attack coming. I don't know how much Uzuri needs her hero power, because it does help, but it is something where I guess he's running Snapdragon Scaler, so you can't really do the shakedown cheese with using your shoes because it's a.
I'd say it's pretty important. She's got too many of those like 0 for 3 assassin attacks that if you can't swap them out, you're probably in a bad spot.
Right. Yeah, it makes all your isolates just pointless.
Yeah, I think later in the game it might be okay because you're probably looking to shred for the win. But for right now, it's a bit early. It's pretty cool. I do appreciate the design of this card, the Dishonor, that it feels like something that it's not easy to get off, but it can be pulled off due to Katsu's hero power and just the number of cards in your deck that can come together to do the combo. And then, but it's like, it's a bad thing, but it's not like, oh, I just won the game. It just makes it that much harder. And I think that's pretty interesting, especially since Katsu's not like super overpowered right now. So it seems like it more levels the playing field sometimes than it does actually just destroy your opponent. But it's not
Oh,
good.
it's the wrong gust wave. You're so true, Haikudos. Do our players know that? I would have been tricked. I haven't been playing against Katsu in a while. I wonder if Bill realizes that he's bluffing right now. I don't know if that's against the law either.
It's against the law.
Like-
Someone call the. Wait, no, we already said we won't do that. We'll
The
call a
please.
judge.
Yeah.
Call the judge,
get somebody-
Connor, please.
Haikudos, you're so smart. Why did we not remember it's the wrong Gustav?
I thought it just had to be any name. Guswov.
I think it is. The whatchamacallit says
If a card with Gus Wave in its name.
that's Bonds of Ancestry, but for Dishonor it specifically says underwhelming instead of whelming. Descendant. Because Bonds.
Oh,
yeah.
it does. Yeah. Okay.
I wonder if he puts
I
the.
got those confused.
He can't put Dishonor over there. I wonder if they're like none of these people thought that at all, and we were just in our own world over here, whereas like everybody knew it was just doing 4 damage. Everyone at the table knew that. We were lost in thought. Do you know?
Look,
that freaking card.
look, dude.
Dagger.
I'm just a guy. I make mistakes. sometimes. Dagger, for one, you gotta love it. It's annoying to deal with. It's honestly, it's kind of my favorite thing to do in Assassin.
Really?
It's a dagger for one, because you're just like, yeah. what
Are you gonna do?
What do you
Block
think
40
of this?
times?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And then when they block, you're like, nice. That's exactly what I wanted you to do.
Yeah, if you're blocking daggers, you will lose eventually to fatigue. So take every dagger and make it easier for your opponent to hit you with bigger cards.
That's right. Take a dagger to
Tunic
the face.
tricked
and
you.
Be humbled.
No hero power next turn, Bill.
Sit down.
Be humble.
Shout out to Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah,
He's
shout
in
out.
the chat, I think.
I think Bill's like, okay, take 6, who cares? Go to 18.
What humble takes away the hero power?
It is dishonor for one
dishonor
turn.
for one turn. It's a dishonor. Diet
You are embarrassed
dishonor.
for a little bit.
yeah, exactly. It should be called secondhand embarrassment. Oh, dude. He's like pointing out some flaw of yours. He's not hitting you with his fingers. He's just mocking you.
Bill taking the dagger, maybe he was like, I could have blocked this. Maybe I do have 2 block 3s and then just swing Enlightened Strike for 7. But I don't know if it's worth blocking 4 of 6 and then doing that. So dagger is making this an actual thought instead of, oh, who cares?
Well, he's got Ancestral, so he could, he's got a good 3 block that's unaffected by Spider's Bite.
Wait until Ninja gets a Numbskull-like card, and they'll be so good at blocking Missouri.
What does Numbskull do?
Oh my god, what does the Numbskull not do?
Oh, tell me
so
what it does
bad.
first.
So 2 for 6, red, brute card. This can't be, the damage value can't be affected, the block value can't be affected, and the pitch value can't be affected. So Frostbites don't work on it, daggers don't work on it, -1 or blinding beams don't work on it.
That's fun.
The brute is too stupid to understand things like that.
It's fun, but it sucks that it also is like, oh yeah, and this doesn't work on Blood Rush.
Yeah. It doesn't get buffed by Blood Rush. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's too stupid to be a good card.
It's basically just a popper that can't be unpoppered.
Here comes the 7 damage, or is it draw a card? Because we like having
having cards.
Yep.
We like
Which I think is such a bad idea sometimes against Uzuri, because there's 3 Command and Conquers and 3 Leave No Witnesses, and then there's 2 more Leave No Witnesses off the Codex half the time.
Yeah, I feel like in this position where you're only coming with 1 card for your whole turn, it probably is better just to go for the 7 damage. That's half Jake's current life total, and then you can start setting up your next turn. But yeah, when you have so many arsenal blower uppers, you're just like, cool. Let me give you something to go for now.
Yeah. I think the other thing too is you just want to kind of get to Kodachi lock as quick as possible. So
Yeah.
having your opponent be like, oh, maybe I want to keep his hand and go to 7. I don't think any Uzuri would ever do that, but having that be an option for your opponent to fall into is probably a good idea. There is a wonder of how much gas does Bill have in his deck still?
How much gas does he have in his car? I hope he can get home. Oh, he takes 7.
No way.
Oh wait, no.
5.
He took 5. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. We would have done 7.
Yeah.
Right now we're up by 2 damage against Bill's play here.
But he's gonna have a busted arsenal that gets ruined by Command and Conquer right here.
Does he have?
I can feel it. I can feel it.
Oh,
Let's go,
just
Bill.
Straight
Oh,
thief, no
wow.
witnesses. Let's snapdragon these babies
So true.
and then see what happens next.
He wants a silver. He doesn't even have anything that silver buys back. Silver is literally only a pay a bunch of money to get an extra card. He did not play either his head or his shoes that get them back.
Not even in the deck. Very interesting.
Which is what? Really?
Not even in the deck. I mean,
Really?
I mean, I think that just that answers the question of what kind of deck it is. It's mostly going to be red line push damage. But yeah, I don't know. The black tech and Mask of Perdition buyback is so cool.
I mean, it blocks a Kodachi too.
It blocks a Kodachi. It could do it multiple times in a game. Ooh, and he gets that silver. Get that. He's like, I'm rich.
I would like a silver. Oh, not the Dishonor.
Ooh, the Dishonor's. I think that's the 3rd one.
Yeah, Dishonor will not be happening. I think they just told Bill, he's like, yeah, I don't got the thing to buy it back, so it's just a really crappy whatchamacallit. Ooh, we just saw the shred. Bill didn't see the shred. Bill, just take 6. Just take 6, Bill.
Bill. Take 6.
Because shred only works if Bill blocks.
Yeah.
So if Bill thinks about this, Jake will have to use a dagger to turn on shred, turn on shakedown. So Bill has to think hard about his last 5 Uzuri matchups and what happened in those. Don't block, Bill. Please don't block.
Taylor in the chat says snaps are just better always, but what does he know?
Yeah, I've never played Snap once in my Uzuri list. Oh,
Here we go.
Tunic.
He's blocking
He's about to get
all
owned.
out.
It's like that one meme with.
Shred 'em.
Oh, Bill, no.
Bill blocks. Bill
Does he have a defense reaction?
knocks.
Is it one of his 3 flick flack? Now, Jake can take over the game here by saying red. Flusterfist will not be able to be used, so take the 100 wins and throw it in the trash.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, he didn't. He was like, here, I'll give you this card you can play.
All right.
Interesting. All right, Jake.
How much damage did Bill take from that? 'Cause I don't think he touched.
He didn't
health
take a
yet.
lot of damage. I think he took.
Oh, it was 17 down to 16. Okay. Okay. So pretty close. Actually, I think it could be a little more. I don't know.
I think he took 3. I think he was at 19 or something.
Okay.
Or 18. He was around there.
100 wins. Alternate extended art with some hollow pattern on it for 3. Had to get closer to the mic.
We're getting close in there because it's windy out here. It's got go again, so you better watch out.
I think you are kind of like. That's supposed to be banished. Yeah, the Flusterfist should be banished.
True. I don't think
If
it
he
will
grabs
actually
Flusterfist
matter.
later, it will be cheating. Until then,
Yeah,
it's just a mistake.
if he Bonds of Ancestries it, which seems like would be the weirdest move I ever saw Katsu play.
Yeah.
Do
Okay. That's going to be good.
Sink
Great
below.
job. Sync below works.
Block it over.
Who would have thought?
the defense reactions are good.
Jake needs a dagger and a 6 damage attack. Or wait, that's a codex. Codex is how everything gets ahead. Dagger 1.
Oh, dang.
Nerve scalpel.
Are we trying
Raging onslaught yellow? Is this real life?
Yeah, dude, he's got 3 of them.
What the hell is going on? For why?
I think Azuri. Or wait, no, does it cost 3?
It's a 6 down. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. It pitches
don't
for a
know.
dagger, I guess.
I don't know.
Dagger, codex. I don't have a tunic, so you know I'm gonna go get leave no witness.
It does cost 3. It's for 6. Blocks 3. It's weird, and it's a weird include. Not sure.
I think this is where you almost mask block, because Bill certainly hasn't gotten a single mass trigger. We have not even thought about that this game.
He's like not been able to swing his daggers because he keeps not drawing any like his like
Blue
only
zeros,
blue
yeah.
zeros have been dishonors.
Oof. Where's your Lord of Winds? Where's your Burden of the Past?
He's got
Where's your Concealed Blades, brother?
well, he lost those.
Bill's also from Texas. Played football.
Who's from Texas?
They called him Bill Dozer.
They
instead of
called
Bill
him
Dower.
Bill Dozer?
Mm-hmm.
The Bill Dozer?
The Bill Dozer. He said, I'm going to go get a red Surging Strike, which is a gross card.
Yeah.
So I'm going to block this out, allegedly. I'm going to get rid of a blue Surging.
And then we're gonna leave no witnesses.
He said, that's fine by me, bro. What do you got? There's the mask. God, I'm good at kind of thinking about turns.
God, I'm kinda good.
That plus a attack does block for 4 because it was affected by the spider bite.
Mm.
The frailty comes over, so that red Surging Strike is actually a yellow one based on what we're about to do to you. But here comes a Zephyr Needle pitching a hurl.
For 1?
This has go again?
Because of frailty? Is it just for
Do,
1?
yeah. Dude, Zephyr Needle's sick.
Yeah, it's kind of that thing where like you kind of don't want to block it, even though it's really good to block it.
Right.
I feel like every time I've blown up somebody's Zephyr Needle, they still beat me in the end, and I'm just like, was that worth it?
You do care a lot about it. And I think what's interesting too about Zephyr Needle, maybe this is only for the frailty token of like, hey, you thought you were going to end my turn prematurely because I can't dagger, but
Oh,
this
that's
dagger
interesting.
actually is 1.
That is interesting. I wonder. But then you just block it. Just block it and blow it up. Come on, Jake.
Jake's like,
He's
I
looking at it. He's got the
know.
card. He's got it in defense position, horizontal in hand.
Dude, I love how horizontal that card is.
He's thinking about it. He's wagging the finger. He's adjusting his graveyard. He's got those new Vinset sleeves.
Those are like 2 days old tops.
Are they? Dang, dude. Oh, and then
Command and Conquer, blow up.
up.
What's he gonna do
It's a
from
blow
Arsenal?
up. Oh, it's a surge.
Surge. Oh, we knew that. I thought it was gonna be so
It's the surge
surprise.
strike that he put there before.
For 4.
Only for 4, but it does have go again.
If this is a 0 cost in his hand and this hits, we could do the whole. I'm gonna go get a whelming gust wave.
Yep.
And now your turn is not as good as it was gonna be, Jake, because
Or-
you're gonna have to block.
Is it a whelming gust wave in his hand?
You think he would just draw it?
He would do that. Bill would do that. He would just draw the exact card that would be good right here.
Bill.
Let's
Bill
go.
Dozer,
Oh,
the Katsu guy.
Bill Dozer, the Katsu guy.
Bill Dozer, the Katsu guy.
Coming in, blocking with the tunic.
Inside.
That's
Ooh!
what I said. That's what I said. Bill is the guy who draws the
I
card.
can
he
do
needed.
Gust Wave all by myself. I don't have to hero power.
Nice.
This is a must
Nasty
block.
Bill.
You don't want this to keep going.
Yeah. What's it coming in for? 3?
Actually, you could let this hit. Because at worst, it's maybe a 0 for 4. At best, he's just going to make it an arsenal. That's not. The way I said that didn't really make sense. But it is kind of like, what am I going to get off the top of my deck that would literally ruin Jake's life? And that card looks like we're going to arsenal it.
It would be
Ancestral Empowerment. Which, oh, he can use for the hero power.
dang,
So we're going to Bonds of Ancestry.
nice.
Now, if he goes and grabs the Flusterfist, we're going to have to DQ him immediately. Remember from earlier? That's a side thought process. Jake's going to shuffle it around. If he touches the Flusterfist, we will literally send one of Blake and Colin.
We will
Hey,
start
Justin, the
screaming.
Flusterfest in his graveyard should be in the banish zone. You got it already? Oh, or he's going to go take care of it. He just
If
has
he
to.
banishes it now.
Yeah, Flusterfist has to go to the, because of Shakedown. It's the red one. We're taking care of it because the eyes in the skies can be used for good.
We're not going to take it. Oh, it was the
Oh my god, that's the one he
Flusterfist.
just got.
Oh, wow. Shout out to the chat.
That was literally so close.
I said, I just said that why would he do that? But I guess it is a pretty strong attack.
Okay, he has a second.
Oh, he has a second one. Okay.
Okay. We're all good.
All right.
We're all
All right.
good.
Bill dodged a fluster fist of bullets right there, and he made it. He made it through. Whoo! Jake was like, "Yeah, get him!" And he was like, dang, there's two.
That was probably the most fun way that could have shake down. Get
Shake
it? Because
down,
of
Fluster
shakedown?
Fist, let's go! And then he's got a third one. That's how this game works. You can have 3 of the same card in your deck. So that's the last one. We know we've gotten clarity on how many Fluster Fists there are. If there's a fourth one, then we'll talk. Then we gotta have.
That's
another
only
one.
happened once before on stream.
I think
Shout outs to Sam for Spinal Crush.
Yeah.
Last name.
once on
that
stream and
OB?
like 6 times outside of that, but we won't talk about it.
No.
Not Sam though.
No, no,
Somebody
no, no.
else.
No.
We don't. And here we go. So
This is still 4 damage.
this
that hasn't
turned
been blocked
into
yet.
a way better turn than it ought to have
Yeah.
been. I
You
think
gotta block Gust Waves. I'm telling you.
really have to block Gust Wave. Like that went as poorly as it possibly could because he didn't. Because like with Katsu, you don't have to have the card you need. You just need to have another card that you can discard to get the card you need.
True.
So pretty much every card, 0 cost combo. Is it 0 combo? No, just 0 cost.
Sink Below. That's a good card to get though. Do we remember to break the Zephyr Needle? The Zephyr Needle is broken. Oh,
It's gone.
and if you're like, oh no, don't put your weapon in the trash. Nope, that's how Zephyr Needle works. It's
Yeah.
made of glass.
Goes in the trash. I thought it was an icicle.
Oh, is it?
I don't know. It's the perfect
don't-
murder weapon.
yeah.
It just dissolves. It melts before you
Codex
can
number
find it.
2. This is how you get back into the game as Uzuri though.
Yeah.
It's
And now he's got no more Zephyr Needle tricks.
so true.
His
Dagger does nothing.
dagger is basically broken for the next turn.
I think if you're Bill, maybe just go grab a, what is it called? Enlightened Strike? Put that in your arsenal, block this out,
Yeah, Line Strike would be pretty
and
good.
Enlightened Strike for 6. Try that for a bit. Because there's a 1 block left in equipment. So most of the time, attacking for 6. You don't want to get Kadachi locked. We are kind of, if we're Bill, waiting for the Concealed Blade so we can get a second Kadachi going.
Yeah, I'm like hoping for that to happen just because it's like it feels like one of those things that just doesn't ever really work out, but you want it to.
And you don't want to get Frailty token. And this is the 3rd time of Frailty. We had 1 Death Touch and 2 Codex of Frailty. There will be a 3rd Codex of Frailty eventually if this game continues a little bit.
If Jake was running Cadaverous Contraband, he would possibly be able to play his Codex 6 times.
Jeez.
That's a hot
Dude.
take.
I wish there was an Uzuri that was playing Cadaverous Contraband. Do you know anybody that did that?
I did it, but Thor did it first. Shout out to
Oh.
Thor.
He's the best, man. Good for him.
He did good. I didn't do good with it, but here we go. He blocks there. Ponder breaks, Arsenal, whatever it is. Bill's got his Snatcheroo in Arsenal, which really not great. coming in for 3.
3? We could maybe hit those Snapdragons for the first time.
Oh, that's true. But on a 2-card hand, that doesn't seem like the most impactful time for this. But, you know, we're at a weird point in the game. We've been sitting at these life totals for a few minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. Just a lot of back and forth defensive play. It's been interesting to see them be able to both.
Oh,
pressure.
snatch for 3, snatch for 4.
He was like, get bent, Jake.
Give me that last flick knives, please.
Oh,
I can perfect block all day, brother.
Can do this all day.
Concealed blade? We
whoa.
must have said something wrong earlier.
Did I say concealed weapon?
I don't know.
It's a weapon.
Who can remember?
Blade is a
10 minutes
weapon.
ago?
Yeah, there's so many cards, man. Why even bother know what they do anymore?
Why isn't there an assassin card that gets buffed by how much silver you have available to you? That seems like a Majestic coming down the line.
It's a knife where you can just pump quarters into it and
Yeah.
it gets bigger.
Dude, I like that. That one's free, LSS. This is Wither. And
for 1.
Bill's going to Wither if you should block this or not.
Oh, Bill Withers.
Oh.
Dang.
Oh, you just hope that Concealed Blade was the play. Bill's angry, says Elijah Joseph Campos.
Is Bill angry? Bill's just deep in thought, you know? He's considering his
Yeah.
options. He's trying to win
Bill's
this
like,
game.
I'll take it. As long as you don't have amnesia, you're toast, and then it will be amnesia.
He's just like...
I keep losing to Missouri when I'm like, they can't have this thing.
They must not have this one card. Oh, they have that one card.
Oh. And 3 copies of it.
Oh, dang.
They're so lucky.
Yeah, and they just play it whenever they want.
Well, I mean, Gustwave extended our promo yellow. Missouri Switch.
Switchblade. And it's amnesia.
Amnesia. It's always amnesia.
You forgot about it. You shouldn't have.
Use your flick flack.
Flick flag.
Does he have one flick flack? I know he maybe
does. I
has
think he
one
does have
more. What's the line one? Reinforce the line. That's maybe still around here somewhere. Okay, we can dagger now. Bill,
yeah, he
don't
did
forget,
have
you
it.
can dagger.
How many reinforced lines?
Just 2.
Oh, 2.
Dagger for 1.
Dagger for 1. Bill, do it. Bill, there's
the burdens. He can see the burdens.
He knows it's there. No tricky moves now.
Dude. Said take it. Now just do Razor Reflex for twice for game.
Yeah, double razor. Good night.
Doesn't have Razor.
Oh, dang it.
100 wins red. Extended art alternate promo from the store again. Actually, I think that one's in a box.
He found it in a box.
This is for 3 with Go again. 100 wins, what it does is if you play another 100 wins, the next one will be a little bit stronger because of the blowing winds.
And then,
Oh, we're gonna
and if he plays another one, and
gonna
another
use
one,
our arms.
and another one.
I don't think Jake ever saw that.
Oh, except he has amnesia, so 100 wins doesn't buff itself right now.
Oh, true. But it still can do hero power stuff. That's what we're doing, or was it
No, he did
messes up
breaking scales +1 on the combo card, and now he's doing hero
this
power
card to
stuff.
go grab it? Blake, I like that you are telling us the card version. It is important.
It is important.
If it is important enough for Bill to go get these cards,
It's
it
important
is
for me to
important
tell
for
you what
the
they-
audience to know about.
What did he get?
That is the most glare I've ever seen on one card in my life. I think it is Mugenshi's release.
Oh, Mugenshi.
But I don't know why that would happen here. It's just a 2 for 4. And he's like, I got the pitch. I might as well use this expensive-ass card now. Is that Mugenshi release? No, there's like some extended art on it, too.
It is.
Oh, it's Mugenshi's release. I can see any card through. Any amount of light you got.
That's interesting.
Mugenshi release, what does that do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. It's just 1 for 4.
Well, he was out of Flusterfist, so we know that for sure.
I think it is I have pitch, so I need to get rid of cards that maybe aren't better later, because every point of damage matters against my defensive opponent. I think Bill has 18 cards in 9 minutes, and Jake has probably 30 cards in his deck. So it is kind of, Bill, you need to have a power turn to get this last 4 damage.
We are now under 10 minutes left in the round. So, and just based how slow this last couple health ticks have gone down, this could drag on. But I feel like we're coming to a conclusion.
And it's like, how do you do damage in Flesh and Blood? Everybody kind of knows how this works. A 1, a 4, and a 4. All your blocks are based around 3. So 1, a 4, and a 4 will do.
Frailty trapped you.
We'll do 1 and 1 and 1 potentially. But this time it just did 1.
Frailty trap only works with an attack reaction. Is that only one works?
I think so.
Yeah.
Bill has 20 cards. Let's see which ones he gets here. Surging, Lord of Wind, Bonds of Ancestry.
You are with how many cards he has. He's got 20 cards in deck.
I don't think you block here. There's no way he has it again, right? I do think you block here. But oh, only 1. Yeah, if you blocked here, you only take 1 damage. This way you're taking 4.
Yeah, but he's going to lose
Not
that
great.
card from hand. And if it's a blue...
I think the card off the top is the thing where it actually hurts these days.
No, you won't. Well, if he gets rid of Lord of the
Yeah,
Winds,
he said,
can't.
we're not looking at this shit together. I'm going to look at it by myself.
Yeah, give me these cards.
I'm not going to tell you anything of how I think about your cards. I'm going to pretend this is my hand. I'm going to touch your art sleeves that are so hard to get that you bought 6 boxes of 3 years ago, and now they're discontinued. I want to touch these sleeves.
They're nice sleeves, Bill. That's what Jake says right now. Jake's thinking about his move
I think they're
here.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon sleeves.
It's Lord.
Oh, no. Now his
I'm going to be honest.
Kodachi won't have go again.
That was the only choice. I guess, yeah. Because now, well, does he have any 0-cost cards?
I don't think so.
Surging Strike.
It's Surging, and then Bonds of Ancestry is the one that costs 2.
Nice.
So
So
this
he's
is
got
gonna
just
be a
an expensive
bad
ass
turn.
hand. But,
2/2/2.
yeah, he can't even do...
Bonds of
attacks.
Ancestry will be good later, though. Like, that's a good arsenal card,
Yeah.
potentially. We're going to have a 4 plus a dagger, and that's going to require... Do you want to lose a couple health, or do you want to...
Play this defense reaction you have in your hand.
Oh, if he has a 4 block?
He's got the...
It's
four
over for
block.
Bill.
He's got it. He's got it in hand. Bill, you better watch yourself. Jake's coming for ya.
Oh, no.
Bill's
I think-
face,
I think
no
what's-
reaction.
Yeah. What's crazy is Jake knows Bill's hand because of surgical. So there's some direct. Why is this card so good? Why is everybody paying $100 for surgicals? I don't need to wonder if Katsu's going to blow me out in the back because I already know that it's just 4 and 1.
Where's Katsu doing?
Blowing you out in the back, brother. 7 is not enough health to get through an Uzuri turn either. It's literally dagger and then a 6 and you're dead.
If
So.
Jake's anything like me, though, he'll have immediately forgotten what was in Bill's hand.
Yeah. Which one was it? Hey, Bill, can I see that?
Yeah, you showed it to me already, so you
Yeah.
have to show it to me again.
You're legally allowed for 15 minutes to see that card, even if it's at the bottom of his deck.
Yeah. Can you just lift up your deck for me? Then we should show what's on the bottom.
Okay, we're laughing about it.
We're having a good time.
Jake's
Alright.
like, I'm still thinking about blocking a 1 Kodachi because you could have, with 0 pitch, you could have a buff or something. I wonder what Jake is thinking right now. Because it is like, bro, we got 5 minutes. Yeah, we got to figure this out.
Yeah.
This is a Kodachi for 1. You know what's in my hand. Maybe they got some extra stream time. We never really make sure that the stream could be behind.
He's
We're
got
checking
nothing.
Graveyard. We're checking Banish.
Well, Concealed Blade, no.
Somebody
Concealed Blade
else is
doesn't-
on their phone? Sam is on his phone watching something else when there's such world-class players in front of him? What the heck is happening these days? Maybe he's quality controlling us.
Yeah, he's taking notes on how to replace us with an AI chatbot.
Let's go.
Your role is a commentator for Flesh and Blood. Go. Yeah, I mean, what would there be that, is there anything that Bill could do with no pitch on a Kodachi?
I don't think so. I think there is I don't have enough things to do with my hand, and I maybe won't do this arsenal. So a Death Touch is going to do nothing for me, is
Yeah.
kind of what that was.
But
I
see,
thought.
Elijah, as I just said, I forgot immediately what was in his hand. So Jake could have too. So
So dominate, I think this is where if you're not going to dagger, I'll take 6 all day long, and I'll try to beat you next turn.
Yeah, because he doesn't have flick knives, so he's not.
He's taking 6.
He's not in danger unless does he have something for 7?
Is there a cut to the chase? Is there a razor's edge?
Shred.
If there's a razor's edge, we're toast.
Oh yeah, no.
No, he's blocking.
Doesn't have a razor's edge in here, does he?
We're hero powering. Which one is it? Surgical number 2.
That's great. I mean, it's not doing a ton of damage, but it's really gonna disrupt Bill's turn, I think.
Taking 1 there instead of 4 is very smart.
Although the
Off
bottom
the top is so good these days. Holy crap.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look, another 100 another 100 surging strikes.
Yeah.
Take the blue.
Yeah, you take the blue, you leave him with the 1 attack. But what's in his arsenal? Do we remember that?
From the
Does he remember?
Double surgical. Was Jake pitching for this? Is this how you have to grind out Katsu?
Just grind him to the floor. Like
grind that Katsu. Grind that Katsu.
Grind that Bill.
Got people in Pikmin costumes. If you want us to explain that, there is no explanation.
Is there not?
You know how there's Barbenheimer?
Yeah.
The third thing that came out that day was Pikmin 5 or Pikmin 4, I think.
Oh, so it's Barbenheimer Pikmin 4?
Yeah, Barpickheimer.
Barpickheimer.
Barbmanheimer. Yeah.
All right, we're
His
coming
name is
down
my
to
name
a
too.
2-minute warning.
We're pitching a blue.
This
Hidachi.
is getting into draw territory. Bill looks like he's got about 6 cards left in deck.
I think
It's either 6 or 20.
Jake has played the disruption part of Uzuri to a T in this.
Yeah, he's done really well.
I do think 84% of the other Uzuri players that you know would have lost this game probably 5 minutes ago.
Including me.
Including me. I'll go ahead and say that. I have lost to Bill on Katsu versus Uzuri.
Ooh, let's go. All right, we got 1:20, guys. Do they know
took the
about the
dagger.
time? Note the time, people. Someone tell
It's
them
so
they're running out of
close.
time.
Craig looking on in the back. Behind us.
Hi, Craig.
Dude, what is Zach wearing? He's wearing a blue Pikmin suit. What do you mean, Haikudos? This is the surging for 4. Do not use 2 cards to block. Do not use 2 cards. Oh, he's using 2 cards.
Oh,
Bummer.
but what's in Bill's arsenal?
So now he just needs to avoid a leave no witness or a surgical, and he can maybe do it. What's crazy about Katsu is you're not ever really pitch stacking because you're using your hero power so much. So there's not the thought process of what's going on. This is 6 face up, though.
Yeah, this is not.
Why did he do this if there's an isolate in the pitch zone? There's a
was in his
specific
arsenal.
reason. Oh.
Humble was in his arsenal.
Oh, true. Okay. That's the easy fix, you guys.
Yeah, this is not what you want when you got 15 seconds left in the round. You're
Just take it, Bill.
just taking it, Bill. Just take it. You got this.
I think it was important to do those couple damages. Oh, it's over. 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh, 2 minutes extension? Is that a thing? Oh, nice. I could only see half of it. Are we talking? Oh, we're talking about the Pikmin costume. I don't know if is Alex for the purple Pikmin, but he just doesn't have the hat on, or is he just wearing a shirt that blends him into the wall?
Yeah, he's wearing camouflage, I believe that's called.
Somebody tell Bill to take this. Oh, we're blocking with 2.
We got our judge sitting there.
No
so I'm not
hero
sure.
power. Oh, hold the line or not? What? Reinforce
the line. He did it. He did the line.
Is there a way he can do a Bonds of Ancestry for game? Not really, probably, but we're gonna try.
Yeah, he's got
Hidachi
2
for
whelming
1.
gust waves in hand.
That sucks.
Yeah. This is not how we wanted this game to go. We wanted to have a clear winner. I don't know how much time is left.
For Frailty.
Oh, frailty trap.
So we're not going to use the card from Arsenal, that's for sure. This is a 3 damage attack.
Just 3 no text.
Uzuri gets so much stronger at the end game too, because the isolates are going to be populating pretty much every turn at that point.
Yeah. And if you've pitched some power cards with them, you can really do some good damage. But
Full block, then draw. How much time do they have, Justin? Don't worry. 30 seconds. They have
okay,
about
30
6
seconds on
minutes.
the clock.
Oh, 30 seconds? Oh, Pikmin hat. We should give them 6 minutes, but I think because of how the rules work, it'll be 30 seconds, and we'll just watch a draw. But maybe Bill has something he can do. I don't know.
All right, so we're coming in for one with the spider's bite. Bill, make your decision quickly. Unless you want to be 2-1-1.
Just take 5. I mean, take 1. Go to 5. There's not a 5 damage attack in Arsenal. You know that. Just kidding, there could be. Damn.
Yeah, he's
I get
Death
owned
touch.
by Uzuri. I need to practice
Death
against this hero.
touch. Oh, Command and
and
Conquer.
Conquer.
Nice. Is it a defense reaction in his arsenal?
Roll. No, it's the Bonds of Ancestry from 5 turns ago.
Oh, is it?
You are somebody that would forget about that.
Dude,
But I guess you're not. You don't have really player agency. Like, you would be dialed in if you were this. Right?
No, I literally said I wouldn't. I would forget exactly what was in his
Dude,
hand
what is
immediately
in
after.
that arsenal? It's a Bonds of Ancestry, of course.
Wouldn't even notice it was like there for 6 turns.
You'd be mentally at the Hawaiian bowl place down the street.
Yeah, just like, dude, do I want the combo or just like the
The
chicken?
spam musabi.
Ooh,
So good. Is it musabi or musubi?
Musubi, bro.
Dude, I had musushi last night, and it was... I'm not getting Hawaiian for lunch.
You had masushi?
Or whatever sushi is. Yeah.
What?
I have garlic noodles at the place by me for sushi, and it's a weird combo of
Garlic
noodles and sushi, but boy, is it good.
That is...
Like, my stomach was like, girl.
What have you done to me?
Yeah.
I have
We do want to keep our arsenal safe. No, we don't. The Tagger. We're blowing Bill up. Maybe Bill's playing for the draw because he has to. Just kidding. I think this would be a game where it's like, what a good game we both played, and we're going to feel bad that neither of us won, but it would be a shame if either of us lost.
Yep.
This
So,
costs 1 right now? So
Descendant
3
guess
plus
what?
1. Is Descendant... What is the cost on this card? Is it 1, but if you played Surging, it's for 0? Is that how that works? There's so many, like, lower the costs and stuff. Bill's 1, what is it called? Isolate away from losing. I wonder if they're going to let Jake play Isolate for game, or if this will be a draw right now.
Yeah, not sure where the clock is. Connor's standing up. He's telling him, no mas.
Everyone in the chat look away just in case they do I'll give you $5 if you let me have these points because I really need it. We would never condone that. That's why we turn the camera off. Oh my goodness. We're going to have to go based off of their let's see what Bill puts. Does he put draw? Does he put it already says his things are being accepted.
Oh, dang.
Somebody already clicked the button from behind.
They're,
Okay.
they're like,
Does
no,
he click
dude.
draw? He clicked the second one. What is the second one? Did he click I'm going to lose?
Did he click it?
Dude.
He clicked it.
Dude,
Oh,
the people behind us need to know too. This is their deck list. Very interesting game to have go the whole way and not pay off, but I do think if there's an isolate, it is kind of game over.
Yeah,
So-
I think there was just some turns in the end there that I think they just needed to play. They just need to play faster. I mean, if you don't want the clock to run out, you got to play faster. You know what I'm saying?
I think these are two heroes where I need to think about what I'm blocking against you, and you need to think what I'm blocking against you. So there's a lot of brain power in this.
Yeah,
Instead of,
absolutely.
there's nothing face up for either of these heroes.
I think especially since the makeup of like the Katsu deck is like known, so you really need to know what's in their graveyard and like how many of those cards are left and what they could be threatening. I think there was that one turn where Jake knew exactly what was in his hand and took a really long time
That
to
was-
decide whether to block
okay.
a Kodachi, and it was just like, bro, you probably could have won the game if you just took that damage and just saved yourself 2 to 3 minutes of time. But you know, it's hard to do that in the moment.
I think this is Uzuri's game to lose, though, because there was a lot of fragility going across. And that was like, if you do that and you can't pay it off, that kind of sucks.
I've given you fragility.
Here's some fragile. The even bigger than that's didn't really work out this time around. And maybe there was a couple, like, just solid disruption turns when Bill did have everything in hand.
Bill's deck was actively working against him for like a good part of the,
First
early
half,
game.
yeah.
And then the disruptions started coming in. And, I think by that point, he was never just flowing with Katsu. It's like, Katsu, you want to be comboing, doing all your things. And he just like never really got there, even when he had like the dishonor. It was just a fakey dishonor because he didn't have the right gust wave. So,
That's round 4.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, and that was round 4.
Fake dishonor would have gotten me, though.
Yeah, I'd have been like, oh my god, I'm just going to lose the game.
Yeah. That's round 4. We're going to short break and have round 5, so somebody's going to be tired for that. I don't know if it'll be me or him.
It'll be both. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here. We've returned. It's the July AGE Open. This is the final pit stop before the Players' Championship, and we've got round five coming fast and furious at you between an old favorite, somebody that we literally casted the last time we were in this booth moments ago, against another old favorite, Pro Tour competitor on a brand new deck.
Oh, he's got a brand new deck? Who is it?
It's Alexander Vore coming in on Bravo Showstopper versus Angel Benitez, who we saw on that double Blood Rush Bellow turn earlier today, once again, because he hasn't changed deck midway through the format, because that would be cheating, on Levia Shadowborn Abomination. These are two players that are X and 1 looking to take a win here and most likely punch their ticket to the top 8 of this tournament and perhaps into the Players' Championship proper. So a lot at stake here, Colin.
They're already top 8 in my heart, so they've got that going for them. Unfortunately, the payout for that is low.
Is a hug. And
Alex playing Bravo, famously a new hero from Dusk Till Dawn.
yes.
No, he's one of the oldest in the entire game. He's been here from the beginning. He's always been pretty good. And guess what?
What?
He's still pretty good.
Yeah, and that, okay, so you tell me if Starstruck, Unity, when this blocks with another card, it gets you a Seismic Surge, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you already have a Seismic Surge, you have 2.
You get 2.
I didn't even realize that with that card. I was
Just
like,
get more of them.
that is so good.
It's pretty good. It seems like it's also just a good card you can just play with 3 blues with Dominate. So, you know, Bravo does Bravo things. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't play a lot of Bravo, but sometimes I play it when I'm feeling stressed out because it's just like I'm going to block, I'm going to swing my hammer, arsenal a big card, I'm going to block, I'm going to crush you with this giant attack, and you're just like, this is just a flow state I can get used to.
Angel is going to start us off, though. Talk about a flow state. He's already not rolling 1, so he's living in nirvana because it's way better than the first time we saw him today. But because the Scab Skin did not hit, he is only going to be able to come in with the Mandible Claw. Going to go ahead and put the Unworldly Bellow, is that card? Or Endless Maw to the bottom of the deck along
And
with
a Warmonger. I heard that card is bad. Don't play it.
Said who?
Everybody.
Whoa.
The man is just trying to charge you for it right now, and they're saying it's good.
Interesting. Well, this Mandible Claw on turn 0 are going to be blocked by a Sink Below. Perhaps Alex had a little one too many reds in that hand that he wanted to filter away, because normally you want to save that Sink Below for something a little more scary. But we're going to ship the turn back to Alex. 40-40, first real turn of the game. Round 5, AGE, July. Let's get into it.
Angel versus Alex. Let's go.
Battle of the A's.
The Shadowborn Abomination versus the guy who likes all the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Bravo, not Alex. And here we are. I don't know. Was there any other new Bravo cards in this set? It was just
certainly not. Yeah, just Starstruck.
And they were just like, you know what? We'll just give Bravo a cool specialization, but not one for Rhinar.
So, taking a look here, this is going to be, is that a red? No, it's a blue. It's always blue.
Yeah, it's always
What
blue.
am I talking about?
It's a Cranial Crush.
So this one is going to be coming in for 6, blocked out for 6.
Brain Squeeze.
Or for 8, so cut block for 6, 2 coming through off of that. So we're just going to Arsenal if we're Alex here, and the turn's getting shipped back to Angel, 38-40.
Bravo all about value. They're just like, let me just do a decent amount of damage and keep a lot of cards in my deck. Angel's coming strong with the Scab Skins. He hasn't failed, but he hasn't gained anything from it yet.
Yeah.
But he's rolling, and we're into that. So we've got that Slithering card, which is the cool one when you banish it, but now it's just a regular attack, which is fine.
1 for 7, still doing a lot of work here. A lot of these Levia decks, they're not built around the Scab Skin leathers, but when they have a lot of cards in their hand, they're just, they're willing to roll the Scab Skins if they're left with a lot of cards, but you don't necessarily see a lot of players like aggressively keeping cards to roll Scab Skins.
It's a 1 for 7. You can
Feather?
Razor Reflex that thing?
You totally can.
Dude,
You
come on,
totally
Angel.
can. Imagine.
That's the kind of dumb thing I would do in a deck. Alex blocking with the pummel there, taking 4.
Should have been 5, right?
It will fit. It comes in for 7. Maybe it's 1 for 6.
Maybe just 1 for 6.
6 seems probably like the standard brute card. 1 for 6 though is crazy. I think it is 1 for 6. I remember looking at that being like, wow, good job. It does not block though, so
It is 1 for 6.
there we go.
There it is.
1 for 6 is still very good. You can still razor it.
You
so-
still can razor it, 100%.
which like whoever does that first, number 1 in my heart forever. Coming in with the old what's that one?
Tear Asunder.
Tear Asunder.
Tear Angel a new one, I'll tell you, because this
7
isn't.
dominate.
Do you think,
Woof.
doesn't look like he's wanting to give up any of that armor early, but if he takes this damage, we're losing 2 cards from our hand if we're the Levia player here. This is it. Not only dominate, it represents some pretty intense disruption as well. So even though Alex here has not been able to set up any seismic surges, he is going to be able to leave himself with an arsenal. So different kinds of incremental value being gained.
Getting that Macho Grande down there at the bottom that will just win the game outright.
True.
It's a crazy card that they printed with Macho Grande. Like, what if it just dominates? Tear Asunder, another crazy card. I'm baffled sometimes the amount of power they give some other heroes and not other ones. But okay, here we go. Blocking with the Mark of the Beast. Interesting. He had 2 Mark of the Beast in his hand. That's rough.
So both of those are going to head to the banished zone as a result of the card's text instead of it chilling in the graveyard, which is sometimes great because it's just an auto turn off Blood Debt, but sometimes you, like at this point in the game, early for the Levia player, what you want to be doing is filling up your graveyard to kind of charge up your later turn. So here, this Endless Maw most likely going to be coming in for 9, but after all is said and done, there's not going to be a lot left in the graveyard.
Yeah. When we saw Angel ride this line in the last game, we had him on stream, where his graveyard was slim the entire time, but he still managed to navigate it very effectively, eventually transforming into Blasmafet Levia Consumed. Is that the whole name?
Mhm.
I said it right. Nice.
You did.
And then winning the game with the craziest double Blood Rush turn I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was sick.
Just, threatening 36 damage and winning the game against a brute who had a no block in hand. So, fortunately, though, for Alex, that he probably doesn't have any cards that are no blocks because he's Bravo and all their cards block well. Except maybe what's that one they like to play? The blue, the go again.
Oh, Rouse.
Yes, Rouse
the
the
Ancients.
Ancients. Yeah. God, I'm getting back in there. Pummel and Arsenal, Blood Rush coming in, pitching an Art of War, all the things happening. This should be interesting. Alex has a Crippling Crush in hand, which we'll see if he cares about that or if he just blocks up and swings his hammer, because that's still good value.
And this is, if you're going to block, probably Blood Rush Bellow turns are the turns to do it. We're going to go ahead and pitch a blue into this. This is a Mandible Claw coming in for 5. We've got at least one more Mandible Claw represented with the 2 floating.
Yeah, I know that other people are on the Meat Axe, and I know there's a reason behind it, and I don't quite understand what it is. But, like, when you can claw for 10 plus on Blood Rush turns, it just seems like that's really good.
Yeah, a lot of these decks are still built around those really powerful Blood Rush turns to really break the math and break the value that other decks do with the 3 of a kinds and the Rain Razors and the Wildfires of the world.
Yeah.
A lot of these decks are still leaning on the Blood Rush Bellows, and when you are, there is just no better weapon than the Claws because you can turn 4 resources into 10 damage.
Yeah, it's pretty good value, as they say. And as Levia, you really don't have a lot of on-hits or any other disruption, so really what you do is present damage. So if you're trying to figure the most effective way of doing that, this is pretty good. I do understand that sometimes the Blood Rush it's a bit of a gamble. You got to live that brute life a little bit, #brute life. But, I know that Mr. Michael Hamilton was playing Levia as well, but his deck seemed a little bit different, but I actually haven't looked at it too closely. I'm curious to know more about his position on that, but
Yeah, he was playing a little more of a defensive game plan, leaning into the Scabskins and the Ghostly Visits is what he was talking about.
which I appreciate. I love Ghostly Visit. Just any card you play from Banished is like cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, honestly, that's why you play Levia. And and the demi hero thing now too, it just makes it even more fun. You're just like anything that does these weird things. I'm like, let's just do that. All right, so what's this?
Big choke slam.
Slam.
All's coming in for 8. Only needing 1 card off the back of the Seismic Surge, so we mitigated as much damage as we could while still holding enough cards to present a relevant threat.
Yeah, hanging on to his armor there, just dipping down into the low 20s. This is moving pretty quick, but I feel like as soon as Angel dips down into his consumed territory, that becomes probably pretty enticing for Alexander Vore just to like dominate, win the game kind of thing.
And this is going to take the Husk here. 8 damage, 6 of it being covered up by the Carrion Husk. 2 damage coming through to Angel, which is going to take it from 25 to 23. 23 playing Alexander Vore's 22. We're starting this turn off for the Levia here with a yellow Dread Screamer. We need to banish a 6 to give this go again. And if we do, it's coming in for 5 with the go again.
Go again. And we're rolling dice because it's a brute game. Banish that one, or don't banish that one. All right. This is why you don't roll dice.
Oh, yeah. 4 6s in a row. How about 5 6s in a row? This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Angel's going to say, can I roll that dice next time for my scab skins? And he hits.
Does he? Yeah. Yes, he does.
He's
Just
got
with
the
that
endless
endless maw,
maw.
yeah.
Just barely, though. But pretty good for him, though. You like to see sometimes getting those other non-6s out of your graveyard. It's terrible when you banish the 3 that are in there.
Totally. And then you're like, all right, well, what do I do now?
Great. This is going to hurt later. So, blocking with Crippling Crush and the Titan's Fist. Titan's Fist?
Crater Fist.
Crater's Fist. God damn. Titan's Fist is the hammer.
Yes, sir. God. Oh, my God. He's returning. He's returning. He's been out of the game.
That's what having a job and other things does to you. You just forget about the fun things in life, like Crater's Fist. And then we've got a Diabolic...
Diabolic Offering. Because a 6 power has been put into the banish zone, this card comes in for 6.
We saw this in the last game where Angel played Art of War on the defensive turn so that he could block for 6, which I was like, oh, it's a defense reaction, but it was just like, no, it's just a cool card.
Yeah,
it's crazy stuff.
And then because with the Art of War, it was with the +1, it was actually a block for 7.
Which is nuts. I thought it was really weird to be doing the Art of War, but when he did that, I was like, yeah, that's cool.
All right, this is going to take 2 cards further from Alex Vore here, so we might be seeing just a hammer swing for 4. He's only got the 1 card left, and that is going to be the turn. This is an Anothos 4/4. No other card being sent into the pitch zone this turn to give it +2.
It really is nice having a weapon that's consistent and does, decent amount of damage.
You say that as a illusionist player or a wizard player?
It feels like any other kind of player. It's just Anothos is just a pretty good card.
Yeah. So this is going to be coming in for 4. Angel keeping himself at a high enough life total, though we are huskless. We have used our husk, and I don't think our banish is incredibly fantastic. I guess we now have an endless down there, a couple marks of the beasts, but those are just 2 for 6s. You'd really like to see some Dread Screamers hit the graveyard and then subsequently into the banish zone before you're becoming Belasmafet Levia consumed. Another yellow Dread Screamer here. I will say this is another little point of contention. Players, as they're building these Levia decks, some players are including these yellow dreads and some are not. I think that's a yellow, right? Yeah. Some are, some are including 2 to 3 yellow dreads, and some are keeping it red line with the Dread Screamers. But it's one of the best ways to get go again.
Yeah, I mean, you really do need that. I would think you want the 6 just because it enables you to block with some of them. Because if I guess the cool thing now is with the consumed demi hero, you can then play those ones you blocked with early on, but. I think it probably just makes you a little more consistently able to attack more than once a turn, which really Levia needs to do, or else she's just not very impressive. Two Dread Screamers just hit the banish zone too, so
Yeah, setting ourselves up nicely to become consumed by a demon.
we shall consume ourselves, rejoice in the bounty of the demon Plasma Fed. Is that it? Plasma Fed?
Yeah. You're on fire.
Dude, I got this.
Dude, I got this. Just don't ask me about Craterfish Day.
Nobody knows what Craterfish does.
No, yeah,
It just
yeah.
blocks 2.
Yeah.
Or it blocks 3. I've literally seen like 2 people pay for Craterfish
In their whole life, yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
We have got an attack for 5 coming in. How does Alexander want to block this attack?
He's gonna block with 1 card.
He's gonna block with 1 card.
He really did pick the right
Psych.
color of purple for this stream today.
He did. He's nice and matched up with that.
Normally he's the pink polo
He is.
guy,
He is Mr. Pink Polo. Talk about a pink polo pummel coming up.
Oh, he's got that.
Talk about that purple polo pummel.
He's got a unmovable in hand. Oh, there we go. Starstruck.
Wow, but only blocking with the 1 card for Starstruck, so not getting the Unity effect. Oh my God!
UNIT.
It's Doomsday.
Oh, he
We're
played
seeing a Doomsday get resolved here.
and he gets plasma fed. Yes.
Holy
let's go.
moly! So this is going to create. We're not becoming Blasmafet. We are summoning Blasmafet to the battlefield. We have 6 cards in our banish zone, which is gonna trigger the Doomsday here and allow for Blasmafet, the Soul Harvester, to come join the party.
Straight up, someone played Doomsday against me early in the Monarch meta, and I was like, "This is so cool! I need to play Levia."
Yeah, so
I can do it.
now you just attack for 6 here, huh? With
You just attack for 6, easy.
wow, and now that's gonna require resources to try to get rid of. Dang, I've never actually seen that card get resolved.
Yeah, pretty cool. I'm into that. It will be pretty easy for Alexander to just destroy it right now, but that buys him a turn. Angel just got to push through some damage, set him up, and yeah, pretty sweet. I was wondering, I guess there's nothing that keeps you from having Blasmafet and also consuming yourself.
Oh, why not? You know,
Double
Blasmafet has limitless power. We can
That's
do
what evil will get you,
Yeah.
folks.
Now here's the thing.
Unlimited power.
Critically on this 5-card hand, we have an Artivore here if we are the Levia player. So that is a way to extend the turn, go a little wider without necessarily needing to roll those Scabskin Leathers. Because we can choose go again here off the Artivore. If we do. But we can choose it, which means that the Scabskin Leathers don't have to be the only way that the turn can get a little wider.
Yep.
So
Banishing that
really
swing
great,
bait.
really great pickup here for Angel on the back of the Anothos going into the Blasmafet.
Nice. He's got the murder tree in there. Is
Swing
it
bid?
deep-rooted evil?
Yep.
He's got the one of. I love that card. Because that you can play that one for banish, right? That's what
I believe so.
one of the ones.
One of the part of the recursion package.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing. I feel like if I get into Levia, I want to do something that's got those that other card we were talking about that Michael Hamilton played.
Ghostly Visits.
Ghostly
A
Visits.
little more block in, a little more recursion.
A little blocking. I don't know. Just I don't want to block too much, but I want to recurse a lot. I guess you got to do both. Boneyard Marauder coming in, banishing. He's hitting a 6, I believe. I think the Slither was in there.
And yeah, that Dread Screamer. So this is
that-
going to have go again off the back of the Artivore. 6 damage coming in.
That banish is looking good.
It is looking real good. Now the question is Angel going to be able to, when, if at any point, does Alex look to perhaps dominate an effect to turn the Blasmafet plan off? Is that something that you think he's going to be playing towards? Like, take a little bit extra damage on a turn that he knows he can dominate something really powerful so that Angel is forced to go to 13 or lower and thus not be able to trigger the Blasmafet clause?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something you got to be looking out for.
Right.
If that's like your only way around it. But that does mean he can still go the other way, right? The redeemed.
Yeah, what's the clause for that one? It's just not nearly as good.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
like
situation.
lesser health, but it kind of keeps you away. From
You need to have
like-
13 in the blood debt, which he has 10, so he's getting there to become
Yeah.
Levia redeemed.
Yeah, he's making his way there. Yeah, High Kudos gets it. Tree Howl Ghostly Visits. That's the game plan right there. Just play things from Banish and just keep playing them over and over again. Especially if you can do that and then transform.
This is going to be a pulping coming
Nice. Nice.
in. And did we discarded the
Yeah, the
Worldly
non-attack
Bellow,
action,
so that's
yeah.
not going to trigger the dominate.
But still a good amount of damage.
Yeah, still
Angel,
6 coming in.
Angel's sitting much prettier than he was previously. Last game, he was riding at 14 for like 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah, he's got a hefty little banish over there.
Yeah,
He just picked up a whole little stack.
yeah. He's got some toys to play with once this transformation pops off. He's like a he's like a gross transformer. It's plasma fet time.
Let's see, does he want to turn off the go again here by blocking with a couple non-equipment cards? Still working on a block on both the Tectonic Plating and the Crater Fist, as well as 1 left on the legs, and then 2 on the Crown of Providence. So there's 5 life sitting over there on his equipment whenever he decides to cash it in. And again, without those on-hit effects that Levia presents, or rather doesn't present, that's just 5 life that he's able to kind of cash in at any point.
Yeah, yeah. It's always the conundrum is just you're presenting raw damage, which in some cases is just not scary enough, and you can just take it. Yeah, you know, he had to go again, but as often as it does happen, not much to do with it. You know, it's like Levia wants action points, but doesn't always have what it takes to use them all.
Now, that is a pummel in his arsenal, right, from many, many turns ago?
I think so.
So this is a way to potentially push through a good amount of damage if that is a pummel sitting there in the arsenal. It's been there for many turns, and if we can push enough damage to put Angel in the place of not being able to turn to Plasma Fet Levia consumed, that will turn off a large part of this game plan.
Yeah, and I don't think he's running any defense reactions.
Does not appear so.
Reckless swing, but we're not in that territory yet.
So this is right now 9 threatening the pummel, 2 floating, card in the arsenal. It's all possible here. If you block for 6, you are welcoming the pummel. Let's say you block for 6, take 5, go to 14.
Lose a card.
But you lose a card, but you're exactly where you need to be for transforming at the end of the turn. So
Yeah.
blocking 6 here feels pretty safe.
He does have his scabskins too.
You can do something, not turn off your blood debt, and then put yourself in the position to have access to that banish zone for the rest of the game. Although with 10 cards in the banish zone right now, you are banishing many cards off the top of your deck. So if Alex is able to stay alive, you do threaten the fatigue effect. However, Alex Vore sitting at that 10 spot is going to make it challenging to live throughout what is sure to be a fair amount of pressure coming out of the Levia post-transformation.
And the transformation stops the blood debt from doing further damage.
Yes, you just stop at 13.
Okay. Because I keep thinking that it's like, well, it's going to hit 13 and keep going, and then you're just kind of screwed. But yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, this could be exactly what Angel is looking for. Alex is not at a life total that is too comfortable, so it could put Angel in a place where he can transform and start doing some nasty turns.
So in the threat of the pummel here, this is going to go ahead and, eat the pummel. So we've now blocked 4, 10, taken 3, going to 15.
Discarding his own pummel.
Yep. So this is going to now put Angel in the place of maybe attacking with one thing as long as blood doesn't get turned off here. Ooh, a Shadow of Plasma Fet. So we're going to do a little bit of searching.
Nice.
So he's going to go ahead and draw and discard a random card. This has to be a 6 to get a card with blood debt. If it's the blue Dread Screamer, it's not going to trigger here. So this is just going to be an attack for 6. And that means that blood debt is not turned off on this turn. So Angel's going to be heading down to 13. And then from deep within, the power will consume him.
Consume me. That's what she says.
Yeah.
I've been consumed. Oh no! Yeah. Oh no! I've been consumed by plasma fat. Oh. Is that Levia's voice?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, goodness me. Oh, no.
God.
Oh, wow.
And then Dory walks in. He's like, I'm Dory. I have a sword.
You should just do all the voices.
I do voices.
I do voices. Listen, dude.
I'm a professional.
Listen, dude. I do voices.
They're not good. Nobody likes them, but I do them. I got Christine laughing, so that's all that matters. All right. Just an easy block here. Maybe block. Block 5. Take 1. No, nothing fancy. Sink below. But we are in that territory where Alexander Vore can just pitch to dominate and push through damage. So let's see this transformation. It's Morbin time.
It's Morbin time. It's Blorbin time. If you're talking about Blasmafet, let's see how she goes here. Alex is going to go ahead and find all the playables so that he knows exactly what he needs to be worried about on subsequent turns. Time to banish a buttload, though, for Angel. Those are all going face down under the cards that can be played. So, unfortunately, it looks like one of those is that one of Ghost Leap, is it? And that's going to head to the face down uninteractable banish zone as well.
Does that happen every turn now? Or?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
Yes, sir. Whatever's left over.
But as he plays it, the blood debt goes down.
Yeah, once he plays cards from his blood debt, then there'll be less cards in the blood debt to trigger at the end of the turn.
I'm figuring it out.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Is this going to be one of those Anothos for 4/10? If he pummels this?
That could be something. I think right now it's already 6 based. Already 6 because he made the seismic and then put 2 cards in the pitch. So this will still be coming in for 6.
Well, it depends what that bottom card. Oh no, that's like a buckling blow. Buckling blow, yeah. It's weird that you can read things that are like.
It's just because here at Arcane Games and Events our stream quality is so high. You see.
It's just I've spent so much time looking at these cards in my life that I can read them just like blurred and far away. But it is quite high. I'm not disagreeing with you. So 6, maybe 10. Angel is in that position where he's got to be a little bit worried about this, and there we go.
We're taking. We were only blocking 4, so now we're taking an additional 4 on top of the 2. 6 down to 7 here. Alex Vore sitting on 2 back-to-back pummel turns. Angel now 7 life, and we're starting this off with a blood rush bellow beast within, triggering before the blood rush bellow. So we're going to go ahead and put that into our hand after it's been banished.
Nice.
Now the blood rush bellow is going to draw 2.
Wow.
My goodness! So the beast within making this instead of a draw 2 into a draw 3.
That's just why you play Brute. Beast Within, just a great card.
Sheesh.
It's so cool. Sometimes it does kill you, but every now and then
we have seen like 12 to 13 damage beast within in these hollowed halls. We truly have.
Yeah. I think luckily for Levia, there's a lot fewer non-attack actions than Reiner usually runs.
So we're going to go ahead and block this Mandible Claw 4/5, utilizing a 3-block and our armor.
Let's go.
Let's see how Angel wants to follow this up. Does he want to use those Scabskins leathers? He does have a Dread Screamer, multiple Dread Screamers sitting in that playable pile. Look how thick that stack is. My goodness. Looks like he's going to go ahead and grab one to the front. I see it. Do you see it? Do we see it?
Let's go.
Do they see it?
We all saw it.
Boom.
I seen it.
Dread Screamer. We got a lot in that banish. We got a lot of hits. This would be coming in for 8 as long as we can give it go again. It'll still be coming in for 8, but let's try to give it go again. Banishing 3 cards from the graveyard here.
Yeah, this is not going to be the 36 damage turn we saw earlier from Angel, but it's still going to be pretty tough for Alex to get out of this with cards in hand, I believe. You know, he'll probably survive, but keeping cards, be able to push pressure back on Angel, like, this is so great. I mean, just this whole demi-hero thing, allowing Levia to just not kill herself every single time is, like, such a game changer.
Yeah, it really is. This is now 8 with go again. Alex Vore going to have to block 6, take 2, go to 7. How does Angel want to finish this Blood Rush turn off?
Another Blood Rush, let's go. No, it's a Graveling Growl.
Graveling Growl. If it's the yellow, that means it's for 6, right? So that means it's coming in for 8. We're going to go ahead and block 5. Take another 3 to going to 4 is Alex Vore. We've lost every card in our hand. We are now officially out of armor block. Angel entirely in the driver's seat. Multiple cards in that banish zone that are playable, and it's not looking like we're going to fatigue before we get there. So can the Shadowborn Abomination take this game out?
Oh, it's wild. You just banish all those cards.
Yep. Quickly, we're just going to go ahead and eat like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 cards to the banish zone. We've now banished a total of 19 off of these 2 turns, so gotta imagine you only get 1 to 2 more turns of this.
Are they running just like all their cards? Do you think? I don't know.
It's a good question.
I feel like you probably want to.
Yeah, I mean, does the deck quality conversation hold a little less sway when you're banishing 19 over the course of 2 turns? Alex here just gonna have to draw up. Angel working with 4 cards. Again, those Dread Screamers now that are in the banished are just such a huge way to go wide here. We have to close this game out before we lose our deck. If we're Angel here, looking at the deck sizes, it is certainly not as big as it could be.
Yeah, I don't think he can do that more than one more time. His deck looks a little small. Banish is pretty stacked, but he does have 4 cards and a lot of heat to pull from the banish zone. I feel like I keep saying this, but it's just cool. It's just like she's more like Chain now, in that like the banish is actually something that benefits her rather than just like drags her down. I think the promise of her gameplay doing this was there, but it just never worked out that way.
Yeah, the mechanic is incredibly cool.
Yeah.
It is super unique in Flesh and Blood, and it does allow for just a completely different style of game plan. And, heroes that have been at the bottom of the barrel for this entire, for pretty much their lifespan, seeing a cool new card that comes in and, turns their game plan on its head and pushes it into relevance, like,
Yeah.
it's not, there's a difference between just like strictly better versions of old cards that are like kind of maybe meant to drive player sales versus like pushing a hero into relevance utilizing new powerful mechanics.
I mean, just at relevancy, and also just like a whole like new, area. I mean, I guess the deck isn't much different than it used to be. I think it's probably a little more aggressive with like the Art of Wars and stuff, but even just the creation of the mechanic, really just innovative idea of creating this like extra card that you can now have some kind of trigger that happens and it lets you turn into some other kind of hero. It's like I don't know, in some like game, like video games, when you're like low on health, you get like these like benefits of like, oh, you get you become a little bit stronger or something like that. It's like you've got nothing else, but you just got like raw determination that like helps you get through the over the line there. But yeah, I'm curious if they will do that treatment for anybody else. It feels like something they got to be careful with, but it is just cool that they have the ability now to do that whenever.
This is another Dread Screamer here. We're going to have the go again. Alex Vore is at 4. Can he stay alive through these incredibly powerful turns? We haven't needed to use scab skins yet for Angel to find any chain lengthening, shall we say. So this one's just going to come in with the go again.
He will never break the chain. Someone queue up Fleetwood Mac, baby, let's go. This is too fun. I'm really enjoying Levia. I think it based on how many we had here today, it might become the thing where you're just like, oh, okay, everyone's playing Levia now, but it's just been so long that she's been just not great and had to struggle against herself to win. But unmovable, coming in clutch right now. Alexander Vore, not in the worst spot, but if he can't keep cards, he's not going to be able to threaten enough damage that matters to Angel, I think, but also Angel is working against the clock that is drastically speeding up. And here we go. Ooh. Is he gonna
Gambler's
break it?
Gloves, potential use, but no, this is just going to be a pulping. We have to draw and discard here. Let's see, is he going to take this one back? He said maybe not, maybe yes, maybe not, maybe yes. We're going to go ahead and just draw and discard, which means it was a 6.
Yeah, it's a Deadwood Rumbler.
Yeah, it was a 6, so this one is going to go ahead and have the dominate, which is huge here, getting to just cheat 3 damage kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is real good. What a hit for Angel. Let's see how many cards he has left after he banishes here. I don't think it'll be a lot, but I think he will have another turn.
Ooh.
There we go. He might be able to survive one more if he keeps like playing out cards from there. I'm wondering if he has any Blood Rush Bellows left. He might have banished them.
We got to see now. Was Alex able to
banished, like,
keep a defense reaction in his hand? To
Like
put into his
30
arsenal
cards
here?
he's banished from the...
Yeah. 19 plus 8, so 27 cards.
This is so wild. I love this. Shout out to the development team for just making a crazy hero right here. Excuse me. Yeah, and he's still got heat in that banish, man.
Oh, yeah. Definite heat.
This is just going well for Angel. He probably does have an Endless Maw in there, Maximus. They just flipped through too many cards for me to really know which set of cards I was looking at, but I think that is Angel just taking 4 because he doesn't care. He's going to just go for the win.
Angel, yeah, well, I think block 1 off the Scapkins. Took a little bit from the Enothos, but we don't have to worry about damage quite yet. So why let it get too crazy? We're going to go ahead and pitch our Mark of the Beast for, once again, the Yellow Dread Screamer.
Yeah, see, I think you got to have the yellows in there. Otherwise, you run the risk of just not being able to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I think even with 6 of them, you're still like, you could just banish them all and never get to play them. Okay, so we definitely got a hit. And this is going to be tough to block out fully. If he's got 3 cards in hand, he can do this, I think. Come on, Angel, you got this, Taylor says. Let's go! And then just pulping. Wow.
Draw a card and discard a random card. If this has dominate here, this could be the game if there's no defense reaction. Odds and evens, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the pummel.
Wow.
So it's not going to have dominate. So we're going to be able to block 6 here. Angel puts the head in the hands for just a moment because that is the end of the turn.
Oh, wait, it doesn't have go again. Yeah. Oh, man.
Ooh, and that's the rest of the deck headed to the banish. So can he find the 1 damage here? Alex just want to see all the cards that headed to the face-down zone. He's trying to barely stay alive at 1.
Oof.
I think just like the players there looking for the Endless Maws and things like that. What's the card in the arsenal here? A huge, like, top deck, because you have to imagine that pummel was on top of the deck, or else you don't go for the pulping player. Maybe you hope you draw into the 6, but to drop the pummel there instead of getting the dominate could be the random discard that changes the game. Here we go. Scabskins, Leathers. This might be the game here, folks. It's a 3. Do you blow the Gambler's Gloves? You're going to be out of deck. Yeah, do you go for it? You're going to be out of deck at this point, Angel.
Yeah, but
the
if he
answer
hits
is
a 1, the game's
Oh, then
over.
that's just true. That's true. But the game might be over anyway.
It's true. Yeah, pretty rough. It seems like Levia still has Levia problems, but he has another Dread Screamer. He can still threaten a good amount of damage. It's just, is any of it going to get through?
Yeah, I mean, if that last card in the arsenal, there's like a swing big or something that can just push some overrate damage, but you have to imagine Alex has plenty of 3 blocks in this deck. Did one of those rouses show up not on time?
Is Endless Maw the one that gets...
Yeah, +3. So
isn't there one that gets Dominate?
Yeah.
I wonder if that would be.
Well, there's convulsions from the bellows of hell that can.
Yeah, but that's. I thought there was a. I thought there was an attack that got dominated.
Yeah, there probably is. I don't know my Levia cards
Yeah.
most incredibly well, but we are
Endless
blocking.
Maw would be really,
Yeah,
really powerful. If
we
he
are
could afford
blocking the 6 here.
it. Yeah,
we are-
because if he had an Endless Maw, he could just go for 9.
And then there's just a Shadow Plasma Fed. So here's just another 6. We're blocking for 6. We've got 2 cards left in the deck. We're going to be able to probably do another.
Writhing Beast Hulk, yeah, thank you.
There it is. We're looking at the banish zone here. Alex, he's not got too many cards left in deck, but certainly more than 2.
So
with
you
only
banish the cards before your pitch goes in there? Okay,
must
that's lucky. But
because it's end of turn. Like Blood Debt technically is like an end of turn trigger, right? So you haven't. We hit. So what does that give us? That gives us the ability to
swing.
do something into a claw.
Swing claw twice.
Let's see. Do
Or
we
is it-
grab the Endless Maw now, or
God, this is crazy.
Has it
Can
not?
he do this? I don't know. Oh, okay, we got Slithering. 1 for 6. That's pretty good.
and then now, yeah, this is just another going to take another 3 block here. Now Alexander Vore going to be able to keep 1 card critically going to throw the hammer because now we have to take one of our cards to block with, which is just going to turn this game off. So Angel Benitez had all the gas, but none of the brakes, and went went flying off the cliff into fatigue land. You like that?
That was pretty good. All gas, no brakes. That's how you sometimes win a game. But in this case, didn't. But that was awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that. Angel navigated the best he could. I think he had some bad beats right there. But that's Brute.
That's Brute. Bad beats Brute. Alex Vore showing that he is, once again, an incredibly powerful player out here in this metagame, piloting a deck that he's not known for.
Yeah.
But still heading most likely into the top 8 of this July AGE Open. And
Some would
maybe-
say even he's a traitor to the Arcane Arts.
Is that what you would say?
No, he can do what he wants as long as he's having a good time.
So I think that was also a really interesting showcase of these new Levia mechanics. You aren't just guaranteed the victory because you get access to all those extra cards. You have to navigate the lack of resources and the eventual lack of deck with some nimble little fingers, or you're going to find yourself in kind of up the creek with just a couple cards, and you can only play one of the cards from your banish zone. So
you can only do one of them. Okay, I think that was the last piece of this whole puzzle
you've
that
been
I
waiting
was,
on.
I was
Yeah,
just like,
one a turn.
well, shouldn't you just play more cards out of there? But yeah, it there's such a razor thin margin for Levia, and this is just kind of extends it in a really interesting way of like, you need to make sure you get enough in there, but too much is obviously a problem. Like, I feel like having around 10 is probably not the best, because that's a lot of cards to banish.
I'll let you know, but sometimes you might just be priced into it. You're banishing 3, but we've just gotten word from the producer that we have the always illustrious and always entertaining, never boring Alexander Vore, who's going to be joining us for an interview. You be prepared to hear a lot of based, be prepared to hear a lot of cringe, and perhaps, if we're lucky, a couple poggers. So,
dude, poggers, let's go!
We'll see you shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the July AGE Open. I have the winner of round 5 here. Alexander Vore, congratulations on the W.
Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about Bravo, the showstopper. Why is he the person you wish to stop this show with and take the tournament down?
Yeah, I wanted to swing big hammers, and, Zach's out there on Dromai, and I wanted to ruin his day, so I decided I'd show up with Bravo and, get it done. But all I've played is aggro today, apparently.
And how's that going for you?
Well, I'm a luck box, so I'm getting there. Round 2, 1 HP against Briar. I swing Spinal Crush. She blocks 2, going to lethal. Creeper Sonata, reveal 5 cards, all non-attacks. Not even close.
Not even close.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. We got high-tech technology here.
There you go. So you're riding a little bit of the luck box, I see, as your subtitle there. You're riding a little bit of luck box into the top 8.
All skill, but yeah.
Skill. Okay,
well,
so talk to me, rather than just, ruining the hopes and dreams of one of your good friends, what is it about the hero in this new Dusk Till Dawn meta? Is this like trying different things out before Nationals? Is this like, no, I'm locked in, I think this hero is great? Is this like, I just like Big Hammers and Seismic Surge in the new Unity card?
I think that it's definitely a testing phase. Nobody's locked in. This is an amazing tournament. And I will be qualifying for the Players' Championship because easy. But I think that it's a very important testing period. There's good sample size here for us on the West Coast. It's the closest thing we have to a Battle Hardened, right? So it's a really good opportunity to test some things I'm curious about. I think Bravo is definitely a very solid deck right now. He just was starstruck, right, helping him so much in some of the aggro matchups. I think he fares really well into some of what I would consider the top contenders are. I think Dromai is super strong right now, very strong in the hands of a good pilot, right? And I'd rather play something like Bravo into that than, like Iceland or something. I think it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the meta shakeout here had Bravo in the first spot, which was interesting. So Bravo, Levia, I think it was, and then some kind of other decks dwindling down. Not as much Lexi as I was expecting, which is interesting. But I also think the Bravo Lexi matchup's quite nice. A lot of them, similar to how some Lexis have to contend with, do I want to waste spots on Arcane Barrier or Shock Charmers, things like that for some random heroes. There's also the consideration of Perch Grapplers, which, that's really kind of a Bravo-only card, in my opinion. So, if they don't have that with all the block 2s, the elements, stuff like that, you can really kind of put them on the back foot, and the Frostbites don't hurt you as much as, say, a deck trying to race them, right? So it's something I wanted to
Interesting.
try.
And have you run into any Lexi or not so much?
No, I played Katsu, who went to 9 combat chains with double bonds and cooked me hard.
Okay.
And then Briar, Bravo Mir, Azuri, Levia. So a little bit of a spread of everything. Definitely, interesting so far.
Okay, now if you had to boil down your tournament into one single based moment and one single cringe moment, there's a whole host of both. But like the apex of cringe and the apex of based. Could you do that for me?
Well, it would be based what just happened, but I'll say something else since that was already recorded. My Briar game, it was cringe that they started and played Channel Mount Heroic, and then next turn had cash in and hit me with 4 cards. But it was based that they missed their Sonata reveal on 5 to not kill me.
That's true. I think Rihanna is actually in the chat appreciating the mention. So
it was a good game. I mean, I definitely should have lost, but I'll take it. I will take it.
Okay, so that game actually was truly the epitome of both cringe and base?
Yes.
Wow.
Both.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks. So looking ahead into Nationals, what are going to be the kind of things you're looking at? Are you looking at tournament results as you try to, because you're a very established player, Colin was calling you a traitor to Wizard Kind. But as is there any marker that you're going to be looking towards as you either return to the Old Faithful in Kano or perhaps try to narrow down your deck moving forward?
I'll play whatever I think is the best chance of winning the tournament. Generally, as a player, I prefer to play kind of more obscure decks, things that target different axes people aren't as prepared for, rather than just playing, hey, this is the best deck, let's slam it. But I'm not opposed to doing that if I truly think it's the best strategy to win a tournament. At the end of the day, I don't really care about consistency. I'm playing to win every tournament. So if I bring a deck, I'm bringing it because I think it's very strong into the good decks and because it can perform well. So going into Nationals, obviously split formats, so I've been doing a lot of draft, but trying to lock in a CC deck. I mean, a lot of meta changes here. A lot of heroes kind of need exploration that, myself and I bet a large pool of the community aren't as familiar with, and kind of Levia, potentially Bolton. I I heard that Bolton not doing so well out there, but still got to test everything, right? You can't
Absolutely.
know until you do it.
It's a tough nut to crack, like
Yeah.
the Prisms.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Prism, very interesting. The deck seems super close, and, people haven't really played with it a lot yet, I feel like. The one thing that I think really holding her back is Dromai seems like such a miserable matchup. It feels like playing Kano into Prism back in the day. So, with Dromai being such a strong deck, it's hard to justify wanting to play a hero unless they can kind of come up with something that struggles into such a, strong deck.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to be watching with bated breath to see what all of you fine members of the experience bring forward. You got SoCal behind you. Or I guess not even. You're in Arizona. You're not even SoCal.
West Coast.
Yeah, West Coast.
Yeah. The East Coast, they got a lot of. We're working on it. We're working on it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you guys have. They're quiet results from the experience,
Yes,
but they're plenty of results. You just got to go looking for them.
Yeah.
But
You just gotta dig.
congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
Thank you for hanging
you.
out with
Of
us.
course.
Anything you want to say? Any people you want to thank? Anything you want to say to the folks at home?
I wish that Tyler bubbled, but I heard he's 4-0. Unlucky, truly. We can only hope that he gets stomped somehow in round 1 and somehow bubbles, but we'll hope.
We will only hope for the destruction of the hopes and dreams of our friends. From us here in the booth, we are going to be heading off. It looks like there is 18 seconds left in the round timer, so don't you go anywhere. We're probably 5 to 7 minutes away from round 6 here, the penultimate round. Is that how that word works?
Yeah,
it's
penultimate. Yeah.
It's the last one. It's not the one before.
Oh, yeah,
right,
slam
great.
it.
The last round. Am I, Christine? Is that correct? Second to last. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I realized. Which is the final. Penultimate always feels so like
Going into the finale.
penultimate. like ultimate would be the last, and then pen. Yeah. Anyway, you guys don't care about this, so we'll see you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We got more Flesh and Blood. The final round coming up shortly.
Hello, everybody. We are back once more for the final round of the
Round robin.
round robin Swiss rounds AGE July 2023. I am Colin of the Honigman
That's 15
clan.
seconds. Here we go. Christopher Stidger versus.
This is Blake. We got Chris and Mark. We believe this is a winning in for Chris. Not
Also,
so sure about Mark.
It could be Mark's
It
winning.
could be. Who knows? Gem is a mysterious one. You know?
This Barbie does ice magic. This Barbie does Dracon.
This Barbie does Dracon. She got that Dracon magic.
Mark Lewis, I saw him. He came to a place he's never shown up to before ever, all the way in Pasadena. He was like, I was called out here to fix an air conditioner, and then I had my Icelander deck in my truck, and he was beating people with this deck over there because there's not a lot of Icelanders anymore. And it was just like, we were not prepared for this.
I came here to fix the air conditioning, and then I stayed to whoop your ass.
Which is crazy. Like, what if there
What a
was
vibe, Mark.
a job title that works for your job title and is a hero in Flesh and Blood?
I show up to these events with decks, and I don't even get to play things. And he just goes to work with one?
Yeah.
Man, I even went so far as to put on my workstation at my job, I put some playmats down as like my mouse pad, just so people would be like, "Oh, what's that?
What's that?
Oh, you want to play a game?
I really like this color. What is going on?
They're like, "No, I don't care. Shut up, Colin. Stop talking to me about this." All right, we're rolling.
Oh, wow. 8 versus 7 on the roll.
Classic. That's why you don't roll 2 dice. Everybody knows this. It is not based.
Not based. Wow.
I don't even know what based means.
It's so funny. I have like rolled 1 die and said even or odd, and people look at me like I'm crazy, but clearly heads is even.
Yeah. Sorry, Mark.
Wait, was that an Idris Elba playmat?
No, dude. It was a Magic the Gathering playmat.
He looked exactly like Idris in that one, though. Look at this loadout. I've never seen it. Oh, yeah, that's the normal combo. Okay.
It's the one we always see, except Chris has got them Seekers leggings. Is that the one, Seekers leggings?
That is. He said he blew it on stream earlier. He was so nervous. He forgot his Seekers leggings. Maybe he will Seekers leggings this time.
So we let him back on just to see if he could redeem himself.
Oh, Mark's sporting the Hidden Fortress hat.
Yeah, dude. He's also wearing an AGE sweatshirt.
Make up your mind, bro. How many people do you want to sponsor you?
He's not sponsored by any of them. He paid for those.
Coming
in classic. What's that one called? Channel Lake Fragility.
This round is on me.
Oh, nice. Everyone draw a card. Let's have fun.
All your dragons do 0.
All your dragons are fun. Only the...
Oh my
God,
goodness.
this round.
Let's give my opponent a 6-card hand to start off. I don't know about this one, Mark.
Yeah, dude.
Look how many blues are in his hand.
Do it again. Do it
He
again,
could
Mark.
Waning Moon 4 times if it was allowed.
Do it again. So, what?
You could brain freeze and try and get rid of one of them.
I was gonna ask if you saw Mark's deck earlier, but you didn't. You saw Chris's deck. I'm curious if Mark is Bullander, if he's on the full Arcane thing. Do you remember from when he whooped your guys' booties?
There's probably an attack in there somewhere. Yeah.
He's got at least one, you know. Just get you with this.
Somebody is gonna hand us one of these.
We'll check out.
What's crazy? It literally is only one Icelander, right?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. It's this guy, Mark.
We don't believe in Icelander out here. We haven't believed in her in a while, to be perfectly honest.
But this could be one of the ones that does top 8. I think the Reiner's going to top 8, so that's 1 of 1 for that, too.
Really? Nice. Good job to that guy.
He was 4 and 1.
Wow.
He said he triple blood rushed on Tyler Horspool and won.
Hopefully Levia makes it because they were out there doing work today.
Hate to do work all day and not get paid off.
You know, dude, that's what I say every day.
Chris made 2 Ash this time on
job.
the opening turn, so that's a little bit better than earlier.
Turn 0. Well, he had 6 cards in hand, so.
Right.
He was able to just do it.
So you're asking about this. We got a Findle's Fighting Spirit red. We've got Wounded Bull red.
Okay, so.
We've got Enlightened Strike red, which is the only Enlightened Strike that exists.
Brothers in Arms. Wow. Okay.
All right.
Interesting. So it's just that list basically. It seems Warmongers has been thrown in there. I guess he also has this rounds on me, which I don't think I've seen a lot of in Icelander. Anything else spicy?
Not too crazy. Oh my gosh, there's the second channel link. Gonna make your life way harder to swing dragons for free when it costs 1 every time. Plus the frostbite. Don't forget about the frostbite over there, Mark.
It's right there in his face.
Oh, it is right
in the
there.
middle of the screen.
It's so, what is it called? Glary.
It looks beautiful. It's rainbow foil frost beat. So, Yenderai still coming in an attack. This was in response to that. So, we'll see. We'll see what we do here. Is this still? What is the favoring on this matchup?
I think it's very hard for Icelander to line stuff up correctly if the Dromai player knows the matchup and can leverage some power turns. Like, you do need your disruption to come at the right time. There is the idea of, is this Dromai respecting Wizards so much to play Thamai? That kind of closes a door. We saw some Oasis from Christopher earlier. I'll just say Chris, let's be real. Chris had an Oasis earlier. We know he has some not take covers. Is it? Sand covers.
Sand covers.
So there's a lot of prevention in this list.
Yeah, really unfortunate right there for Chris. He had to pitch that tummy tie because the Channel Lake Frigid was basically going to make it impossible to play and attack with. That is something you love to see early game, just because you can just smoke those boots of Icelander and just ruin their almost entire game plan.
Smoke those boots. Smoke those boots.
Dude, Mr. Worldwide entered the chat. What's up?
And if you're wondering why Chris Iali's in the back just talking and not playing a game, he did 0-3 drop today for the first time in his entire life.
I don't think that's true.
Some of the worst tournament luck Chris Iali's ever had, he said earlier.
I think he's done badly before, but he just usually doesn't because he's a good player. But he's also someone who takes risks in some of the heroes he plays. So I appreciate that about Chris. He's not just playing the same old thing all the time. What was he on today?
No clue. No clue. God. Maybe we have a deck list over there. He was on Katsu.
That's right. He was on Katsu. I saw.
Oh, my goodness.
So, interesting. Like I said, all right. We got Asvalai coming in.
Got a pitch for this.
We do. You got a pitch because we have a Channel Lake Frigid.
What's crazy about pitching for Asvalai, instead of being Ash negative, now you're Ash neutral.
Yeah, pretty nice. Although
maybe the Channel Lake Frigid is the buff Dromai needed.
I think Chris went to 3 and should have just stayed at 2. But maybe I missed that.
Didn't mean to start a war.
We're just gonna sing songs we're gonna get pulled from YouTube for
promise
infringement.
Ryan Brown says, "Let's go, Mark. Another wizard from the Simi Valley has this wizard from Simi Valley's back.
This wizard.
This wizard's from Simi Valley.
This wizard's from Simi Valley. This wizard's from Redondo.
This Chris player has a white border.
This Christmas, get ready to start a war."
Dude, honestly, Channel Lake Frigid, kind of a buff of making this Ash. Like, that's a side effect that you're not really thinking about.
Yeah, it actually isn't too bad, especially when Chris can respond with the Flame Scale Furnace.
True.
At least when he played it the first time he did that, which is a pretty cool move. It's Dromai's got all those little tricks of when do I activate things to get more resources, and you're just like, that's nice, that's good. You're a good guy. You play good, man.
I wonder what's in Mark's arsenal if he hasn't played it at all through like 3 opportunities.
It's gonna be a red attack.
Oh, okay.
That would be my guess. If he hasn't played it yet, it's probably a red attack, or it could be like a red spell. Maybe he had some spice that he wanted to kill a dragon with. Because that is the hardest part. I think now I'm remembering. I've played Dromai as Icelander, and killing dragons is très hard, as they say.
Trey is in French for very.
That's right. I was in France, so now I am.
The way you can remember
partially
it means
French.
very is it's very, very, very hard. Trey, three very.
Very, very, very hard.
Yeah.
Très bien.
Very, 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 very good.
Avec moi.
Yeah.
And, oh, there it goes. No, it wasn't. Why didn't he play that earlier? He could have.
Frostbite would have helped.
He
Yeah,
could
we
have
coulda
stuffed
stopped.
this turn a little bit more.
Maybe he just wanted a little more information, or he wanted to make
Sure,
even more
that thing.
Frostbite.
Yeah, so he's got the Insidious Chill out there now. That's pretty nice. It doesn't go on Chris's side.
Chris is like, a 4 Frostbite? Okay. F my deck up. Right up. Yeah.
Like, good thing my turn's over. Because I don't care, and these go away right now.
If you're paying attention at home, Mark's done 8 damage. Chris has done 1. So.
Yeah, but Chris got 2 dragons and 3 ash, so he's feeling all right. He did that in
Channel
the
Lake
face of a
Frigid.
Channel Lake Frigid.
This channel like Frigid can't stay up forever.
That's right. It literally cannot. It has a.
It literally breaks
It
right there.
bro-
Okay, yeah.
broke right there. Yeah, he didn't pitch, so it's gone.
We're raking. We're raking.
Now we're gonna rake those embers.
I don't know if Rake the Embers is good in this matchup, though. Oh, no, because
Yeah,
you
'cause
can
you
build your
Arcane
8 barrier. There
Yeah,
we go.
It gives you
Yeah, yeah.
Arcane Barrier, which is cool, and I think it also just gives you like more drag. Like I think you like sneak out a dragon attack if they don't frostbite you, you can just throw in all the rest of them afterwards. But it is nice to just be like, oh look, I can now block all of your arcane damage.
I believe.
Although he is rocking just a 1 AB on his arm, so now he's at 4, which is nice, but doesn't fully block.
You just have to have the blues come into your hand right when you need them.
I mean, oh, and there we go. He's lost in thought. Is that lost in thought?
It is.
What does lost in thought do again?
Lost in Thought says, I'm going to look at your hand. I'm going to be able to grab an attack action from there and put it on the bottom of your deck. Then I'll give you a Ponder token.
And that ponder token is useless until the end of your next turn.
Right.
Take that, Mark.
Oh, wow. Grabs a popper. Get rid
Yeah.
of that bad boy.
Good night.
Lost in Thought. Lost
no,
in
no.
Thought.
Lost in thought.
Lost in Thought. Too bad he didn't react and use that to... No, it still goes to the bottom of your deck, and then you don't get the Ponder token. I don't think a Ponder token happens unless you do put something at the bottom of it. I think it's a if you do, give them a Ponder token. So you could just whiff, get all the information for one resource and one card, and then not.
Does it have to be a popper that you send down?
No. You can choose any. You can choose the blue.
Then
that powers their whole turn.
How would you whiff then?
If they had all 4 non-attack actions, because Iceland.
Oh, it has to be an attack action.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
You can't just willy-nilly grab anything.
Okay.
Aw. Mark, what are you doing? What are you thinking about?
What are you thinking? How you feeling? What's the vibe, Mark?
Oh, give us
The
3
vibe is
individual
dragons. Ooh, dragons. Dragons are good, man.
They need to make more movies about dragons. What's the latest dragon movie we had?
I'm not sure. I mean, there was Dungeons and Dragons.
Did you watch
but
that one?
I did. It was pretty good.
That big fat dragon was so funny.
It was. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Haha.
It's funny. I
Oh.
played that dragon was in my D&D campaign, and we had a very interesting encounter with him. That was funny.
Nice.
So he's gonna frosting in response to kill this little ether
Right.
boy.
So how that works for people at home is if you kill a dragon in its attack mode, it ends the turn because you can't have go again
Yeah.
if you don't have.
If not there anymore, so no go again.
Which is intuitive, not really at all. You'd have to have that explained to you.
I don't know. It makes sense. If the thing's attacking you and that thing disappears, you're not going to like read the text that says
You can't-
go again anymore.
You can't tag back in a wrestling match if your dude vanishes.
Yeah, dude, exactly. If he just turns to dust, you reach out to tag your guy in and he turns to dust, you're alone now.
Okay.
And here we go, the frost tags. Okay, so
Starting a combo a little bit.
do-
What do we
doing
get
his
off
thing.
Ponder, though?
Let's
What do we
see.
get? Does he even look at it? That's the
Show
pitch
us?
card.
Oh.
Oh, perfect ponder target.
What was it?
Blue. Emeritus Scolding. Emeritus Scolding can't hit a dragon, though. It just hits Chris.
That's true, but it's still a good card.
So it's not going to give a Frostbite, and it's not going to hit any of these dragons. Chris doesn't know this, but that is the best ponder token possible because there's no disruption coming. We're going to be allowed to make Kyloria. Kyloria, we pitch one, so we go Ash neutral on this guy. And then we're going to be able to attack with every dragon, which will start Chris's hero era here of probably doing a bunch of damage to Icelander.
Chris out here just enjoying summer vacation by stomping on people with his dragons.
What's that Phineas and Ferb theme song? There's only 106 days of summer vacation.
Wow, that's some good vocal fry you
I
put
think
on
he's
that.
he's on like day 80 or whatever. Don't worry, our cameras are back. They keep failing completely, but we get them back immediately.
Because Chris Iali's standing there.
Yeah, Chris Iali's literally blocking, or I guess it's Peter Boone. It's like 5 people blocking the
Booten
signal.
Scoot is blocking the signal. All right, so
There's only 106.
this is looking not great for Mark
He's
here.
got to figure it out quick.
There's a lot of dragons on the field. They're all pretty good dragons.
Is it worth popping your boots to stop a turn like this? Or not really, you have to hope to draw a popper.
I think you gotta hope for popper. Like if you pop your boots to do this, it's just like you just take one dragon down and they still have like 4 dragons.
I've never seen a spell go that far. He was like putting it on the
Licked it at his face.
That was sick.
I cast
Hold
it.
this.
Emeritus Scolding, aka Angry Professor, as I like to call it.
For 4.
It is probably one of my favorite card titles and arts, and I think the flavor text on it's also pretty funny.
And when you have this much AB in your Chris, you can be like, all right, I can block all this Arcane. That kind of gives me something to do with all these cards.
Yeah. He's
Like-
got 3 right now, right? 3 AB, yeah.
2 Ashwing.
Because
and
Seekers
a,
is like a prevent damage guy.
right.
Yeah.
You probably save that for a red Aether Ice Vein or something gross like that. He's drawing a card.
Oh, because Kyloria hit, so he draws a card. That's just a good dragon. This is, and then he just,
Arnimal shows up off the card draw.
and he's like, oh yeah, let me hit with all my other dragons now.
Dang. Mark's going to take all of these. How about 1 Arcane and 2 Physical?
Take
Boom.
that, 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Yep, down to 20.
And let me cast another dragon in your face.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Did
geez.
not want to see that one if you're
Oh,
in Simi Valley right
oh, my cousin Vinny coming out to wreck shop 6 power. If it hits, it does 3 arcane. Is that what it is?
6 Physical, 3 Arcane if it hits.
It's crazy.
So you just took 8. How about 9 more?
How 9 more? How about we just double up the damage this turn? Yeah, Vinny is a good card. It's pretty neat. Is Chris running the dust of the desert one?
He usually does. He may be in top 8 if he wins this, so we shouldn't say. No, he does not have it.
Okay, interesting.
He said he was thinking about it the other day.
I wonder if because Oldham's gone, it's less of a problem.
I think that's part of the thought process. Oh my God.
Whew, whew.
We are literally speed running this Icelander's health bar real quick. I think this is a thing where, Mark, what do you have here? You need to draw into Channel Lake immediately. You need to do some kind of work with your...
Yeah, Sidious Chill needs to do something right now. But even all that doesn't matter. Like, Chris needs a single red card that he can play, and then he just presents a ton of damage.
I think this would be pretty sick. Like, we're kind of shouldn't be this much biased, but like, Chris is somebody who's I think showed up to every single AGE right now. It's his birthday, and he's on a winning end for top 8.
Chris.
His first top 8.
Dude, we love Chris. Great guy.
Go, Chris. Okay, this is a yellow. We're gonna say yellow. No, there's no yellows, so it's probably red.
It's a
This
red.
is the one that sucks because you're going to have to do something or discard. We choose to discard the sigil and just take the damage, probably.
Interesting.
is what looked like we did the discard, but we haven't touched the health bar yet.
He's got a Miragai.
It's interesting that we are going towards Chris with this instead of a dragon that sucks. Maybe we're hoping to get a Frosting or something to snipe the Vincerakai when that comes.
I don't think there's anything Mark can do. There's too many dragons. Killing one isn't gonna stop the rest because he's just gonna play more.
We're gonna sand cover here, which I think is a lot of Dromai players are like, sand cover is awful. Sand cover is just another oasis here that really makes Icelander's life harder. And I think if you're Icelander, you're like, why couldn't I play a Runeblade right now? Why couldn't I play a Ranger? Why did I have to do Dragon Lady?
It's funny because I think there are some Dromais that don't like sand cover, and then there's the ones who swear it's the best card.
Which one are you?
I think it's a good card. I think it requires you to play really well to make sure that your Ash game is always running. But if you think you're gonna have or know you're gonna have Ash, because like in this game you're pitching for Arcane, so like you're just gonna be making Ash sometimes when you otherwise wouldn't be. When we saw earlier when he played Channel Lake Frigid, he had to pitch extra, which just boosted up his Ash generation. Like all of that's like pretty good for him to just trade one of those for blocking 4 damage, especially since it can block the Arcane damage too.
Chris almost made the blunder of the century by drawing up his next hand while he was on defense because it was not his turn, because all of that was happening on Mark's turn, which is crazy. Thank God they caught it early instead of being like, and that's how you lose the game in heartbreaking fashion because you just Omega cheated.
So if we don't see a popper here, this is just, I think this game's over.
Did he almost draw an opponent turn? That is true. Hi kudos.
Hi kudos.
Hi kudos been in the chat since 8 a.m. this morning.
Dude.
Thanks for all the support.
Yeah, shout out to our chat. Shout out to everyone watching the stream. It's been a really interesting game. It's fun to come back and see where everything's at. We were like in a meta that never really felt like it settled, and now it's totally unsettled again. So it's fun to see where everyone's going.
Oh no! Did you think that killed the dragon, and then he forgot that that's literally the only one with the force field? Let him take it back. Let him take it back. Why didn't he play the Blizzard too? The Blizzard would literally stop this turn. I don't know. Yeah. They're like, yeah, let me just take damage real quick. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. That's some sportsmanship. Thank you for all that. I'll take the damage. Play the Blizzard.
Yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't play the Blizzard.
Oh.
Because he would get a Frostbite too, so there's like no way out of it.
The card in his hand would have to be blue. Okay, so we pitched the Blizzard. We're going to Ice Bolt that one. Everyone's going to say, okay, I think there will be a blue left over where maybe, I'll pitch that. So he went from 8 to 7, but currently I think he should be at 8. I don't know if someone prematurely touched the health.
No, then he took damage from the Ender
He went
Eye.
from 11 to 8, and then, I don't know. We'll see what happens. So now it's an attacking turn. He had a popper in hand, too. What is going on? Let's go, Mark.
Dude. Yeah, not sure. This it's a long day. I always attribute. Oh, because he had burned them all, too.
Okay.
So he took one off the Arcane off that, I guess. Is that what happened? When he just
that makes a little more sense, yeah.
He could have pitched the blue to block both that.
I think it was oh crap, we forgot to do the burn 'em all. Is there a pitch for this turn already, or does that pitch card need to go underneath? Or what is going? Oh, that is not a pitch card.
Yeah,
that is
no, that's a Frost Axe on
Louise.
his side of the game.
Okay.
Lightning Strike, probably for 7. It's really funny. It's crazy how this deck was such like a terror for so long, and then now it's just like it's okay.
I mean, it just won a battle heart in a week ago, so this is the reigning champion. I do think it's very much a
No, didn't it win a PT? It won a Battle Harden?
last week. Yeah,
I thought it won the
first
PTI event.
the first Dusk Till Dawn. It was on the Saturday. Yeah, Mezzo won it
Gotcha.
on Hit Effect.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I still think it's a stupid nonsense.
It is worth, I think, sleeving back up if you ever put time into this deck because, I mean, anybody that's going to be trying new Dusk Till Dawn stuff, having taxing of their resources is probably not going to be fun for people learning new decks.
Yeah.
I'd still think there's some, a Ranger card that you have to pay 3 extra. Like, maybe that doesn't work out sometimes. You just get owned by Lexi, and Lexi's not going anywhere.
So, great card for Chris to see right here is Ravenous Rabble. Cannot be fully disrupted or popped or anything like that. He's got cards in hand to get around the... except if he does this. Is this a Sigil of Permafrost? Are you going to fuse it and trigger the Insidious Chill? This is where things get nasty. It's... Oof. All right. Maybe I wrote off Mark too soon. He's coming. He's making a comeback here.
Oh, we're just discarding? I love that.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm not...
I got 8 dragons to attack you with.
So there's something different about my deck. I don't need attack actions.
Yeah.
I have attack dragons.
Yeah. Imagine attack dragons.
Imagine that.
Radioactive!
Oh, all systems go. Dude.
Yeah, he's like,
I think that's an interesting wrinkle, because if we gave him a frostbite, but we do through the permafrost, we will end his turn. And I think there's some interesting layer of, I just want to come after Dromai. I don't really have time to go after dragons right now.
Could he have played, and in response to that one, could he have activated his Flamescale Furnace?
Oh, crap. He's like, hey, did you take damage from this Ravenous Rabble? Could he have played something's a Furnace? Probably.
Instead of discarding the card?
Except his Furnace has 4 counters on it. I don't know what the heck that is. That Furnace is dead for the next 2 games. I love Zach at top tables wearing a Pikmin costume. Just going about his day, playing a Reinar. Reinar at the top table, that's crazy. Just draw your Blood Rush. What's going on here? Did Chris draw Blood Rush up?
Yeah, he drew, basically, raked the embers, so he's going to just turn
Make
those
another 5 dragons.
2 dragons into 5 dragons, which means he's got 8 dragons on the field.
Mark is fake smiling. I'm happy for you. This is so annoying. My frosting only kills 1 of these. Chris is like, explain. Touch.
I'm going to win
cards.
this game. It's my
I'm
birthday.
going to go to top 8. Tyler Horspool's putting his arms up over his head.
Okay.
Sheesh. It could happen to you. Don't do weird things in front of cameras, man.
All right. Yendurai coming in, getting a nice clean block from Enlightened Strikes. Value signaling that he does not have a popper unless he's trying to
This is kind of, if you don't have poppers, this is a game right here. Because I've got,
he's got 5.
19 damage in dragons. Let's count it up. 3 from Yendurai, 9 from Vincerikai. Another 4 would be 16. Plus 5, 21. I didn't guess that. I exaggerated and I was under. Why aren't
And
you
he's
playing
got-
Dromai?
He's got a card in hand and a card in arsenal. Why aren't I playing Dromai?
This seems like it's the
I'm
best deck, right?
bad at it. There you go. Box 4. What are you going to do now when I throw this Vincerikai at you for 6?
I think he has a Frosting, so he will be able to kill a 1 health dragon. He's just waiting for the 1 health dragon to show up. Unless he doesn't. Nope, he does. Frosting's toast. That dragon is 62 degrees under its body temperature, so it dissipates.
Pretty good. Smart move by Chris, not playing Vinny, baiting out that Frosting instead to kill one of his Ether Ashwings and maintaining his, army of dragons.
He was like, I'll take one from Frostbite. And he's like, wait, I literally should pitch.
Yeah.
That was a quick decision.
Oh, wait.
I think what's crazy is Chris was at 26 earlier. So it's like, all right, Mark, you took 3 damage and you did around 9 somehow.
Yeah,
Like you're getting a little closer here.
He's clawing his way back. That Insidious Chill did some work, for sure. That really hamstring Chris' ability to close this game out. But when you just have that many dragons on your field, like it's just value. Like you're gonna get to them eventually, and once you do, and Mark doesn't have a way to disrupt them or pop them, it's gonna be a good night. But the deck is built to deal with this a little bit, so we'll see. How many?
Still hasn't used the Seeker's leggings. We're gonna have to make fun of him after this. You just basically only running 3 pieces of equipment. Yeah, I guess he hasn't used his Crown of Pravi either.
I don't think he needs to use them because he has Arcane Barrier.
Coughing into the sleeve, such a nice move. We need more people like Chris. Old school manners. Says please and thank you.
And Arsenal pass.
He said both of his kids are out of high school. I don't know where I'm going with this thought process, but it was like, oh, cool. Like, I wonder if they're going to watch him on stream and be like, I'm proud of you, Dad.
He's got the 1 freezing point. That's fun. Oh, Dominia comes into
Dominia
play.
could close it out because there's 100 reds in this Dromai deck, and he only needs to draw 1 off the top to get rid of the popper in hand and then have the dragons take care of the rest. What's crazy is you can play Dominia and Lost in Thought in the same turn and really ruin every deck in the format.
And now we will attack 1 Arcane for physical and a attack effect.
This is where you Stormstriders, please God, have a spell that can kill Dominia with Stormstriders. Or you are dead.
He's got Frosting. Is that an attack action? I can't see what that is.
None of these look red at all.
That
There
looks
is
like
an
a-
Aether Ice Fane.
What's that? It looks like a...
That's a popper that's going to get put in the banish zone immediately by Chris if this resolves. Yeah, the dragons are taking over.
I saw a game between Mark and Andrew Rudin on Prism earlier, and there were so many permanents on the table. It was it looked like they were sorting cards rather than playing a game.
I think that's a very bad matchup for Iceland or Prism, right? And it used to be the vice versa.
It was bad for Icelander.
Oh, is it?
I don't know if it is generally, but
I mean, it was
31 to 0.
Oh, it was one of his losses. Never mind. Because I thought there was a way that you could you kill the dragons as the attack, but I guess you don't use them to attack. You kind of use the angels as Oasis instead.
Yeah, I didn't see how it played out, but it was didn't go well for Mr. Lewis. So Mark trying to figure out how to respond here. I mean, it's the effect of Dominia still happens whether or not he tries to kill it, right?
Right. We can banish a different card from your hand. Actually, if you kill the dragon as it attacks, I don't remember. Maybe if there's you get the cards out of your hand or whatever.
I think it happens. I think the effect, because it's like Tumultai, if you try to kill Tumultai, it still
hits your boots.
Blows up your boots.
Thanks a lot, judges.
Thanks a lot. He's got the freezing point. Does freezing point hit anything?
Freezing point can hit anything.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So that'll be the 5 damage that needs to hit this dragon.
Ooh.
That'll end the turn, but it will have zero kind of help for Mark in the long run because it'll just be like we reset everything and now you don't have your Stormstriders.
Yeah, you don't have your Stormstriders and you don't have that popper.
We're going to use Tunic to do something. Tunic to Stormstride. Stormstrider's probably one of the coolest named cards and effects in the game. I think Stormstriders is a legacy piece of this game where this would not be as cool of a game without Stormstriders.
We love Stormstriders. He's pitching the frosting. He's pitching the freezing point.
to do this one for exact damage.
Aether Ice Vein does any target?
Any target is Aether Ice Vein. Every spell that came out in Uprising is any target. Because they needed it kind of for the limited portion of that. The Aether Darts and all that stuff are the ones that Kano can use, and then all the ice ones are... We got a judge on site to explain this. I agree, Blake. I'm just going to assume you mean about everything, because I don't know the exact context, Taylor. Dominia is toast.
Dominia's toast.
Thank you, Dominia, for your help. Like, that is an exchange that both of them are like probably okay with, of my best dragon for your best piece of equipment. Oh, he's agreeing about the like Stormstriders is a legacy piece in this game. Like, I think Tunic's up there. That's up there. The newest one that I would put on this echelon is the Crown of Providence. I think that was very well designed and very cool. Trying to give some kudos because I do a lot of anti-kudos. I complain a lot, so complain and kudos.
You know, it's allowed. You could do both.
Yeah. It's called character development.
It's called critique.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
There's our Dromai. That's the missing piece that makes this game over. Because now if you kill my dragon, you gotta kill a second dragon. And that's impossible for you to do because you only have one thing can come out at one time. What is it called? You only have one thing from Arsenal. So one thing at instant
speed. I only got one Arsenal. I've only got one shot.
I bet you somebody just want to battle harden in that other place.
I don't believe in other places.
Yeah.
Dromai coming in, gaining that action point. What are you going to do, Mark? You're going to pop it because you have to.
How is okay? We just both drew up and got new cards. I was about to say, like, how is this turn still going? It's just a whole nother turn cycle.
It's a whole nother turn cycle. They just keep going. This is where,
if you're in CB Valley right now, you're hoping he draws another popper. Why did he go from 6 to 5? Oh, arcane damage, Blake. Did he draw the? Oh my God!
oh, he did.
He drew the second popper.
Damn, that is
Pop this.
that is savage. Dude, it's giving poppers.
It's giving popper season. I feel the rush, addicted to your touch. Oh, I feel the rush. So good, it's so good. Have you ever heard that song?
No, I heard
Brand
it
new
right
song.
now. Warmongers.
Warmongers.
Bobber.
Oh my gosh, Chris just said, what?
What does this card do? I don't believe this
You better
card.
say war or peace.
Why would?
If you're a metal fab token year right now, you got to make 100 war tokens and 100 peace
All right,
tokens.
riddle me this. Why is this card relevant at all in this matchup? Chris is just like, I'll just play. Oh, wait, because the actions
You
of the
can't
dragon.
Play new dragons if you want to attack with the old dragons.
And
But now you just AB 100 times. You're like, okay, I guess my turn's quote unquote over, but
you could, like, sigil and just attack with all your dragons or
Right.
something, right? Yeah, okay.
true.
Oh,
You can't usually play your red. Like, you'd have to have a sweeping blow to give them all
yeah,
go
you
again.
need a red.
True.
Go again. Okay, that makes sense.
Warmongers is better than you think, but it's not god-like.
I heard it's bad. It's a bad card, and you shouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
That's
Give them away to local commentators.
Yeah. If you see a guy in a green polo,
Yeah.
give him the Warmonger.
We gotta.
Oh.
Oh. They said, let's punch hands. We are tired of playing this and pretending that you can get through 100 dragons. That's so many dragons. Like, that's a surgical dragon board to do as much damage as possible.
Both of them. Why did he do that? I mean, I guess it was inevitable.
It's inevitable, yeah. They were like, we probably got to do Barraging Blake soon. We don't want to. We don't want to make all these people watch all these dragons come in. And then it's like, okay, Mark, valiant effort. I feel like it's kind of sucks to run into illusionists when you're a wizard lady.
Yep.
And you got to see an angel illusionist and you got to see a dragon illusionist. And you're just like, God,
And
stop making illusionists, please.
And you're burnt. You're burnt, Mark. You did good. You tried your best. You almost pulled it back. You know that he was at
Almost.
a very big deficit, and he was actually in a position where, like, I think Chris was sweating slightly, but not for too long because dragons Don't sweat.
No, not heavy. Not heavy sweat.
Heard it here first, folks. Dragons don't sweat.
No, my man was taking his sweat time. Okay, well, we'll see you in another 20 seconds.
1, 2, 3. From context. Hello, we are back, and you know what time it is, everybody. It's our favorite time. It's our time to poke the bear. It's Barraging Blake.
One of these days, I will die during this segment.
I did CPR training as a child, so hopefully that comes into,
Did you practice on 33-year-old adult males?
What's
or
the difference
other
between a small baby
hand placement
CPR doll? Well, I think with the children, you don't do the chest compressions because you just break their
tracheotomy. Yeah,
I know how to do that too, man. I've seen it on TV, and my dad's a doctor, so I got half doctor in me.
Put a pin through my throat and let's get some air into.
You just need that, the pen. You just do it, and then you breathe. You're good, man. I don't know what happens after that, but you're good for then. All right.
Yeah.
Anyways.
The same
like
thing that
I
happens
said,
every day. We take over the world.
We're not trying to kill you, Blake. We just want to know what you think because we like it when you yell at stuff. So let's go, Barraging Blake, Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn. I apparently have got a Bolton report. I heard you've been playing some Bolton.
Okay, so people are trying to make me feel bad about trying new things, which is not good.
Stop.
We are. I'm on Bolton. I'm going to be putting my effort into Bolton. Even though Reinar just apparently went 6-0 today, I don't think he's good. I think people are better at drawing good cards, so I need to play consistent decks. I feel like Bolton got consistency stuff with Bannerets. He's consistently at the bottom table. He is something where everything I like about Reinar, Blood Rush, you can do V for the Vanguard instead. It's like a Blood Rush. You make it yourself. Bannerets are like you're discarding
we
cards.
got Blood Rush at home.
Yeah. Banneret, instead of discarding, we're charging, and then we get a bonus. And then it is like, oh my God. It is something where you're just like, I can't see myself, and now it's a mess. People are trying to mess with the magic today. It is a mess. Bolton report. am doing really well at going as aggro as possible online, but I can't shuffle my deck correctly in person.
That's right. That is
And
always
I don't
the case.
get full randomize.
Mm.
So whenever there is a computer that fully randomizes my hand, I am good. And when I can't fully randomize from pile shuffling or whatever, it feels bad. Today there's only one Bolton. I think they're getting about 18th place, so maybe it looks a little bad, but I feel like it'll be good soon.
I'm pretty sure Zane's report was exactly what you just said. He did very well on Talishar yesterday, and today the cards did not show up the way he needed to.
Right.
And when your deck really depends on the order of your cards coming out on the first cycle,
Right. That's not how this game works.
it's not going to be good for you. I think some decks can just do it because no matter what cards they get, they're probably fine. But yeah, Bolton does suffer from that, unfortunately. He doesn't have a demi-hero. He doesn't turn into a robot transformer.
That would be sick.
Which would be sick. Let's do that next time,
Dude,
LSS.
he just turns into a herald.
Would he turn into a herald?
Dawn?
I feel like he'd turn into some kind of like sunshine god mech.
Okay. Sunshine Godmag Bolton. Let's go. Okay,
He'd
next
still
thing.
look fit.
That's a happy thing.
All right.
LA
Okay.
heat
Well,
wave.
there's been a heat wave. There was a heat wave when I was in Europe, and then I came home and there was another heat wave here. So, how's that been going?
It's something where I'm like dying in my room a little bit because like I have a roommate who's like, we got to keep the air conditioner and not like let's be judicious with it. No, I'm dying in my room. I keep my door closed because I'm loud as fuck when I'm I'm loud as fuck when I'm working or whatever. And it's something where you're like, dude, put your headphones on. So I have to close my door, keeps all the heat. I'm on the upper floor. You can't open your window, so it's all musty, and you're just like, get me out of here. It's 88 degrees, which seems worse. But like I grew up with 110 degrees in Odessa, Texas, in the desert. But somehow this feels hotter.
That's right.
And
I heard it's a dry heat out here, though.
I mean, that's what I'm used to, desert heat. I'm next to the lake, so there's at least some humidity.
Oh yeah, that's Silver Lake.
I mean, heat. It's like, what are you gonna do? But like, legitimately, I'm sweating as I'm working at my computer. And on Tuesday, I was like, all right, let's go to the armory. And I like stood up, and like all of the like armpit smell came up at the same time. I was like, oh, I better take a shower before I go there. That was my second shower that day. It's like, geez, that's where we're at.
It's
here.
hot. You know, I felt that in Europe. I was taking multiple showers a day on vacation because it was so hot. They do not have air conditioning there, and it was pretty rough.
I gotta go to Europe. It sounds great.
Yeah, it is great. I highly recommend it. Maybe you can go to Barcelona for Worlds. Maybe
it's 110
everyone
degrees in November and we're all dead.
Let's get a sugar daddy for Blake to take him out to Worlds. That sounds fun to me.
Let's go.
Have you tried a fan? You know.
No, I don't.
You don't believe in
the
fans?
fan would blow all of my Dusk Till Dawn packs everywhere and all of my Monarch stuff from 2 years ago.
I had like a hand.
I
had like a hand fan in Europe, and honestly, it saved my life. I'm just standing there, just like fanning myself.
I can use my unemployment check as a hand fan.
I mean, that works. It's not big enough. You should get a bigger one.
I wish I got a bigger unemployment
Next topic.
check.
Let's go.
Jeez, 100 players, every hero represented at Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Okay, now I'm going to get into trouble because there was one Reinar.
Yes.
This is the guy.
The guy.
That I don't know his exact name, but he's the guy who...
His exact name, do you know? Do you know his approximate name?
It's like Dexosaurus or Dexarhinar or Dexan Rhinoceros or something. And he's the cosplayer guy.
Okay.
So it is kind of like, he's like, I believe. And it's like... I think he top 8'd something, so I can't be like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about because he top 8, but he top 8'd like a 52 person thing, like the smallest battle hardened ever in Baltimore. So it was like every player, every hero is represented. This is where I'm trying to say I'll take this time to. I'm a Reinar player, but I just told you I'm going to switch to Bolton. Why am I switching to Bolton? Why am I not doing Reinar? There's a 6-0 Reinar over there. Maybe it's rethink this. But right now, if you were a Brute player that you were super excited about everything, you just got to play Levia. And I don't want to play Levia. I don't really like that play style of hope the graveyard gives you back. Like, I can't hope anymore. I have to do some consistent stuff.
You don't
which is
hope you put
frustrating.
it there.
Yeah. And, you can manage your graveyard and manage your blood debt and manage your thing. But every time you lose, they're rolling 5s. And you're like, okay, that's why I lost. So, Skyline Fleshback is pretty good, I think. You can block like 8 damage on Illumina turn. You can block like something else on this turn. Oh, you hit the Bonds of Ancestry, so now they can't go do 6 more things. Like, it is going to be super good against certain heroes. But what I'm saying right now that kind of sucks about where the design of Brutes are is we can never have a good Brute card ever again because it's going to make Levia so overpowered that unless they literally write on the card Rhinar specialization, we're not going to get good cards for Brute because it'll push Levia to a stratosphere level because she's at B plus tier, or is she A minus, or when they figure out exactly what they can do, I think it's going to be some consistency of like, Levia is so good when it comes defensively if you can't really pivot turn on her because she's got the Scowling Fleshbag and she's got the Husk and maybe some shoes to block all out, and then just I'm going to keep going. 7 Dread Screamers a game could be a big pain in the ass. Somebody lost.
All
Lexi
these things
lost
sound fun, though. Why don't you like them?
I just don't really enjoy that. Like, I think one thing that blew my mind is opening Dusk Till Dawn. I was excited to get my Bolton cards, and there would be like, I didn't really get that many Levia Majestics, but the Levia Majestic I did go, I was like, oh, somebody else take this. Ew, gross. I just, Levia, I don't know, there is something of, there's a cult of it. I'm not part of it. It was somebody else's fun thing. It's not my fun thing. And you just know that like Rhinar can intimidate cards from people's hands, but who's playing control right now? And like I do think we're gonna hear a story about a 6-0 Rhinar, and he's literally right there in the backpack.
In the back.
I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, man. I should remember your name.
You'll know his name.
I will
now.
know his name after this, just like we know Connor Davenport's. Like, the Rhinars are around and can do stuff because there's a lot of. We're always gonna have Bravos that just roll over to Rhinar, but. What I'm trying to say is he is going to go 6-0 today, but he said, I got 3 Blood Rush against Tyler Horspool. Just draw your Blood Rush and you're good. Like, that's great. It's never worked out for me on a 3 rounds on a Tuesday. Like, how is it going to work 9 rounds at the National Championship in Westgate, Los Angeles, Vegas?
It's a numbers game, you know.
My numbers are bad.
Probability
bad.
Probability works on an infinite time scale, so it will work out eventually. But you know, for most of us, we just roll a 1.
Because Blood Rush is 5 + 5 + 8, and V of the Vanguard from Arsenal is 5 + 5 + 9 + 5.
Have you thought about
24?
double blood rushing like our good friend Angel earlier today? Doing 7 + 7 + 9 + 13. That worked pretty well for him.
If Angel has played Levia for extended years, so good for him.
Extended years.
And it's his time to shine.
I think, you know, Blake, you should play Rhinar.
Follow your heart.
Play Rhinar.
All right. If Bolton sucks, we'll see what happens, and I'll fleshbag it up. I think I just need Lexi's to get out of the way.
Yeah,
She's gonna be around, though.
that is tough. I think, you know, I feel like Rhinar and Bolton have like
The same problem.
they have like the same. It's like same but different.
It's like, do you want to beat Dromai or you want to lose to Dromai, and then your decision tree from there.
There you go. And we have a lot of Dromais here, so there you go.
Is there more? Oh, we got one more.
We got one more topic. Blake and AGE, we're going to Vegas. We are?
Yeah, are you coming? You got to decide on stream right now.
What's in Vegas?
This is where the national champ. He's been out of it.
When is that?
National championship, August 20-something.
It's in August?
The last 20-something. So if you're paying attention, I think it's 4 rounds or 5 rounds. Not rounds.
It's 5 rounds.
4 weeks
national
or 5
champions?
weeks. It's probably going to be 120 degrees in Vegas, so that'll be
Sign
nice.
me up. I love
It's
being
the
hot.
25, 26, 27. Blake and AG are going to Vegas. I'm going to be there doing the calling because I would never qualify for nationals because I just don't like draft.
Well, that's not why
Are
you
you guys
wouldn't
having
qualify.
fun playing Monarch draft for 6 weeks to practice?
Somebody is. Hands up in the chat if you're having fun playing Monarch Draft.
Put those hands down.
Put
You're
them down,
lying.
he says.
You're lying.
You're a liar.
I don't know. Maybe that's not the meanest Barraging Blake you've had. What else could we?
The real
complain
question is,
about?
how many of us will get COVID in Vegas?
Oh my God, that happened to my friend Colin last time.
That was me.
Oh.
Damn. I don't even.
Dude.
I don't think I've ever fully recovered from
Is that a
to be
HIPAA
honest.
violation? We got that long COVID. Give me some of that long
Oh,
COVID.
long
brother.
COVID, baby.
Dude.
I just keep on coughing. You know.
Dude,
what I'm
I
saying?
actually hope you don't. You did have a cough, and I just literally put it in my mouth like mine.
No, this is non-related. It wasn't COVID. It was just some other disease that I got last weekend. So I'm in the clear.
Nice. I'll put that in my mouth then.
But my dad said I'll probably be coughing for like a month. So
Your dad? Oh, your dad's
that's a
judge.
Shout
Or
out to Dr.
a body
Dad.
judge called doctor.
But yeah, okay. Maybe I'll go to nationals. I think I will go to nationals. I was thinking it was in September, and that was gonna be real messed up for me and work schedule. But August, I might be able to squeak it in.
You can sleep in my room. We can do a couch for you.
You got a couch? You guys? What are you doing?
I'm gonna do a one person sharing
Airbnb?
with me and Ryan Aldredge, the guy in.
Oh, that guy in chat. He told you to play Reinar.
Yeah.
You should play Reinar.
I don't know. Fleshback is it worth it?
Fleshbag is cool.
I don't even have one yet. I have to trade.
That's
my
the one
friend Ryan.
you intimidate when you block, right? It's
Mhm.
so. I saw Angel do that, and that other guy do that. It was very cool.
If it had 2 uses, busted. That's why it's good. I don't know. I think I'm in a part right now where I want Reinar to be better, but I know Levia is going to be the oh my gosh, amazing.
It's just fun, you know. Like I know it's not. I think the weird thing to me is that Levia as a brute is just doesn't feel like a brute
Right.
most of the time. I know that they kind of define brutes in a different way than it seemed like it made sense
Brute
to
to
us.
me is
but-
intimidate.
Yeah, I mean that is what it always felt like. But then they were like, no, that's just Reinar. It's like, well, then why'd you put
Girl,
it on so
what?
many cards?
And
But-
especially the no blocks.
Yeah, the no blocks is rough. We saw someone die because was that is Connor playing Reinar? Yeah, oh yeah, Connor died earlier
The
today.
Connor Davenport.
Because he could not block the immense amount of damage from Levia.
Okay, I'm gonna bring both of them to Vegas. You guys can all vote.
Levia and Reinar?
No, I'll bring Reinar and Boltan to Vegas. You decide. I bought a keychain from the Battle Hardened for each of them.
Oh, you got a keychain?
Yeah, I got a Boltan keychain and a Reinar keychain because
Who's
I
got
knew this was gonna
keychains?
happen. Oh, I can let you have one of them. Whichever one you guys don't choose in the chat, not this chat. You guys can vote online.
Yeah, we'll put up like a Twitter
Yeah.
poll. We'll put it over on Threads.
And
you know,
I'll
whatever.
make my own
media.
decision, but I'll say that it works. We're gonna go announce top 8, and Colin's gonna say goodbye. So give everyone a nice kiss. Goodbye.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got a previous engagement. I'm sorry, but I think we got a top 8 announcement
goodness.
coming in, and we'll be back with.
And that's
those.
Barraging Blake.
That is Barraging
We
Blake.
should do. Let's do an ending for Justin, and he can cut that earlier part out. So we'll see you in Vegas, and then
See you there, man.
Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna
that's
be there on
Barraging
his
Blake.
floor.
All right. See you guys next time.
Bye.
That's some real live in-camera editing for the people at home. Now we got to do it again because I messed it up with the in-camera editing.
We'll see you in Vegas.
So that's Flesh and Blood for you.
You could just do it.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And you heard it here first. Taylor is agreeing to always triple sleeve his cards from now on.
Yep.
If you find him in a tournament and his deck is not triple sleeved, you are allowed to take a match win. I have a judge over there who is signing off. This is Bound in Blood. Vexen, go
Wow.
ahead.
Okay, well, yeah, I have the knife right here, and we'll just.
Oh, I thought that was a rock.
Oh,
You were doing the. Now we
could-
can do one.
yeah, totally. No, I was holding a knife.
I see it. I get it.
Last
I get
one. Okay. Not fab related. Perfect.
It. Supercomputer.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh.
Hit me.
We hear this one's tough. Would you rather be blind only inside buildings or be blind only outside? Interesting.
Oh my
Is-
God.
See, this is why you need a master of Would You Rather, because now I have questions. Like, does a large tent outside constitute inside. And
Oh my God, I feel like I'm.
what if
Yeah.
there are a lot of windows and I can see outside, or it's an open air pavilion? You know,
I mean-
where's the line? That's what I want to know for me to be
My
able to make
question
this
is,
decision.
can I be in the building and be sitting with a window behind me and just being like,
Stick your head out. Also, be careful.
"You guys want to play Flesh and Blood?"
This is there's an abrupt edge.
No, I
behind
see
you.
it. I'm
Yeah,
just
okay.
I'm contemplating ending it all at the prospect of. I think I can't be blind outside, bro. It'd be so sad. I like
There's a lot of dangers outside. Did you know that?
yeah. So I need to see them.
Cars, dogs,
Dogs are crazy.
birds,
Birds are more crazy.
other people.
Nah.
Okay.
I live in America. Everybody is super rational and cool here. I don't feel like I can be. I don't feel like I can be blind outside. I feel like I would spend even more time outside as a result. But I don't feel like going outside, and feeling the sun
That's-
on my face, and feeling the world go dark. I would be. Oh my God.
That's such a
How
great
horrible
point.
does that
I
sound?
100% agree with you because being outside is more healthy.
Yeah.
So if the choice is to go inside less because I'm visually impaired,
Exactly. I would.
then I'll
I
be
think-
outside more.
You know what? Hold on,
Yeah.
because actually, this is sounding like I might be a pretty healthy, adjusted person if I was just spending more time outside.
Yeah.
We might be onto something here.
Yeah, totally. Go blind indoors.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna start walking around like this. Or
What's that movie where they're
glasses up here?
where they gotta wear the bandana? Bird Box.
Bird. Yep.
Yeah.
Sandra
totally.
Bullock. So you're saying I could become Sandra Bullock if I do this?
100%. Oh, indoors only though.
That would be crazy.
Totally, she still
Half
got
the
it.
time, Sandra Bullock.
What does everybody else say? We're just I'll have to have a wicked patio.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah,
dude,
right?
Dude,
Are patios
dude,
outside or
hold on,
inside?
dude, you're in the chat.
Hey, look, it's me.
So the final question is: would you rather experience ego death, or continue to cast a Flesh and Blood tournament? Because if you keep staring at this for too much longer, I think something
I'm
bad's gonna
freaking
happen.
out. Who hacked me? My phone's right here.
So I guess we're picking Flesh and Blood, not ego death. Cool.
Well, this is just crazy. That's even my photo.
This has been Would You Rather, sponsored by our friends over at Fabric. Go check them out for the most incredible deck building resources on the web. If you need to look about what's coming up in Dusk Till Dawn, what are people playing with the new Prisms cards, what are people playing with the new Vin set cards, does anybody play Bolton? The way to find out is on Fabric. We wish Tony was here, but we thank them so much for sponsoring the show and the videos in the future, and thanks for hanging out. Oh, we got to pick a giveaway. What?
What are our choices for the gift? Oh, someone? I'll pick myself.
Thanks so much for playing. What do you mean? Pick someone in chat? Just pick someone?
Whoa, you. Oh, perfect.
Okay. You guys, that's a great. All right. Our producer,
Oh, yeah.
Justin Lewog. All right, this is how you can win a box of Dusk Till Dawn. You have 1 minute to send in the chat your submission for a Would You Rather for our next Would You Rather segment. Whichever Would You Rather makes both of us go like this the most. Please be nice.
Oh, nice. It's my
PG,
wife.
Please.
Hi, wife.
You
Woo!
can, you can win, Taylor's wife. What's your name?
Maria.
Maria, you can totally win.
She's a person in her own right, also.
Absolutely. That's why I asked her name is.
Yeah.
So, Would You Rather question. You have 1 minute, and the one that makes us freak out the most, we're sending a box of Dust Till Dawn to you. Go.
And we're just gonna stare at chat and say nothing for a while.
Yep.
Hey, it's Carlos.
1 minute of silence.
Oh.
There's a delay, so we have to wait like a
Oh.
couple seconds. Would you rather question?
Also, Chubber Dunkus is maybe the best name in chat.
That's a very good name in
It's a good
chat.
name.
I mean,
I-
it's too bad we already picked a way to do it because he might have
Just-
won just with the
Yeah.
just with hi, I'm
They
Chubber
they
Dunkus.
would've- Would you rather or would you rather not? Okay.
Okay.
A little pedantic.
Would you rather
there.
eat raw fish or raw meat for the rest of your life? That's insane.
In some countries, it's not.
That's true, but only. Would you rather give me the box or keep it for yourself? Interesting. Would you rather get hit by CNC Pummel or Channel Lake Frigid on your own turn? Whoa.
That's pretty good. Would you rather fly or being invisible?
Would you rather forever be trapped 1 day away from spoiler season or 1 day away from set release? Depends what day of the week. If one of them's a Friday, if one of them's a Wednesday, I'm picking the Friday.
Would you rather have wet socks for life or pit stains for life?
Would you rather have 4 legs or 4 arms?
Incredible.
That's pretty good. Hey, is there a region lock on the box? Hopefully not. We'll say no. We'll say no.
It's going international, baby. Scroll back down, please, Justin. You scrolled up.
All right, that's 20 seconds left from our arbitrary timer. Would you rather play defense reactions? Would you rather have your class in every? Would you rather play? Would you rather play defense reactions only, attack reactions only? Stub your toe daily or paper cut daily? That's pretty good. I might like that one.
Would you rather play only Levia or have a permanent open deck list? Opponents always know your deck.
Would you
Ooh.
rather ban Tunic or have LSS never print a chess slot that is better than Tunic?
Interesting.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Would you rather only ever play Fab against Sanborn, only ever play Fab against Brody Spurlock for the rest of your life? Easy, you play against me, you win more games. Living Legend format without Starvo and Prism Chain. All right, submissions are over.
Would you rather get a heart container or stamina vessel? Asking for a friend. That is a classic dilemma.
Would you rather play Blitz forever or Living Legend forever? That's tough. That's tough.
What was the one you had before?
Paper cut or stub your toe.
Would you
or
rather?
The Tunic or the Tunic.
No, there was the earlier one. That was my favorite.
Which one?
I don't know. Justin, scroll back up. What was it? I wish I could remember. I should have written these down.
Really, you didn't like it that much. They're the spaghetti hair or hot dog fingers.
Oh, that's pretty good.
My choice is between stub your toe, we're keeping it Fab related, stub your toe, paper cut, Tunic, or either ban Tunic or never printing something better than Tunic, or the Living Legend or Blitz.
I like.
I'll give you the three, and then you're going to pick the box.
Okay, I'm going stub toe or paper cuts.
You have it. You heard it here first, folks. The winner of our favorite question from Would You Rather.
Would you rather have 4 legs or 4 arms? That was it. That was pretty good.
Between the two of them? We already gave it away.
We already gave it away. We did it. Sorry.
Our favorite question, Taylor's favorite question, and our favorite question. Would you rather stub your toe every day for the rest of your life or get a paper cut every day for the rest of your life? Minor inconveniences, but which do you think you could...
Mini little horse.
Which do you think you could numb yourself to more?
Yeah.
So, Many Little Horse, which is the name of the person who put that in there, Many Little Horse. If you could message Fabric on Twitter, once Dusk Till Dawn is released, we will be getting you a box of Dusk Till Dawn. So thank you for all of your submissions. That was actually really, really fun. Fabric, stub toe, or paper cuts. Good one, LOA. Yeah, he likes it. There we go.
Perfect.
We're good.
Also, sorry, Tony, you can't be here. We miss you.
We miss you.
I brought my Fabric shirt with me on this trip.
Wow.
Totally. It's getting a little tight. I needed a new one.
Damn.
You know?
Been in the gym. And on that note, we will be back very shortly for the next round here at the Battle Hardened Los Angeles. Thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. That was super fun. Thank you for casting.
Totally. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, totally.
And we will see you all momentarily. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Bye-bye.
I thought you were going to do it.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot mic for a second there.
Whoa.
Holy crap. Some people have said that they were like, what is AGE? And it was like the 4 hours before Barraging Blake and the 4 hours after.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, that'll go to my head really quickly. So that was like, let me tell you guys that. But it's that time again.
Barraging Blake. That's you.
Oh my gosh.
That's you with glasses.
Dude, one of these times I'm going to get skinny out of nowhere and you guys are going to go,
I believe.
that doesn't even look like you anymore, dude. You really put in the work. We're super proud of you.
I believe.
Be a long time, though.
Barraging Blake, are you ready?
Sure, let's do it.
What do you got for me?
Let's see what I can yell at.
Oh.
Okay.
This
is Prism, the Advent of Thorns or whatever.
Yeah.
It's you know what? We haven't had Prism for, I mean, you still can do her in CC.
Yep.
You haven't had Prism since July last year, maybe August or something. So it's very interesting. She wasn't around for Worlds.
Nope.
She's coming back. I think it's very frustrating of like, if you're a bottom place contestant on the leaderboard, you're kind of like, are we going to get more Prism? Like, why is there a Bellona? Like, what is that Bellona card?
A Bellona?
Of you invoke Belliona or the Angel Bellona?
The new Angel Ally, yeah.
And so I know Levia is not getting invoke Bellona.
Nope.
So it is kind of like, we're on our second round of giving something. We're on our second round of giving Prism the better cards instead of the first round of giving some other people better cards.
Gotcha.
Prism Returns is interesting too because there's some heroes where I'm like, oh, don't worry, like As soon as Oldham's out of here, I'm gonna be able to play it. And then you're like, Prism's coming back. And like every time you're like, okay, what's cool is I really have my Brute card deck. I'm super excited. I'm gonna Berserk into Blood Rush and do a whole bunch, and they just go Arclight Sentinel. Because Prism says that she can use Arclight Sentinel, so it's not a thing that's gonna go away.
Correct. No, that's
so overall, like Prism returns. Half of you guys are gonna be excited and only play Prism. But for everyone that just doesn't play Prism, it is kind of like, is this just the Prism show?
Yeah. Well, Prism's has that main character energy, right? She is one of the main characters.
Maybe she's
in the
evil because
trilogy.
her eyes are red in this.
Yeah, and now you see a new enhanced form of Prism. She has actual wings now. She's on a throne that came out of nowhere.
That's the other thing. She's on a throne, so it's like literally gonna like, oh, is this Prism gonna be less powerful? Which I would hope so because the last one went already.
They wanted to show more feet.
But,
That's why they put her on the
oh my god.
This is now Prism with feet. That's why she's more powerful.
Oh god. Her hero power is just the window's gone in it, so you can still see her feet, and it's just around it.
Yeah,
like,
that's the
jeez.
Prism. Eat it up. Have you not seen Phantasmal Footsteps?
Is that
That's
her?
their favorite card.
Is that her?
No, those aren't. Those are different ones. Those are the
Okay,
the
so
bronze
Prism
ones.
returns. Who cares? I'll beat her with Blood Rush. I'll beat. I'm sure Brute will have a good matchup in it. I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah. So not worried about Prism return.
No.
In the Brute side,
At minimum, this is just a small pain.
but you're tired of seeing the character.
We'll see.
What?
What is this in reference to? Oh my god. Is that photoshopped or you found a Google image that does that? I don't know if I should say this into the public eye if
This would be danger.
if the jail comes or whatever.
Want me to say
So one time I took Justin somewhere and I was driving. And this is how I drive. Like you drive, you have your phone, you gotta I'm gonna type in the address and then I'll be ready to go.
Yeah.
I put my phone in my lap
Okay.
and look down real quick
Uh-huh.
to know if we're turning
Eyes
left
off
or
the
right.
road.
Much like it's illustrated here. I don't know why I'm illustrating here. But look how much room there is between my eyes and the road. It's not a lot. Like I'm gonna immediately see it. And like, but what sucks, I wear those jersey shorts, I wear these dumbass
It's sliding
shirts.
everywhere.
The phone slides and like there'll be some times where
dangerous.
I'll like stop and then my phone will fall on the whatchamacallit.
Dangerous.
I bought a thing where you put it right here and it sticks there.
Yeah.
Use it 4 times.
Is it still there? Like, are you just
The
not
metal is
refusing to
right
use
here,
it?
but I just don't like it because you're like, oh, maybe the sneaky link sending a text. Maybe I need to see if the Dodgers hit the homer or not. Or it is a thing where I don't know if you guys are like this, but like, do you get bored when you're driving? Where like I literally am so overstimulated by my phone all day long that if I have to wait 4 minutes between looking at my phone, I'm gonna go crazy. So it's like, okay, it's really.
All right, we are back. Everybody, we've got our top 8 we'd like to announce before we close this stream and then start another stream. Be a little bit of a break in between now for dinner and deck checks.
Let's do the odds first.
The odds?
Yeah. 1, 3, 5, and 7 are as
That
follows.
is not how we do this. Coming in the top hotspot, proving everything Blake just said wrong. Andrew Parra playing Reinar.
Great.
6-0, pretty awesome.
Yeah, I don't think he ever.
Why didn't we have him on stream?
Yeah, we were saving him for now when he's gonna.
That's right. He'll be on all the stream going forward. Zachary the Wall Wallach in second place on Dromai.
Nice.
Peter Bootensick.
Peter Bootscoot Boogie is at number 3.
He's on Katsu, I believe. I don't think he's
It
on
is Kano, yeah.
Oh, I thought he was playing Katsu today.
That was the psyops.
Oh, he psyops me? Oh my god.
Got him.
Got me. Okay, thanks, Boot and Scoot. At 4th place, Alexander Vore on Bravo.
Yeah.
5th,
His
Evan
5th?
Bridges.
I think that's
Lexi.
like his 5th hero in a top 8 at AGE.
I mean, he just knows how to play this game, apparently. In 6th, Tyler Horspool on Briar. 7th, Matthew Vore on Briar. And in 8th, the one and only Angel Benitez on Levia. So that's our top 8. Looks pretty cool to me. We will have a Brute.
Let's do that in
the
round
Brutes
1.
will just
for
like
sure.
crush each other
in
in the quarterfinals, and then moving over to the current standings of the AGE Open. Some of this will change based on those people who just made the top 16 or top 8. So there might be a little bit of places shoving around towards the bottom of this list. But the first
Undisputed winner, though.
Undisputed winner is Craig Pollock. 97 points. Dude's just made to win this event. Next year, we'll just call it the Craig Pollock
the CP
Invitation
AGE.
to Open. Then after that, Zachary Wallach, second place, 92 points in the open standings. John Zapata, 83. Chris Ayali, 81. Andrew Rudin, 74. Alan Shavarin, 70. Anthony, the Fam, 51. Arya Howe, 51. Alejandro Cuevas, 50. Fuzzy Delp, 48.
11.
Tyler Horspool, 48.
12.
Matthew Vore, 47. Peter Budensick, 43. I know when to stop. Alexander
helping,
Vore,
I'm helping.
42. Jake Torres, 41. Travis Wagner, 41. And that's our top 16.
But 2 people.
Yeah, Angel Benitez and Evan Bridges sitting 1 point below Travis and Jake there. So basically like a 6-point spread in the bottom half of that top 16. And but a lot of those people are in the top 8. So but Angel Benitez, Evan Bridges, and anybody else?
People that are definitely out: Bryce Platts and Anthony Del Toro.
Yeah. So
Rest in peace.
definitely
y'all.
a chance for Angel and Evan to secure their spot in the AGE Players Championship next month. So stay tuned. Like we said, there's going to be another stream. This one's going to close out. It's on the same channel. It's already there. You can just click on it. Whatever's playing there is just placeholder.
40 minutes though.
40 minutes,
weird.
at least 40 mints between now and
Deck
the next
check.
stream. Deck checks going on. Hopefully, no IP penalties. It's important to do your deck list correctly, everybody. Please, this is a public service announcement. I'm actually checking out now. It's been a pleasure, Blake. I'm glad to be back. Oh, this is a good deep hug on stream.
I wouldn't do that with anybody else.
We're real
Work.
friends.
Yeah.
We're, but it's always a pleasure to be here. And I'm excited to hear what happens. Good luck to all the players, and we'll see you soon at the Players Championship, but also the top 8.
Yeah, also in 40 minutes.
What? Long break. I pushed the long break. Bye.
Like, grab it.
You need.
I'm going to jail.
Like, the solution is, I know you like the interactive.